Chronicles of the Stellar Mecha War. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 76 Promise. Wu Yusen had another hearty breakfast in the activity room and praised the taste highly. Lee Chun-hua was so happy that she greeted him more enthusiastically. During dinner last night, Wu Yusen's story successfully made Lee Chun-hua classify him as one of her own. Of course, he must be ranked behind Song Ren and Lin Fan. After dinner, Jin Sichin did not continue to accompany him. After the investigation of the side effects of the drug was completed, he did not need to accompany Lin Fan for a long time, let alone Wu Yusen. Recently, he has been guiding 800 colleagues in academic issues in their professional fields, to repay them for helping him screen materials last time. Wu Yusen watched Lin Fan's daily life with great interest. He was really leisurely and comfortable. He was so idle that he almost fell asleep. It was not until the end of the get off work time that the aerobics scene was played on the TV, and Lin Fan also consciously walked to the mat and started to do it, which made Wu Yusen feel a little interested. Wu Yusen never stopped laughing when he saw Lin Fan flexibly doing various movements that were very different from those on TV. Of course, he was always laughing, so no one noticed anything different. But he knew it himself and had already laughed his ass off in his heart. This Lin Fan was so funny. Ha 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 ha. After about a quarter of an hour of exercise, Lin Fan could no longer jump and sat on the mat to rest. Wu Yusen walked over and saw Lin Fan's ruddy face and panting with sweat on his forehead. He said with satisfaction, "The effect is good. Yes, Lin Fan can hold on longer and longer now, and his movements are much more standard." Lee Chun-hua sat by the window and took a moment to look up from the handheld game console. He witnessed Lin Fan's progress with his own eyes. With Wu Yusen's level, it was easy to understand why he used such a training method. He was also a practical person. No matter what method, it would work. Lin Fan's physique was really improving. This was a fact, and there was nothing to say. "Do you have to do it every day?" Wu Yusen asked curiously. Lin Fan shook her head. "You don't have to swim." Swimming, doing aerobics, and taking morning and evening walks on the same day were indeed a bit difficult for her current physical fitness. Wu Yusen nodded, knowing very well why she had to add swimming training. Lin Fan rarely went back for lunch break unless she was sweating like today and had to go back to change clothes. It didn't matter where Wu Yusen went, as long as he followed Lin Fan. Song Ren and Lee Chun-hua took them back to the villa area. Jin Sichin was not there. With Wu Yusen accompanying Lin Fan, he felt relieved, and he went to explore the cafeteria with 800 psychologists. He had been here for so long, but he hadn't had a chance to see it. When Lee Chun-hua was getting food, she saw Jin Sichin. Surrounded by a group of psychologists, she showed a cool demeanor and was completely different from who she was in front of Lin Fan. Psychology is really complicated. Lee Chun-hua sighed and continued to get food without stopping. "I wonder when Lin Fan can come to the cafeteria to eat with them." Wu Yusen had another satisfying lunch in Lin Fan's room. Song Ren and Lee Chun-hua were very considerate and didn't disturb them. He always stopped eating, looked at Lin Fan, and said a few words. It took a long time for him to finish this lunch. "Are you leaving?" Lin Fan was a perceptive person, and she easily noticed it. "Oh, you found out." Wu Yusen smiled. They hadn't been together for too long, so why did he suddenly feel reluctant to let her go? Was it because he knew her too well? Wu Yusen spent a long time doing a detailed investigation of Lin Fan's life. It can be said that no one in the world knows what Lin Fan has experienced and what kind of person she is better than him. Perhaps because he knows too much and is too familiar with her, he misses Lin Fan more. It's like watching a child being born in front of him, growing up slowly, and becoming the person sitting opposite him today. These materials pieced together Lin Fan's entire life, vividly presented in front of Wu Yusen. He could easily tell everything Lin Fan did at every stage. When he was in kindergarten, he secretly climbed over the wall and escaped from the kindergarten, scaring the teacher to death and thinking that the child was lost. 15. The important thing is that he always speaks to Lin Fan very gently and listens to Lin Fan very gently. Lin Fan always can't control her pounding heart and wants to look back more, always looking for various opportunities and topics to talk more with that person. This secret love ended after that person was publicly paired with another girl. It was at that time that Lin Fan realized that the kind of gentleness was not only for her, but he was gentle to all girls. If Jin Sichin is the person who understands Lin Fan's heart the most in the world, then Wu Yusen is undoubtedly the person who understands Lin Fan the most. These two people together are Lin Fan's entire life. Maybe because they know each other too well, Wu Yusen's feelings for Lin Fan have deepened unconsciously. There is no love between men and women involved, but it is not an exaggeration to say that they are close friends. Of course, it is only Wu Yusen's one-sided. Are you leaving soon? Lin Fan has always been very smart. She is just trapped. Well, I'll leave after I finish eating. That's why he joked and ate slowly, so that he could leave later. Although everything he saw and heard told him that Lin Fan was very good, he was still worried in his heart. When did I become so indecisive? Wu Yusen scolded himself. When will you come next time? Lin Fan really wanted Wu Yusen to accompany him. Jin Sichin is also very good, but not like Wu Yusen. I don't know. Wu Yusen smiled. I'll come when I should. Well, Lin Fan nodded. You have your things to do. Wu Yusen also nodded. I have investigated your situation almost completely. This time when I go back, I should take over other tasks. Lin Fan didn't say anything. She knew that the Special Affairs Office was busy. Wu Yusen was also very capable. Jin Sichin. He will accompany you until you get better. When you get better, I will apply to transfer him back and let me come over, okay? Wu Yusen saw that Lin Fan didn't say anything, scratched his head and laughed. But when you get better, you may not need us to accompany you. When Lin Fan gets better, the Mecha should be stable. There is no need for Jin Sichin to stay any longer. If someone else were to accompany him, 800 might not agree. After all, Wu Yusen's fighting power is comparable to Song Ren's, and he is more difficult to control than the weak psychologist Jin Sichin. Moreover, when Lin Fan's mecha is stable, she will have enough ability to protect herself. In front of the mecha, their level of fighting power is not worth mentioning at all. Wu Yusen knew it in his heart, but he still smiled and comforted Lin Fan. Lin Fan is dependent on the people in the Special Affairs Office, which is a very good phenomenon. The director will definitely be very happy to know. Just be good, continue to cooperate with Jin Sichin, keep exercising, and strengthen your physical fitness. Wu Yusen encouraged and reminded, but don't be too tired, it will be bad if you hurt your body. You should focus on your own body, understand? Yeah. Lin Fan still lowered her head. Do you have anything else to say? No. Wu Yusen felt her low mood and was a little anxious, but didn't know what to do. Then you go. Lin Fan lowered her head and drove him away. She now knew that Wu Yusen was leaving, and her mood began to decline. This bad mood will continue until Wu Yusen leaves, and will last for a while. The longer Wu Yusen stayed, the worse her mood became. She couldn't stay in this negative mood for a long time. She had to get rid of him quickly, control her falling mood to a range that was not too bad, and then slowly recover with time. Okay, I'm leaving. Wu Yusen looked at Lin Fan deeply, got up and left. Lin Fan listened to the sound of the chair dragging on the ground, listened to the sound of his footsteps walking out, stepped down the steps step by step, walked farther and farther, and slowly disappeared. The whole person seemed to be sealed, motionless. What's going on? Lee Chun-ho asked Song Ren next door. They kept watching on the surveillance screen. Because there was no sound and real image, only the purple-red shadows of the two people, they roughly guessed what was going on. The two people sat and ate well, and suddenly Lin Fan stopped moving. I don't know what the two said. Wu Yusen went out. Lee Chun-ho wanted to go out to see what was going on, but when the door opened, Wu Yusen was standing outside and ready to knock on the door. Wu Tekin, why are you here? Lee Chun-ho was stunned, but she didn't dare to invite him in. Come in and sit down. Song Ren said politely. He knew that John Woo would leave after lunch and would not come in to chat with them. After all, there was nothing to talk about between them. No, I just came to say hello. John Woo looked at the two with a smile and said to Song Ren, "I'm leaving now. Lin Fan, I'll leave it to you." Song Ren knew that John Woo asked him to look after Lin Fan, not as a guard of 623, but because of their personal friendship in the past. John Woo knew that Lin Fan's seemingly relaxed and comfortable life was always full of crises. He knew what kind of person Song Ren was. He could protect Lin Fan very well and prevent her from getting hurt. At the same time, he could quickly suppress Lin Fan and kill her in the fastest time. Cui Yan had bad intentions from the beginning. He knew it from the first time he saw Song Ren. He didn't tell Jin Sichin about this. He didn't even dare to guarantee that he would save people from Song Ren. Speculations without solutions would only create more trouble. He still firmly believed that Cui Yan wanted the value created by Lin Fan, not her herself. As long as Lin Fan does not pose a threat, her Mecha is her amulet. So he came to Song Ren specifically to ask for a guarantee. With Song Ren's personality, as long as he says it, he will not go back on it. Song Ren looked at Wu Yusen's smiling face, but actually very serious eyes, and said calmly, "As long as she does not lose control and pose an irreversible huge threat, I will definitely protect her. I promise you." Wu Yusen breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this. The smile also reached the bottom of his eyes. He nodded to the two of them and turned to leave. Lee Chun-hua felt that the two of them had something to say, but he had no evidence. "Hey, Lin Fan, why didn't you come out to see you off?" He was anxious to know what was going on with Lin Fan. Wu Yusen looked back in the sun and replied with a bright smile, "She is in a bad mood now. Let her be alone for a while. Let's go." After that, he left, raising one hand high and waving twice. "She's in a bad mood." Lee Chun-hua chased Song Ren to the bedroom. "How can we leave her alone when she's in a bad mood? Isn't that dangerous?" Lee Chun-hua has recently learned some knowledge about depression, and he has really put a lot of thought into it for Lin Fan. Song Ren looked at the screen. Lin Fan was still sitting motionless at the table. She hadn't moved since John Woo left. "Wait a little longer. Wait a little longer. I finished another one, and I feel great. It's 9:22 now, and the 6 days update has been completed. There is still one chapter left. Come on. Give me votes, recommendation votes, monthly votes. Come on. Love you guys." Chapter 77 Transformation. Lin Fan. Jin Sichin sat down beside Lin Fan and called her softly. When he received Wu Yusen's call, he wanted to get into the microphone and slap him. What does it mean that Lin Fan is in a bad mood? What does it mean that he left when Lin Fan asked him to leave? This guy is an irresponsible scumbag. He came without any benefits and left a mess when he left and asked others to help him deal with it. Jin Sichin hurried back and saw Lin Fan sitting at the dining table with her head down, and her heart skipped a beat. Did Wu Yusen's departure have such a big impact on her mood? It didn't seem to be like this last time. The last time Wu Yusen left, Lin Fan closed the door directly, and no one saw it afterwards. Lin Fan slowly raised his head and slowly turned to Jin Sichin. "You are here." Jin Sichin looked at the smile on Lin Fan's face without a trace of sadness or reluctance, as if their worries were all misunderstandings. But he clearly felt that Lin Fan's mood was depressed. What happened? She was in so much pain when she rescued Pangu before and thought that her mood would be a problem. She didn't. Later, when the incident of jumping into the river was mentioned, I thought she would have a problem with her emotions. She didn't. Unexpectedly, her emotions became a problem after Wu Yusen left. Jin Sichin knew that Lin Fan had some dependence on Wu Yusen, but she shouldn't be so sad because of a separation. Compared with the importance of Wu Yusen in Lin Fan's heart, Jin Sichin was more inclined to think that she had a reaction to the separation itself. "Well, I'll write this down," he asked in a gentle tone. "Why do you keep your head down? Isn't your neck tired?" Lin Fan smiled and shrugged without answering. I don't know when it started, but Lin Fan's face began to smile frequently. Originally, this should have been a good phenomenon. But Jin Sichin later discovered that Lin Fan's smile was a bit similar to his. It was not from the heart, but a false appearance. In other words, most of the time, Lin Fan's smile is not actually different from a blank expression. He also reflected on this, whether he should always fake a smile to others in front of Lin Fan. It seems not good to be learned by her. But now that things have come to this, there is no need to point it out directly. After all, it is much better to have the awareness of changing expressions than to have a cold face all the time. Do you want to take a nap? Lin Fan usually takes a nap at noon, and Jin Sichin and the others are used to it. No, I'll go to work after I finish cleaning up. Lin Fan got up to clean up the table. She didn't want to stay in the room any longer, and Wu Yusen hadn't left for too long. Jin Sichin also got up to help. The two of them quickly cleaned up and went to find the driver next door. After Li Chunhua saw the two people go out, she knew that they were coming to find them. She deliberately opened the door and sat in the hall waiting. Xiaoli, Captain Song, please take us to the activity room now. The person who spoke was naturally Jin Sichin. Song Ren got up without saying a word. It seems that he can catch up with Lin Fan's nap today. Song Ren's idea is good, but will Lin Fan do as he wishes? Of course not. Because of Wu Yusen's departure, Lin Fan's low mood can't be relieved quickly. There are always random thoughts in his mind, and he can't sleep at all, including the weekend. Lin Fan didn't take a nap for 5 consecutive days, and Song Ren waited for 5 days. The idea of finding out the truth about that look was gradually overshadowed by worry. Lin Fan has been in a low mood for 6 days. Whether it is eating, exercising or other things, he is less energetic than before. He used to be able to communicate normally, but now he doesn't talk much. Jin Sichin came over more and more frequently, and even Li Chunhua felt that the situation was not good and didn't make a fuss. At this time, the look is not so important. If Lin Fan's mood can't recover, her condition will worsen. Is Wu Yusen so important in Lin Fan's heart? Song Ren couldn't help but have this question in his mind. As far as he knows, the two of them have only been in contact for a few days, not as long as the time they have spent together. He didn't have an answer, and everyone gradually fell into anxiety. Not only Song Ren and his friends were anxious, but also the few people in the laboratory. Ke Wenbin has been studying the things Wu Yusen brought day and night for several days. The excitement brought by the unknown species has disappeared, and he is in a state of going berserk. A sunny guy, he made himself look like a homeless person, with messy hair, unshaven beard, and unkempt appearance. Despite the help of Yu Guangli and Zhang Zhaoji, there is no progress in the research. After he ruled out many external options from a professional perspective, when he wanted to go deeper, he was stuck on sampling. No matter what means they used, they couldn't pry off a small piece from that thing. This hardness. A group of people tried their best and worked hard for so many days, from being excited to unwilling to admit defeat, and finally helpless. 800 The most advanced scientific and technological means took turns to fight, but they couldn't even scrape off a slag. The excitement of the new species has long faded. They are increasingly aware that this is something beyond the scope of known science, and they have no way to crack it. A group of people collapsed in the laboratory in frustration, feeling desperate about life. It is obviously a new discovery, but there is no means to further study it. The feeling of being able to see, but not touch makes people even more sad. What are you doing? Wu Yi came to visit the set, and saw a group of people sitting here and there, listlessly. We can't figure it out. We really can't figure it out. Ke Wenbin was like a madman, his eyes red, and pulling his hair. Is it so difficult? Wu Yi didn't understand these things. He only knew that this group of people had been locked in the laboratory for almost a week. If we can't research it, then we don't know what's in Lin Fan's head. If we don't know what it is, there's no way to know the reason for the transformation. Zhang Zhaoji also fell into a trance. Only Yu Guangli was a little better. After all, he was older and had experienced more things. His ability to withstand pressure was naturally greater. Should we ask Lin Fan to take a look? Wu Yi suggested. What's the point of asking her? She doesn't understand these things. Yu Guangli said frustratedly. That's not what I meant. Anyway, you don't have any way now. There's no harm in asking her to take a look. What if it's useful? Wu Yi muttered. Yes, call Lin Fan. Zhang Zhaoji stood up. She also has a part of this thing in her head. What if there is any induction? Ke Wenbin was a little more perky when he heard this. He gritted his teeth and made up his mind, then asked Lin Fan to give it a try. Zhang Zhaoji ran and wanted to rush to Lin Fan's activity room, but was pulled out by Wu Yi, who pointed out how terrible their current image was. Several people quickly cleaned up and knocked on the door of the activity room. "Come in." Song Ren's voice came. Several people pushed the door open cautiously. "Is Lin Fan here?" Yu Guangli looked around for someone. Lin Fan poked his head out from the sofa, not knowing what they were doing. "Are you free now? We would like to invite you to the laboratory," Ke Wenbin said. "What's the matter?" Song Ren came over and asked. "We have never been able to disassemble the things that Wu Tekken sent before, so there has been no research progress. We want Lin Fan to go and see if there is any induction or familiarity," Zhang Zhaoji explained. "Lin Fan has had some emotional problems recently. I'm afraid we need to ask Dr. Jin." Song Ren called Jin Sichin. "Ah. What's wrong with Lin Fan?" Yu Guangli had been in the laboratory recently and forgot to care about Lin Fan's condition. He suddenly came to his senses and asked hurriedly. "She has been in a depressed mood for a week, and there is no obvious improvement at present." Jin Sichin was next door and came over quickly to answer Yu Guangli's question. "Depression is like this. After falling into negative emotions, it is not so easy to jump out. It takes a while to slowly ease before it can pass. Lin Fan is very experienced and she knows how to get better faster. Then can she still go to the laboratory with us?" Zhang Zhaoji asked nervously. Everyone looked at Lin Fan, whose head was resting on the back of the sofa. It felt that he was indeed a little gloomier than before and looked unhappy. Although the timing of Lin Fan's sudden change in mood was beyond Jin Sichin's expectation, it was also expected. And because her condition has been improving recently, this time her depression was not very bad. "Lin Fan," Jin Sichin looked at her and asked, "Do you want to go?" Lin Fan had always been very cooperative with their work. Since they called her and she had nothing to do, she could just go. So a group of people walked to the laboratory. Dr. Zhao and Kuangli were also notified and went together. Zhao was not there. He was working on the Mecha system. Ever since Lin Fan's Mecha gave him inspiration, he has been immersed in the programming of a new artificial intelligence system. This system is based on Pangu's intelligence system and has been improved. In this way, it is necessary to understand in detail how the specific operation effect of Pangu's system works. So he has been staying at Pangu for some time recently, observing closely, and has not come to 623 very often. The laboratory of 623 is a spacious place. There are many unknown machines against the wall. In the middle of the spacious space is a black thing. The thing is mottled in color and looks like a rusty iron block with some irregular spikes. It is not small in size, a bit like a lazy sofa twisted into a ball. It was placed on a white platform, totally out of tune with the surrounding environment. Is this what Jongwoo sent? At first glance, Jin Sichin thought it was a piece of iron from somewhere. It was very different from the unknown creature he imagined. "Lin Fan, do you feel anything?" Ke Wenbin asked expectantly. "What kind of feeling can there be? Can there be a feeling of blood connection?" Lin Fan pouted his lips, but decided to be more responsible. "Can I take a closer look?" "Yes, we have checked and confirmed that there is no radiation or harmful infectious agents," Yu Guangli said. "We have been in close contact with this thing for the past few days, and we don't feel any discomfort. Go ahead." Everyone watched Lin Fan slowly approach, full of expectations. After Lin Fan approached, he did feel something strange in his heart, which was not there when he entered the door just now. Looking closer, the surface of the thing was more mottled, and the texture was rough everywhere, like the surface of rough sandpaper. The spikes on the surface were of different sizes, long and short, combed and dense, and there was no pattern at all. After looking at it for a long time, it seemed to be really attractive, making her stare at it carefully unconsciously. This shabby thing didn't seem so ugly anymore. Lin Fan slowly circled around the stone, and everyone followed her. Circle, circle, circle. Everyone's hope gradually dwindled. Yes, what use would Lin Fan have? Suddenly, Lin Fan raised his hand and pressed it up. Plop. Lin Fan felt her heart beat as loud as thunder, and her palm seemed to be electrocuted. She subconsciously wanted to retract her hand, but found that she couldn't move. Plop. Once again, Lin Fan's palm felt the beating of a pulse from the thing that was neither gold nor iron. Plop. Lin Fan's heartbeat and the thing sounded at the same time, and they instantly synchronized and lost consciousness. In a flash, a huge white mecha appeared in the laboratory, full of oppression. Everyone took a few steps back. Only Song Ren took 2 steps back subconsciously and immediately moved forward. Lin Fan's mecha appeared. The white shape was the same as seen in the video, but there seemed to be some light swimming on the surface of the outer armor, shining brightly. The mecha pressed the thing with one hand, and it was slowly shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye. The many spikes slowly retracted until they disappeared, and gradually turned into a round shape. Lin Fan. Song Ren shouted, as if turning on a switch. 2 green lights suddenly lit up in the mecha's originally black and slender V-shaped eyes. Song Ren woke her up. Lin Fan was in a trance for a while. She opened her eyes. The picture in front of her was blurry, and she felt dizzy. The heartbeat disappeared, replaced by thunderous breathing. There were bursts of tinnitus in her ears, and the buzzing sound and the sound of electricity appeared alternately. It made her dizzy. She shook her head, and the others saw that the mecha was also shaking its head. Jin Sichin saw Song Ren's hand on the holster, and ran to the front of the mecha without caring about the danger, shouting, Lin Fan, Lin Fan, Lin Fan, wake up. He didn't know if this would work, as if he could wake her up, as long as he was loud enough. After the tinnitus of the mountains and seas, Lin Fan heard someone calling her in a daze. The voice seemed to be transmitted through many things, and it was severely distorted. She tried to separate a trace of clarity, and looked in the direction of the voice. Jin Sichin saw the green eyes coldly pointed at her, and it was impossible not to be afraid in her heart, but he still kept calling, Lin Fan, wake up. I'm Jin Sichin, wake up quickly. Lin Fan. Lin Fan saw a blurry face in a trance. It looked familiar. She seemed to know it. Who was it? Jin Sichin. It was Jin Sichin. Lin Fan felt a sharp pain in his head, and couldn't help but clench his hands, and his consciousness fell into darkness again. The mecha disappeared instantly, and Lin Fan, who had turned back, slid straight down. Jin Sichin reached out to take it, but Song Ren was not as quick as her to grab her from behind. Turning her over, she saw that her eyes were closed, and her face was pale, just like the day she was at Pangu's feet. Jin Sichin's heart was pounding, he was panting, and he almost cried. He held Lin Fan's wrist, his heart rate was normal, and it seemed that there was nothing wrong. The others realized that Lin Fan had transformed. He transformed right in front of them. Facing the mecha up close, everyone was shocked, and stood still for a while, unable to react at all, until now. Ha ha ha. Zhang Zhaoji panted, and made a sound, gradually covering his face and laughing, tears in his eyes. He didn't know why, but he suddenly wanted to cry, and could only use laughter to cover it up. The others were not much better. They all opened their mouths wide and remained standing. Wu Yi stroked his chest, tears streaming down his face. Li Chunhua finally came to her senses. She transformed. Wow, it's finished. This chapter has 4,000 words, so it can be counted as 2 chapters. Haha. Lin Fan is finally going to enter the transformation period. She found the key, and she can transform however she wants. Happy or not. Ha. Lin Fan is going to take off. Money. Chapter 78 Inquiry. Dr. Zhao. Jin Sichin was anxious to find a doctor, but Zhao Lanping was old and trembling all over, unable to move at all. Seeing that it was no use, Song Ren carried Lin Fan out of the laboratory. Let's go to the ward first. As the only one who could move freely, Jin Sichin quickly helped Dr. Zhao to catch up. Li Chunhua also chased after him, shaking. The sudden appearance of the mecha had a huge psychological impact on everyone. Although they had been thinking about solving the mystery of Lin Fan's transformation, they couldn't accept it at this moment. Zhang Zhaoji covered his face with his hands and squatted on the ground, panting. Yu Guangli had retreated to the wall, holding the wall with one hand and supporting his knees with the other, barely supporting himself from falling to the ground. Ke Wenbin was still in shock. His eyes were dull, and his mouth was not closed. Guangli panted, repeatedly clenched and opened his hands, as if trying to quickly regain control of his body. Go. Yu Guangli wiped his tears and moved tremblingly. Zhang Zhaoji regained some of his sanity, but he couldn't stand up for a while. He looked at the remaining 4 people in the laboratory and rolled and crawled to push Wenbin's calf. Wenbin stepped back and woke up from his daze. Looking around, he saw Zhang Zhaoji lying at his feet and pulled him up with force. Where is Lin Fan? Where did Lin Fan go? He was still immersed in the moment of transformation just now and had no impression of the subsequent developments. Lin Fan fainted again and was taken to the infirmary. Zhang Zhaoji could feel Wenbin's hands shaking, but he seemed to be much better than him when he moved. Wenbin wanted to rush out immediately, but was stopped by Zhang Zhaoji. Help the team leader sit down first. It's not a good thing for him to be like this. Also, take Wu Yi over. I'm afraid Dr. Zhao can't handle it alone. Wenbin suppressed the urgency in his heart, dragged a wheelchair to Yu Guangli's side, and helped him sit down. He hurried to drag Wu Yi. Wu Yi cried so hard that tears were pouring down her face. She staggered out of the laboratory while being pulled by Wenbin. Guangli also regained control of his body at this time and followed closely. Zhang Zhaoji tried to take a deep breath to calm his trembling muscles and smiled bitterly. This is good. The dream has come true. In the ward, Song Ren put Lin Fan on the bed, and Dr. Zhao, supported by Jin Sijun, soon arrived. She forced herself to take a few deep breaths and gradually regained control of her body. She quickly examined Lin Fan, and the others acted as assistants to help get various equipment. After Wu Yi arrived, Dr. Zhao was even more powerful. Lin Fan's last physical examination was the day before yesterday, and everything was still normal. This time, it was just right to take advantage of the transformation to check if there were any changes in the data. Dr. Zhao took the biochemical sample, and Guangli took it and left in a hurry. The test must be done quickly because some abnormalities are time limited and nothing can be seen after a period of time. All the examination items are tending to be normal. Dr. Zhao hesitated for a while about whether to take a brain slice and decided to ask other people for their opinions. Lin Fan had a brain slice taken for a full physical examination when she first entered the 800. That is, she had taken a brain slice again when she transformed. This time she was not hit by external force, so theoretically it was not necessary. But she just transformed because she touched that thing, and there seemed to be a part of that thing in her head, which might not be without some changes. Jin Sijun and Song Ren looked at each other. Take it. 10 minutes later, the results of the film showed that the things in Lin Fan's head were not affected and remained the same. Everyone was relieved. Lin Fan was in a similar state to the last coma and did not need special care. Dr. Zhao, Wu Yi and Wenbin saw that the 2 people in the laboratory had not come over, wondering if something had happened again, and returned to the laboratory. Yu Guangli saw them coming back and asked with concern, "How is Lin Fan? Still comatose like last time?" Dr. Zhao replied, "What are you doing?" Wenbin saw the 2 people operating something in front of the console. "We are watching Lin Fan's transformation video." Zhang Zhaoji replied with a smile. He had wanted to go out with everyone, but he accidentally saw the camera installed on the top of the laboratory, and suddenly an idea flashed in his mind. Yes, the camera must have captured everything. He couldn't do anything to see Lin Fan. He could only watch. What if she screamed in pain like last time? He didn't want to witness it again. Zhang Zhaoji ran to the monitoring desk and sat down, turning on the monitoring system. But the pop-up authorization code input box told him that not everyone could watch the surveillance. Yu Guangli saw what Zhang Zhaoji meant and slid over in a chair. "You don't have the permission, I'll do it." After he entered the permission code, the huge screen on the wall immediately displayed countless small pictures, all of which were surveillance in 623, including the infirmary. Yu Guangli first clicked on the surveillance in the infirmary and watched for a while. When he found that there was no panic, he turned it off with confidence, and then clicked on the surveillance in the laboratory and clicked replay. The 2 found the clip of Lin Fan's transformation, watched it from beginning to end several times, and adjusted the speed to the slowest, but still couldn't see how she transformed. After watching it for a long time, their attention was gradually immersed in it, and the psychological impact of Lin Fan's transformation on them gradually faded. Wenbin and his friends came back at this time. Hearing that they were watching the surveillance, several people hurried forward to watch together. "Can't it be slower?" Wenbin asked. No, if it's slower, we need to use a professional slow motion camera. Yu Guangli replied, I will apply for an upgrade of the camera in the laboratory later. As he said, he ran to the side to call Zibishan. The transformation video was intercepted, and the permissions were opened, and it was played over and over again on the big screen. Several people looked at the Mecha Man on the screen, thinking about the feeling they had seen with their own eyes at that time, and they still couldn't calm down for a long time. Stop. Wenbin suddenly stopped, back a little forward. Zhang Zhaoji cooperated with the action. What's wrong? Did you find anything? Did she drop something in her hand? The moment before Lin Fan resumed her transformation, there was a fist clenching movement, and a few small things fell from her hand. Playing it again, everyone saw that something did fall. Wenbin suddenly thought of something, and ran to the platform behind him. There were indeed several claw marks on the shrunk unknown object. These were the marks left by Lin Fan's fingers when he clenched his fist just now. They tried all kinds of methods, but couldn't scrape off a bit of powder. Lin Fan's mecha broke it like tofu with a light grab. Wenbin didn't have time to think about it, and quickly put on gloves to collect the fallen objects. There were 4 larger irregular long strips and a shorter one. It just corresponded to the 5 fingers. It looked heavy, but it was lighter than expected. Wenbin quickly put these small things into the collection dish and prepared to take a look under the microscope first. Wenbin, is this it? Wu Yui saw a small black dot the size of half a grain of rice farther away from the platform, which was very obvious on the white floor. Wenbin squinted his eyes, picked it up with tweezers, and put it in another petri dish. I don't know, I have to look at it under a microscope. But it's very likely. The laboratory must be kept clean, and generally there will not be such obvious dirt. Soon, it was confirmed that the half grain of rice was also picked off by Lin Fan from that thing. In order to ensure that nothing was missed, everyone searched the laboratory again, and also put the 6 small pieces collected back to the claw print for inspection. Finally, it was confirmed that Lin Fan really only took these 6 pieces of different sizes before he felt relieved. Lin Fan helped them complete the sampling work, and everyone rekindled their enthusiasm and devoted themselves to a new round of research. Dr. Zhao and Wu Yi did not disturb him, and quietly withdrew, went to the ward again, and saw Lin Fan. By the way, he informed Li Chunhua of the new discoveries and progress here, and then returned to his own clinic. At dinner time, Song Ren stopped Li Chunhua, who was going to get food, and said that he would go this time. Jin Sichin looked at him and said nothing, but just reported a lot of things he wanted to eat. Song Ren came out of 623 and went up to the 7th floor again. Cui Yan was sitting in a chair, watching the video of Lin Fan's transformation in the afternoon over and over again. After Yu Guangli uploaded the video to Zibishan earlier, Cui Yan also synchronized the data. Even though he already knew what happened, Cui Yan still asked Song Ren to tell it again from his own perspective. What does it feel like to watch it up close? Cui Yan asked seemingly indifferently. It was very shocking. I subconsciously took a few steps back. Song Ren answered truthfully. Cui Yan's eyes finally turned from the screen to Song Ren's face to confirm that he was not talking nonsense. Who is Song Ren? A person who dares to confront a tank and is not afraid of a gun pointed at his head. Such a person, when Lin Fan transformed, actually subconsciously retreated. Song Ren was scared. The signal sent by his body made him retreat 2 steps. Although he quickly stepped forward again, he could not cover up the fear of his first reaction. Cui Yan naturally saw the reactions of others from the video. He was very surprised that just a transformation, without doing anything, could achieve such a deterrent effect. Is there any special interference? He thought of some kind of interference weapon, which would disturb people's hearts by emitting sound waves of a certain frequency. No, Song Ren had received anti-interference training and was very familiar with the effects of these devices. Then why are they crying? Cui Yan didn't understand. If it was just shock and fear, it would be understandable, but why are they crying? Fortunately, there were only a few people. I don't know. Song Ren had an impulse to burst into tears for a moment. It was like when he saw the flag raising ceremony, his heart was filled with passionate emotions, so full that it seemed to overflow. Cui Yan didn't speak. After a long silence, he asked, "What do you think of this transformation?" "I think the thing sent by the Special Affairs Office should be the key to Lin Fan's transformation, and it may also resonate with the unknown object in her head." So she felt a sense of induction after putting her hand on it, or something else. Song Ren guessed in a conventional way. Whether it can become a stable transformation key or not, we have to wait until Lin Fan wakes up to try again. Moreover, this time she seemed to have a clear reaction to Jin Sichin's call, and it is not sure whether she had independent consciousness at that time. We can only know this after she wakes up. Song Ren was not sure whether the Mecha's turning head had anything to do with their shouting. It might be, but it might not be. He hoped it was, so that at least it could prove that Lin Fan was not unconscious when she transformed. Cui Yan nodded to show that he understood. Everything would be known only after Lin Fan woke up. Seeing that Cui Yan had no intention of asking more questions, Song Ren said, "If there is nothing else, I will go down first." Jin Sichin should have guessed what he was going to do from the look in his eyes, but if he didn't say it out loud, everyone could pretend that nothing had happened. Therefore, the time for getting food as a cover-up could not be delayed for too long. Cui Yan did not say anything, and Song Ren assumed that he agreed, and turned to walk out. "Kill order." Cui Yan's voice came from behind. Song Ren stood still, turned around, and heard his cold lips uttering cold words. "Can you still execute?" "On the 7th day, I finally persevered. It's not easy." "Is the quality of the articles these days okay?" "I can't tell the difference myself." "Give yourself a thumbs up." "Great. Don't forget to vote." Chapter 79 Analysis. After Song Ren came back from getting food, Jin Sichin took his dinner and said meaningfully, "Your speed is much slower than Zhao Li's. After all, I play a lot, so I'm familiar with it." Li Chunhua guessed what Song Ren was doing and quickly joined in. Jin Sichin smiled, as if he really believed what Li Chunhua said. The social interaction of adults is so hypocritical. He secretly complained. "How is Lin Fan?" Song Ren pretended not to hear anything. "I haven't moved for a long time. I don't know how long it will take for her to wake up this time." Li Chunhua took her lunchbox and said, "Before, she was asleep after transforming, either for 7 hours or 9 hours, but today's situation is a little different." Lin Fan did nothing and immediately changed back after transforming. According to the theory that the greater the effort, the longer the sleep time, how long will she sleep this time if she didn't do anything? Everyone can only wait. After Lin Fan wakes up, we can summarize the rules. After Song Ren finished dinner, he went to the activity room to get a book to kill time. Lin Fan was still asleep, and they couldn't just stare at her. It's not impossible, it's just meaningless. Li Chunhua sat on the sofa and played games. Jin Sichin sat by the bed and fiddled with his phone. He sat at the end of the bed so that if someone pushed the door in, he would be able to see it at a glance. The book in his hand was borrowed from Jin Sichin. He seemed to be reading seriously, but in fact, he had a lot of thoughts in his mind. Just now in the office, his answer to Cui Yan was guaranteed to complete the task. But can he really do it to Lin Fan? When the Mecha first appeared in the afternoon, he subconsciously touched the gun. But he soon realized that it was Lin Fan, and when he called her, his hand had relaxed. After being with Lin Fan for so long, can he still kill her without hesitation? He knew that his heart was shaken. If the Mecha did pose a huge threat, he would definitely take measures. He knew very well that the deterrent power of the Mecha was shocking, and the current force value displayed was also shocking. She can indeed pose a huge threat, but it is not necessarily a threat. Moreover, who defines this threat? Is it Cui Yan, or himself? According to the performance of the Mecha in the previous few times, it tends to be on the positive side. Lin Fan herself is harmless, and Wu Yi can easily knock her down in one go. As long as Lin Fan can control the Mecha, the so-called threat will naturally be greatly reduced. What is Cui Yan worried about? Is he simply worried that Lin Fan will lose control, or is there another concern? Forget it, why think about these meaningless things now? Song Ren decided not to spend time on some meaningless speculations. There are too many unknowns about Lin Fan, so let's take it one step at a time. He continued to bury his head in the book, and this time he really read it. At night, Lin Fan had been in a coma for 9 hours and had not woken up. Dr. Zio and Wu Yui came to check. The vital signs are all normal. Dr. Zio breathed a sigh of relief, but felt anxious. No one can be completely relieved if Lin Fan doesn't wake up. But if Lin Fan doesn't wake up, they have no choice but to wait patiently. This wait lasted until noon the next day. Zhajing got the news belatedly and rushed over. He also met Zibishan at Panbu, and only when he asked him did he know that Lin Fan had transformed again. "How is Lin Fan?" Zhajing asked, as soon as he entered the room. "Still sleeping." Several people made way for Lin Fan, so that Zhajing could see her clearly. "It shouldn't be like this. It's been 15 hours. The last time we pushed Panbu, it weighed more than 1,000 tons, and she was unconscious for less than 9 hours. Zhajing was very surprised. He thought Lin Fan had woken up a long time ago. Li Chunhua sighed helplessly. Dr. Zio said that her vital signs are normal. We can only wait for her to wake up. Zhajing moistened his lips and sat on the sofa. This won't work. Let's analyze it. Where are Dr. Zio and the others? Call them all over. Lin Fan was in a coma, and the scientific trio was focused on research. The remaining 7 people simply held a seminar in the ward. What exactly happened to her transformation this time? As the only person who was not at the scene, Zhajing could only learn about the incident by asking. Li Chunhua told the story again, and others occasionally supplemented it. "Oh, by the way, there was a video recording the whole process in the laboratory yesterday. You can take a look. Team leader Yu has released the permission for that video," Wu Yi reminded. Zhajing quickly opened his notebook and found the video to play. Because there were too many people watching, he had to turn on the TV in the ward to cast the screen. This way everyone could see it easily. No matter how many times he watched it, the transformation process was still shocking. "That thing has become smaller," Kuang Li pointed out sharply. Before, he was busy looking at the Mecha and Lin Fan, and didn't notice other things. Everyone gathered in front of the screen and took a look. It seemed to be a little smaller. It should be at least 1/5 smaller, and the spikes on the surface are gone, and even the mottled spots are not so severe. Kuang Li may have been observing microscopic organisms for a long time, so he can always easily find subtle differences. "You mean Lin Fan absorbed that thing when he transformed?" Jin Sichin immediately understood what he wanted to express. "Lin Fan absorbed that thing." Li Chunhua couldn't quite imagine how this process happened. "Did you notice the light on her mecha?" Zhajing, who had been silent, spoke up. He enlarged part of the picture and played it again. Sure enough, there seemed to be all kinds of light flowing on the white shell of the mecha, like a colorful revolving lantern on a white background. "I saw it at the time, but I thought it was my eyes," Wu Yi said hesitantly. "There was a stream of light, right?" Zhajing confirmed. He called up the last video again, zoomed in and froze it, and showed 2 pictures of the same part in front of everyone at the same time. On the left, there was a faint colorful glow under the white shell. On the right, it was pure ivory white. "So, it's evolution?" Kuang Li raised his eyebrows and looked at everyone. "Evolution?" Exclamation mark. Everyone looked at Lin Fan. She lay quietly on the bed, and there was no abnormality. If it was really evolution, what would it look like after it was completed? We can now be sure that she has a connection with that thing, otherwise it would be impossible to absorb it. Everyone agreed with this. The situation that she can transform by touching that thing, whether it happened by chance, or it can happen in the future, we have to wait until the next time to try to confirm it. Song Ren proposed. "Do you have anything else to add?" Zhajing nodded in agreement and asked the others. "When I called her, she looked at me. When Song Ren called her, her eyes lit up. I think she might be conscious." Jin Sichin pondered. Whether it has evolved, whether it has consciousness, whether it can transform, as soon as it touches that thing, we can only see it after Lin Fan wakes up and transforms next time. The sun was setting in the west and slowly sank into the horizon. Lin Fan opened his eyes and saw the white ceiling again, knowing that this was the ward. "Lin Fan, how are you?" Jin Sichin came over and pressed the pager at the same time. "Dr. Zio, Lin Fan is awake." A group of people soon poured into the ward. The scientific trio had been studying for a whole night and made some progress. They were happy to come out to look for food. When they learned that Lin Fan was not awake yet, they could not take care of the research materials. If something happened to Lin Fan, it would be difficult to study that thing with their current means. They also thought that Lin Fan could help continue to collect samples later. They had also heard about the theory of evolution and thought it was quite reasonable. Everything would wait for Lin Fan to wake up and verify it. Dr. Zio checked and found that there was no other problem except that he was a little weak. Lee Chun-hua. Song Ren shouted. Go. Lee Chun-hua got out of the crowd and went to the cafeteria to get food. Lin Fan's small kitchen had been waiting. How is it? Are you feeling uncomfortable anywhere? Jin Sichin looked her up and down, afraid that she would feel pain again. Wu Yi rocked the bed for Lin Fan to an angle where she could lean on it. Can you move this time? Can you move or not? Even though everyone agreed that the discomfort last time was due to overload, no one dared to be sure without confirmation. You can move. Lin Fan stretched his arms and legs. Does it hurt? Zhang Zhaoji asked tremblingly. Lin Fan looked up and thought there was no sharp pain. No. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief and talked about what happened the day before. So I transformed again. Lin Fan nodded. She now knew that as long as she woke up in the ward, she must have transformed. Yes, yes. We are also excited. Zhang Zhaoji was the happiest as a Mecha fan. After he woke up, he regretted countless times. Why didn't he touch it at that time? He actually hid far away and trembled. It was so embarrassing. Don't you have any impression? Ke Wenbin asked curiously. Well, I just remember putting my hand on it and then I felt an electric shock. Lin Fan recalled. An electric shock? Are you sure? We touched it many times and didn't feel anything like that. Ke Wenbin frowned. You wore gloves, right? Kuang Li said coldly. Indeed. For research purposes, they had to wear rubber gloves most of the time to operate, and it was not standard to operate with bare hands. Let's try without gloves later. Yu Guangli decided. Is it possible that it will transform after touching it, just like Lin Fan? Zhang Zhaoji suddenly had this idea. Thinking about it again, it's not right. Lin Fan transformed because there was a part of that thing in her head. But I can't be sure it's a part. Zhang Zhaoji was secretly struggling. Then what? Then what? Wu Yi wanted to know what Lin Fan experienced later. Then, I felt that thing had a heartbeat. Lin Fan continued. What? Many people exclaimed in unison, looking at Lin Fan in disbelief. Although it was hard to tell what that thing was, it was obviously not a living thing. How could it have a heartbeat? Well, I felt it with my hand. Lin Fan was stared at by a group of people. After thinking for a while, he nodded in affirmation. It jumped twice. The scientific trio wanted to rush back and take off their gloves to feel it, but they were afraid of missing Lin Fan's description, so they stayed patiently. Tell me in detail. What did it feel like? Yu Guangli became excited and moved forward with a look of expectation. After I put my hand on it, I felt my heartbeat was very loud. Then the palm of my hand felt like it was electrocuted. I wanted to pull my hand back, but I couldn't move. Then I felt that thing under my hand jump. Then my heartbeat coincided with it, and I don't know what happened. As soon as Lin Fan finished speaking, the scientific trio rushed out. The door of the ward hit the wall with a bang, bounced back, and clicked locked by itself. The second chapter of the 7th day is presented. It's finally over. I'm proud of myself. I defeated myself. It's too difficult for me to update twice without saving drafts. I will start to update alone later, so that I won't be so tense. I will update twice a day from time to time, when I have some manuscripts saved. This kind of continuous double update is really not possible without manuscripts saved. Thank you for your tolerance. As always, I need votes. Come on, votes. Chapter 80x0818. No one spoke for a while, and all 800 people felt extremely embarrassed. I'm sorry, they just think like this. Zhao came out to apologize. It's impossible to let Dr. Zhao and Wu Yi speak, right? It has nothing to do with them. Kuangli. Forget it. Although Zhao is a programmer, he is also a researcher after all. It's okay, I understand. Although Jin Sichin said sympathetically that he didn't care, Ziyajing still felt that the smile on his face was a bit malicious. What happened later? Did you feel nothing later? Wu Yi asked Lin Fan. Later. Lin Fan thought of the hazy scenes in her memories, the dazzling light and shadows, and the faint voices. It seems that I heard someone calling me, she said hesitantly. The voice seemed real and illusory, vague and unclear. She suspected that it was her own imagination, and there was no such voice. Jin Sichin and Song Ren looked at her at the same time. They both spoke. Whose voice did she hear? Yes, she did. Wu Yi was very happy. Lin Fan could hear external sounds, so did that prove that she was conscious at the time? Whose voice did you hear? Ziyajing asked. I don't know, I didn't hear it clearly. Did many people call me? Lin Fan couldn't really tell whose voice it was. The voice had completely changed its tone, sometimes far and sometimes near, so light that it seemed like an illusion. Did you feel anything at the time? Dr. Zio asked. I didn't feel very well. I couldn't see anything clearly. It was blurry, and my ears were noisy. Lin Fan recalled. So you shook your head, because you were uncomfortable. You felt something at the time. Jin Sichin said affirmatively. When the Mecha's eyes lit up, Lin Fan was already conscious, but she felt very uncomfortable, so she shook her head. I shook my head? Lin Fan didn't remember much. She just followed her body's instincts at the time. I just felt that my head was swollen at the time. What happened later? Ziyajing asked again. Later, I seemed to hear someone calling me vaguely, so I tried to be more awake. I looked down and saw a blurry face. Lin Fan became taller after his transformation, and he could only see the face by looking down. At first, it was just a black and white block, and I couldn't tell what it was. Later, it gradually became clearer, and I could see that it was a human face. Lin Fan recalled carefully. I didn't react at the time who it was, and it took a while before I remembered it was Jin Sichin. Did you only see me? Jin Sichin asked. Well, except for your face, the light and image around you seemed to be distorted and shaking, and even your face was not very clear. I just suddenly realized who you were, not that I really saw it clearly. Jin Sichin has white skin, red mouth, and always wears a pair of big sunglasses on his eyes. This feature is very easy to recognize, even when it is blurred. If it was someone else, after blurring, they would have two eyes and a nose, and it might not be so easy to distinguish. As soon as I realized it was Jin Sichin, my head hurt a lot, and I didn't know anything after that. Lin Fan's intuitive feeling has always been very vague, and the time was very short, and it seemed that there was not much useful information. After she lost consciousness, the Mecha automatically returned to her human form. Everyone knows what happened next. Do you feel uncomfortable now? Or is there something different in your body? Dr. Zio couldn't find anything abnormal. He wanted to know if she was feeling unwell, so it would be easiest to ask directly. Lin Fan felt it carefully, but it seemed that he didn't notice any obvious difference from before. That thing was taken by you. Ziyajing wanted to tell Lin Fan that the unknown object was smaller after she transformed, but after thinking about it, he decided not to say it for the time being. He was not sure how Lin Fan would accept this matter. With Jin Sichin around, it would be better not to let him speak. Do you have any special feeling about that thing? Ziyajing changed the question, trying to find the connection between the foreign object in her head and the thing outside. Lin Fan thought about it and shook his head. For a moment, there was indeed a faint attraction, but she felt that it was her illusion and could not be counted. Everyone looked at each other, knowing that there was nothing to ask. Lin Fan seemed normal at the moment. Everything else might have to wait for her to recover for a while and try to transform again to know. The meal is here. Lee Chun-ho walked in quickly with a porridge bucket. Jin Sichin and Song Ren were busy preparing meals for Lin Fan, so the others could not stay any longer and had to leave first. Why do I feel like they are weird? Lin Fan remembered Ziyajing's hesitation to speak, and it was obvious that he had changed the question. Maybe it's because you were in a coma for so long this time. Lee Chun-ho replied quickly. Long time. Lin Fan already knew from the previous meeting that her coma time ranged from 7 to 9 hours. Could it be longer? She looked out the window, and it was pitch black, and it was obviously night. She remembered that she went to the laboratory not long after work in the afternoon. Isn't it normal to wake up at night? Seeing that Lee Chun-ho had already said it, Jin Sichin did not continue to hide it. It's been a day, and you transformed yesterday afternoon. Ah. Lin Fan was surprised. She believed Jin Sichin, but she still had doubts at the first time. How could she be in a coma for more than a day? She was conscious for only a short time. Did she do something extraordinary later, when she didn't know? Or is it that generating consciousness in a mecha is an extremely physically demanding thing? No one else thought of this. They all thought that Lin Fan's long sleep this time was due to evolution. Lin Fan didn't need anyone to feed her the porridge this time. She held the bowl and drank it slurpingly. Perhaps it was because her empty body was replenished by food. The moment she put down the bowl, she seemed to feel a little satisfied. When she vaguely realized it, there was nothing. It was an illusion. Lin Fan felt a little regretful. After eating, Song Ren was responsible for cleaning up the tableau. Jin Sichin told Lin Fan what happened. He didn't tell her immediately because he was afraid of affecting her eating well. There was nothing to hide about this matter. If you don't say it now, you will have to say it in the meeting later. Are you saying that I absorbed that strange thing, so I was in a coma for so long, because my body is evolving? Lin Fan understood it easily, but didn't quite understand it. Is she still a human being? Or is she? That's what we speculated. Otherwise there's no way to explain why that thing became smaller. Jin Sichin knew that all speculations had to be verified before they could be confirmed. And if you can transform by touching that thing, then you may have found the key to transformation. So when you feel better, they should let you touch that thing again. Well, I see. Lin Fan was prepared for this and suddenly complained. Didn't that thing have a name? It's always called the thing that holds something, which is too difficult to pronounce. Pucci. Lee Chun-ho couldn't help laughing. He also thought it was difficult to pronounce, but there was no place to protest. It was supposed to be named after the research results, but they didn't produce any results, so the name was delayed. Maybe they were busy and didn't think of it for a while. Song Ren probably knew the reason and explained to the few people. That being said, I think they may not be able to name it according to their research results for a long time. Jin Sichin gloated. Why don't you suggest that they take a code name first? It's really strange to always call it that thing or that thing. Song Ren nodded, and Lee Chun-ho said actively, I'll go and tell them. She took the porridge bucket and ran out. Lin Fan felt good after waking up and didn't stay in the bed for too long. She wanted to watch the transformation video, but Jin Sichin and Song Ren didn't have a playback device, so after conveying it to the 3 scientific research teams, everyone saw that all the people in 623 were there, so they simply held another meeting. Lin Fan felt that 623 was a team that was not doing its job properly. I didn't see them working much, but it seemed that they often held meetings. Do all government agencies like to hold meetings? With this question, she sat firmly in the second chair and waited quietly for the meeting to start. The theme of this meeting is to discuss Lin Fan's transformation yesterday and the projects to be carried out next. Please speak up. Yu Guangli was still the first to speak. Let's talk about the progress in the laboratory just now. Ke Wenbin spoke first. The special reaction that Lin Fan mentioned, after repeated testing, we found nothing. At present, it is confirmed that it is Lin Fan's individual phenomenon. Whether it is sporadic remains to be observed. The 3 of them were not enough to test, and they also dragged all the other people. Even Jin Sichin tried it, and the final result is self-evident. The second thing. For the convenience of reference, I thought of a very good temporary code name for that thing. Zhang Zhaoji said, and ran to the whiteboard and started writing. Cross, circle. Lee Chun-ho followed, and was glared at by Zhang Zhaoji. What cross circle? It's X0. How can you be so uneducated? He corrected him harshly, and turned back to continue writing. It turned out to be X0, and everyone who had been paying attention breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. They said, what kind of name is this? And they accidentally made an association. But X0 is also a very strange name. Everyone continued to watch with difficulty. Zhang Zhaoji casually wrote the words X0-818 on the whiteboard, and looked back at everyone with pride. X represents the unknown, 0 represents infinite possibilities, and 818 is the date when Lin Fan transformed yesterday. What do you think? Isn't it a very good meaning? Everyone couldn't agree against their will, but seeing his smug and proud look, they couldn't open their mouths, and cruelly told him that this name was terrible. They could only choose to remain silent. The person who came up with this name is more talented than the director. Jin Sichin scratched his forehead speechlessly. Lee Chun-hua wanted to speak, but Song Ren held her back and winked. Don't talk too much, unless you can come up with a better name. Lee Chun-hua instantly wilted. Everyone thought it was ugly, but they couldn't think of any better alternatives. They all showed the virtue of silence, and decided to only report the code name in the future, and not say the strange letters in front. Okay, since everyone thinks it's good, let's move on to the next subject. Please ask Ziyajing to play the comparison picture of the transformation video. Seeing that no one objected, Zhang Zhaoji happily pressed the switch to lower the curtain, and returned to his seat. The white curtain slowly descended, finally covering the irritating words X0-818. Ziyajing quickly played the video. He played it at normal speed first, and then put up the difference comparison chart he found yesterday. So our guess is that 818 is the key to triggering Lin Fan's transformation this time. Ziyajing said loudly. As for whether 818 is related to the needle-like object on her head, it is not certain at present. In the case that the needle-like object cannot be removed, no one can determine the connection between the two. After all, at present, there is no obvious connection. That needle-like object, why don't we also give it a code name? It's a bit awkward to say it. Zhang Zhaoji rubbed his chin and suggested with interest. Don't. Many people spoke up to stop him. Everyone looked at each other, and finally Jin Sichin spoke up to dissuade him. Your time is precious. It's better to use it on scientific research. The 3 words needle-like object are actually quite easy to say. Just say it like this first. No need to change it. Yes, yes, yes. Everyone agreed repeatedly, fearing that Zhang Zhaoji would come up with another weird code name. It would be better to just say needle-like object. Lin Fan looked at this scene and suddenly found it interesting, so he laughed out loud. Lin Fan, you laughed. Wu Yi shouted happily. Chapter 81 Discussion. This smile was different from the fake smiles during this period. It was not the shallow smiles at the corners of his mouth that he had shown several times in the special affairs office, but a big laugh. Although it was only for a short moment, it was truly from the heart. Others could not tell, but Jin Sichin could not hide it. Wu Yi's shout attracted everyone's attention to Lin Fan's face. Lin Fan was stunned. Did she laugh just now? Lin Fan, do you think it was funny just now? Ziyajing recalled the scene just now. It was indeed a bit funny that everyone stopped Zhang Zhaoji from naming. Was there anything funny just now? Zhang Zhaoji looked at Lin Fan and then at the others, not knowing why. Did you feel happy just now? Jin Sichin asked. Lin Fan thought about it and finally shook his head and said, I don't know. I really didn't care. I didn't even know I laughed. Maybe I subconsciously thought it was funny. This is a good sign. Dr. Zhao said with a smile on his face. What do you mean? Lee Chun-hua didn't understand. Didn't you say before that Lin Fan has been in a low mood, always feeling unhappy and unable to have fun? Wu Yi was also very happy. Then she can laugh now, which means she feels fun and can experience happy emotions. Isn't it, Dr. Jin? That's right. Jin Sichin laughed from the bottom of her heart. The subconscious is a subjective behavior, which means that Lin Fan's mood is getting better. Wow. Everyone sighed. Didn't you say yesterday that she had been in a low mood for a long time? Yu Guangli was a little puzzled. When he went to the activity room to find Lin Fan, she was still gloomy. This transformation, her mood suddenly turned 180 degrees. Do you still feel about Wu Yusen's departure now? Jin Sichin had already seen that the emotion had passed, but still asked to confirm. No. Lin Fan shook his head. If you didn't say it, I would have forgotten about it. The transformation also had an impact on her. A coma seemed to reset everything before, and her mood returned to the state before Wu Yusen came, and it might be even better. Then, is this change caused by transformation or sleepiness? Ke Wenbin asked. If so, if she transforms a few more times, will she become more and more cheerful and get rid of depression soon? Jin Sichin thought about it carefully and said, I didn't find such a situation in the previous few times. I'm more inclined to believe that her treatment has worked. As for the depression caused by Wu Yusen's departure, it is like a wrong small program. When this program is forcibly terminated by transformation or sleepiness, everything is back on track. That means Lin Fan will get better and better, right? Lee Chun-ho asked. Yes, but there should be no more unexpected wrong small programs. I originally thought that she should be able to return to a stable state close to normal in less than half a year, but it seems that it may be faster now. Jin Sichin also smiled happily, and this time it was not a fake smile. Everyone showed joy, except Lin Fan. She seemed to have some different emotions in her heart. She felt it, but she just couldn't understand it. She looked at everyone smiling, and also showed a fake smile like Jin Sichin. Jin Sichin's eyebrows jumped, and he quickly turned his eyes away, and introduced the topic. Where were we talking about just now? Speaking of 818, it may be the key to Lin Fan's transformation, but whether it is related to the needle-like object in the brain is not known yet, Zhajing said. In addition, from the comparison picture, it can be found that when he transformed this time, there was a clear stream of light on the outer shell of the Mecha, which was not there last time. Previously, we speculated that Lin Fan absorbed part of 818 and thus evolved. These streams of light are likely to be the external manifestation of 818 when it was transformed into a Mecha. The more Zhajing thought about it, the more possible it was. If evolution has occurred, then the next time Lin Fan transforms, she may present a different Mecha state. Kuang Li said calmly. Don't think about letting her try it right away. You have to wait a few more days and let her take her time. Dr. Zhao saw that many people showed expressions of eagerness to try and hurriedly dissuaded them. Lin Fan did not appear particularly weak this time, and he got off the ground in a short time, but it did not mean that he could transform continuously. After all, in their speculation, each transformation would hollow out the body. How can you continue to drain after you just woke up from the emptying? Even a strong man can't stand it. Don't you have to rest for a while? Exclamation mark. I know. We won't be so anxious. Yu Guangli's words and facial expression were completely different. No wonder Dr. Zhao was nervous. This time, Lin Fan felt vision and hearing when he transformed, unlike before when he had no impression at all. I think this is also a very big change. Jin Sichin said slowly. Then can we guess that the next time he transforms, his subjective consciousness can be synchronized? It was speculated before that the Mecha was stimulated in a subconscious state. If Lin Fan's subjective consciousness awakens, can he control the Mecha? Zhajing also had his own guess. If that's the case, it would be great. Once Lin Fan can control the Mecha, they will not be as helpless as before when studying it, and everything depends on guessing. There are too many differences between this transformation and the previous ones. Moreover, we have to wait until Lin Fan transforms next time to fully confirm it. The participants recorded all these speculations and prepared to verify them one by one when he transforms next time. Regarding 818, what progress have you made now? Zhajing asked the scientific trio. As everyone knows, we have tried various means, but have not succeeded in taking samples. It was only when Lin Fan took down a few small pieces of material when he transformed that we were able to continue. Yu Guangli said seriously. We numbered the 6 small samples and conducted various hardness tests on them. In the end, we found that 818 has an extremely high hardness, and there is no known metal or mineral that can compare with it. Also because of the high hardness, when the pressure value was tested with a press, the small sample was directly embedded in the surface of the instrument, and no valid value was obtained. Yu Guangli shook his head regretfully. Yeah, I understand. The press was broken. What should we do next? Everyone sighed secretly. Didn't you say it was a new substance before? Can you be sure it is a new substance? Lee Chun-ho asked. It is most likely an unknown element. Ke Wenbin replied. Objects with obvious characteristics, unknown element have been ruled out, including, but not limited to, earth materials. But because 818 cannot be detected microscopically and cannot be melted into other forms, we cannot exclude the sequence for the time being. Not limited to Earth materials, it means that some alien materials brought back from outer space were also compared at the same time. Is it possible that 818 is something from outer space that fell to the Earth, like a meteorite? Wu Yi made a guess. It's not certain yet, but there is a possibility. Wenbin replied. He thought that this possibility was very high. But when a meteorite falls, it will make a lot of noise, right? Meteors or something? Has there been any news about a meteorite falling in Lin Fan's area? Dr. Zio asked. I checked the news for the past 35 years, and there is no relevant report. Zhao was commissioned by the scientific trio to look up information. But this doesn't prove anything. Zhang Zhaoji said, 818 was fished out of the river and has been in a semi-floating state in the water. It is also light in weight, so it is very likely that it floated down the river from somewhere else. By the way, don't you think X0 sounds better? No one paid attention to him. Lin Fan's hometown has a world-famous water conservancy project that can irrigate, drain, generate electricity, and ship. It can handle about 500 tons of river water per second. If the 24-hour pumping volume is injected into a 1 meter wide and 1 meter deep canal, the length can circle the Earth. There is water on all sides, and the station gates are connected. The waterway system is complex and complicated, like a giant dragon in the water. It is difficult to say where 818 came from. If 818 is really an alien product, then Lin Fan. Wu Yi couldn't say any more. Lin Fan's mecha has obviously exceeded the scope of Earth's technology, and everyone has actually acquiesced to this fact in their hearts. Could it be that alien colonists invaded the Earth? Zhang Zhaoji's second-year syndrome came back, and he remembered the plot of the previous cartoon. Why don't you just say that Lin Fan was captured by aliens and had his genes modified? Wenbin complained. Although he believed that 818 was not a product of Earth, he would not associate it with the plot of the cartoon. Cartoons are just fiction. Why do you take it seriously? You can't underestimate those who create art. Their imaginations are amazing. You don't know that many scientific studies are inspired by their ideas. Zhang Zhaoji was not convinced and cited several high-tech machines in the base that were influenced by film and television works and novels. Maybe the author of the cartoon was captured by aliens. He saw a person who could transform into a mecha through genetic modification, and he made this cartoon. After he came back, Zhang Zhaoji became more and more excited as he spoke. Maybe it's his own story. That's why Lin Fan's mecha is so similar to the one in the cartoon. Come on, the more you talk, the more outrageous it is. Zhao interrupted. Instead of speculating on the alien theory, we might as well discuss whether the loss of control and weakness in the cartoon will appear in Lin Fan. Wu Yi thought Zhao was a sober person, but who knew that he was also influenced by Zhang Zhaoji after hearing the second half. Weakness does exist, right? Zhang Zhaoji said proudly. Lin Fan will fall asleep due to weakness after transforming. Doesn't that make sense? Wu Yi thought about it, and it seemed to be right. What about loss of control? Lin Fan's transformation is not controlled by his own consciousness, which is also a kind of loss of control, right? Wenbin said in a conventional way. If you say so, there is indeed nothing wrong with it. So don't underestimate any form of creation. Zhang Zhaoji was very happy. Okay, even if you are right, will Lin Fan also end up like in the animation? Wu Yi realized that something was wrong after he finished speaking and quickly covered his mouth and shrank back. The ending of the Mecha Man in the cartoon was a tragedy. It may not be like that. I just think that we can put forward these possibilities first. If there is such a trend, it is better to have a plan than to be in a hurry at that time. Zhao believes that it is better to be prepared than not to be prepared, even if it may not be used. The physical weakness that often changes can be found out in weekly physical examinations. There are no obvious problems with the data in the past few weeks. On the contrary, physical fitness is steadily improving. After Dr. Zhao missed the brain slice last time, he carefully checked all the reports and confirmed that they were correct. I have been paying attention to the mental aspect. Everyone has seen Lin Fan's recent state. It is much better than when he first came. He even smiled today. I think everything is developing in a good direction. Jin Sichin also did not dare to ignore various possibilities and cooperated in the statement. It is not true now. It may be that she has transformed less times and the problem is not obvious. Kuang Li spoke the truth again, which attracted a lot of white eyes. Okay, let's take precautions, even if it's too early to think about it now. Yu Guangli made a summary speech. Is there anything else you want to say? If not, let's move on to the next topic. Everyone looked at Yu Guangli, waiting for him to speak. Preparations for Lin Fan's next transformation. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 82 Evolution. The next transformation will take a few days, but it does not prevent them from preparing in advance. First, the high-speed camera has been installed today. Yu Guangli looked at his notebook and read, it can shoot 1000 frames per second. If everything goes well, we will be able to see the process of Lin Fan's transformation next time. The last transformation was too fast, and everyone only felt a flash of swish, and the person in front of them turned into a mecha, but they didn't see anything clearly. Because we can't start with the main body of 818 for the time being, it will remain in place. When the time comes, Lin Fan can just touch it. However, we want to know whether her heart rate and blood pressure will change. Dr. Zio. Yu Guangli began to assign tasks. No problem, I will prepare the equipment. As long as the electrodes are attached in advance, you can see the change data on the terminal. Dr. Zio said it was a piece of cake. Can the data be synchronized to the big screen? Yu Guangli has seen those terminals. The display screen is really small. It is fine for only one person to see, but it is not possible for everyone to see it clearly. Moreover, it can be synchronized to the big screen. When the camera is filming Lin Fan, it can also capture real-time data, which looks more intuitive. It should be possible. They are all the latest models. I will go back and try it. Dr. Zio did not say everything. If it doesn't work, she can also find a way to solve it in advance. Is there anything else to pay attention to? Yu Guangli asked everyone. It's best to pull the stretcher into the laboratory, Song Ren suggested. He didn't think Lin Fan was too heavy. If there is a bed, Lin Fan can lie more comfortably, and it will be more convenient for Dr. Zio to deal with it on the spot. I remember, I will bring some rescue supplies when the time comes. Wu Yi expressed his opinion. Anything else? Yu Guangli asked. If the mecha evolves by then, Ke Wenbin asked hesitantly. Will the size become larger than before? Will it cause any damage to the laboratory? And we have to consider the situation of Lin Fan losing control. Zhang Zhaoji said, but was interrupted by Jin Sichin. It's impossible for her to lose control. The highest level of our special agency is on her ears. Jin Sichin pointed out to everyone to pay attention to the pair of black earrings on Lin Fan's ears. There will only be two possibilities at that time, no self-consciousness, or yes, loss of control is impossible. Although others don't know about Mr. Khan's ability, Jin Sichin will never doubt it. Seeing Jin Sichin's confident words, the other people in 623 looked at each other silently, and it was difficult to refute. When it was renovated, 623 was strengthened as a whole. Even high-intensity blasting can't break the wall. Ahem. Although the status of Lin Fan's mecha is unknown, but, Yu Guangli thought deeply, it shouldn't be to tear down the house. He thought for a while and said, however, we should apply for the whole building to evacuate at that time. As the administrative agency of 800, the office building has a very strong defense. It just looks ordinary on the outside, but in fact, many high-tech materials are used inside. The bomber next door can't break the defense, even if it bombs at high intensity. Of course, this refers to normal circumstances. In Lin Fan's case, we can only take it one step at a time. Is there anything else to add? Let's brainstorm and strive for success this time. Yu Guangli hoped that the deployment would be comprehensive and nothing would be missed. No one spoke. Everyone still remembered the shock of the last transformation. They prepared everything they could in advance and hoped not to stand still for too long next time. Captain Song, Yu Guangli suddenly remembered and said, "Please be alert when the time comes, just in case." Song Ren stood up and said in a sonorous voice, "I guarantee to complete the mission." Lee Chun-ho also stood up and said, "Okay, then this meeting is over." Yu Guangli announced the adjournment. The night was deep and everyone went their separate ways. Lin Fan hardly spoke at the meeting, except for a few answers when he smiled, and then he listened attentively to other people's speeches. On the way back to the villa area, Jin Sichin asked Lin Fan, "Are you afraid?" Lin Fan didn't say anything, just smiled at him faintly. Jin Sichin could see that the smile came from the heart, but there was no trace of a smile. Time passed quickly, and Lin Fan spent several days leisurely, occasionally feeling a little happy, and the idea of hopelessness in life no longer appeared frequently. On the day of the transformation, as soon as work started in the afternoon, Dr. Zhao brought Wu Yi to the activity room to apply electrodes to Lin Fan. Because they had to lift up his clothes, Song Ren and the others avoided him. Many electrodes were applied to his temples, neck, chest, elbows, and two things that should be blood pressure cuffs. These electrodes had many wires, and Wu Yi gradually gathered them into a line and inserted them into a flat box. He put it in Lin Fan's trouser pocket. Lin Fan had seen someone in the hospital carry a mobile electrocardiogram, which was as big as a chalk box. The one in Wu Yi's hand was only as big as a mobile phone, and the wires were wider than it when laid flat. This is the latest product, and it has not yet been popularized outside. Dr. Zhao saw Lin Fan staring at it, and explained with a smile. The popularization process of high-tech equipment is always from top to bottom. Lin Fan nodded to show his understanding. After getting ready, the group walked to the laboratory. In front of Lin Fan were Dr. Zhao and Wu Yi, and behind him was Song Ren, Lee Chun-ho, and Jin Sichin was far behind. She looked very impressive with so many people around her, but she felt very empty inside. Was she afraid? I don't know. She had lost the ability to be afraid a long time ago. If she still felt afraid, I guess she was afraid. At this moment, she suddenly felt a little relieved. Yes, she really felt relieved, although only a little. She was relieved that she couldn't feel fear. Lin Fan raised the corner of his mouth slightly, looked back at Jin Sichin, and continued to walk forward. Jin Sichin stopped where he was, resisting the urge to step forward to stop her. She had to get to this point. He said to himself. Whether this step was good or bad, no one could predict. Jin Sichin, who was walking at the end, could see that today, Lee Chun-ho also had a gun on his waist. The gun was not a common model, it was a little short and fat, and it should be a special weapon of 800. Lee Chun-ho didn't know what was going on, thinking that the weapon was just in case, and he didn't think about what he would face. Jin Sichin calmed down, swallowed hard, and chased after him. No matter what, he had to stand by Lin Fan's side. The laboratory was no different from the last time, except that there were many more cameras in the corners. The huge screen on the wall was also on, not showing surveillance footage, but some irregular lines and numbers. Those were Lin Fan's heart rate, blood pressure and other values, which had been synchronized on the big screen. Lin Fan is here. Yu Guangli greeted happily. Lin Fan didn't want to pay attention to him, and walked to the front of 818 and stood still. Yu Guangli didn't care either. His attention was on what was about to happen. Zhang Zhaoji rubbed his hands, both expectant and worried. Ke Wenbin pursed his lips. His heart was in turmoil. Zhao Jing frowned, while holding a notebook. His heart was beating like a drum. Dr. Zhao and Wu Yi stood against the wall. After entering the door, Kuang Li was also standing there. When he saw Lin Fan standing still, he silently held the armrest of the stretcher. Everyone stood against the wall, and in the corner. Only Song Ren and the other two moved forward a little. But they also kept a certain distance, and didn't get too close. Jin Sichin stood directly opposite Lin Fan, and Song Ren and Lee Chun-ho stood in a triangle with Jin Sichin, surrounding Lin Fan in the center. You can start it when you are ready. Yu Guangli said nothing after that. No one urged, everyone was waiting silently. More than a dozen people were concentrating and holding their breath, and the laboratory was as quiet as if no one was there. Lin Fan slowly stretched out his hand, slowly shortening the distance between him and 818, and stopped at the place where he was about to touch. Everyone held their breath, widened their eyes, and waited for the last moment. After a long time, when everyone thought that Lin Fan might give up, she suddenly pressed it down. Sure, everyone's eyes blurred, and Yu Guangli subconsciously pressed the timer in his hand. The mecha came out. It has evolved. It is different from the previous all-white mecha that was more than 2 meters high. This time the mecha has become taller. Apart from the high feather horns, the top of the head is nearly 2.5 meters from the ground. The black inner armor is like snake scales, arranged in an orderly manner. The outer armor has more structures than before, becoming wider and more majestic. And it is very eye-catching, with many more red blocks. The top and sides of the head armor, the top of the shoulder armor, the front of the chest armor, the forearms, the back armor, the hips and the legs of the mecha all have large areas of red. The combination of red and white bright colors is more beautiful and has a stronger visual impact. The back engine changes from square to diamond and is black like the eyes, which is not yet started. The inner and outer armors are all glowing with a hidden metallic luster, which is not bright, but it is hard to ignore. Lin Fan. Jin Sichin took several steps back, forced himself to suppress the fear in his heart, and raised his head and shouted. The narrow green eyes lit up instantly. Lin Fan felt very dizzy, as if he was about to explode. After hearing the voice, he suddenly opened his eyes and looked down to see Jin Sichin's face. This time Jin Sichin's face was very clear, and the surrounding environment was also clear. But, he seemed to have become shorter. No, it's not that he has become shorter, but that I have become taller. Lin Fan keenly discovered that her perspective has become higher, and she raised her hands to her eyes. When others saw Lin Fan move, they couldn't help but gasp. Li Chunhua widened her eyes. Song Ren opened the holster, held the gun in his hand, and stared at the mecha in front of him. Lin Fan looked at the black hands, just as Wu Yusen said. Slim, smooth, as if wrapped in a thin metal, without a sense of heaviness. She clenched her hands for a while, and then opened them again. Well, it's still flexible. Her head still hurts, throbbing, as if someone is drilling in her brain. The sound of breathing rumbled in her ears again, and her vision began to blur. Lin Fan turned around. The people standing by the wall couldn't help but press back tightly, wishing they could retreat into the wall. Li Chunhua took 3 steps back, and the sense of crisis made him subconsciously touch the gun. Song Ren resisted the urge to retreat and stood firmly in place. Only he knew that his muscles were so tense that he was shaking slightly. His hand had already slowly pulled the gun out, and as long as the mecha on the opposite side made any unusual movements, he would shoot without hesitation. Lin Fan turned around and saw Song Ren, who was ready to go, and Li Chunhua, who was on guard, and he didn't feel the slightest threat at all. She wanted to take another step forward, but suddenly her eyes went dark. She felt dizzy and felt her internal organs surging outward. The tearing pain made her weak instantly, and she collapsed without support. Song Ren suddenly saw the mecha disappear and become Lin Fan in the tense state. He rushed over to pick him up and put the gun back. Li Chunhua also ran over to help, and then Jin Sichin. The 3 of them turned Lin Fan over and found that she was still awake and not asleep. But her face was pale, sweating profusely, and she looked like she was about to faint at any time. Stretcher. Song Ren shouted back. After waiting for a while and hearing no movement, Li Chunhua looked back and saw that the group of people were still sticking to the wall. He rushed over with disgust and pulled the stretcher, and at the same time brought Kuangli, who had been holding the handrail. Song Ren carefully placed Lin Fan on the bed. Lin Fan, how are you? Jin Sichin asked anxiously, holding Lin Fan's hand. Lin Fan's awakening this time was a new breakthrough, and the mecha had also undergone major changes, but would these create a greater burden on Lin Fan? Dr. Zio! Jin Sichin shouted anxiously. Dr. Zio naturally still couldn't move. Song Ren and Li Chunhua half carried Dr. Zio and Wu Yi and dragged them over. Lin Fan looked at Jin Sichin with a weak breath, trembling as he wanted to say something. Jin Sichin put his ear close to her, only to hear her muttering, "Is it okay? Is it okay?" Jin Sichin was so sad that a tear could not help but slide onto his sunglasses. He couldn't help but hold Lin Fan's head with his other arm, covering it with his whole body, and said in a trembling voice, "It's okay. It's okay. It's especially okay. Lin Fan, it's okay now. Quick, quick, everyone vote to help Dr. Jin wipe his tears." Chapter 83 Shock. Lin Fan has always known that whether she can control the mecha smoothly is the top priority that will affect her future life. Even though she has always acted careless, in a corner of her heart, she has never forgotten the dream of being beheaded and locked up after turning into a monster. John Woo said that there is a prison under the Special Affairs Office where people who cannot control their superpowers are imprisoned. She doesn't know whether transforming into a mecha is considered a superpower, but the fact that she can't control it is a real result. Since Panga's transformation was filmed and there was solid evidence, she has had a kind of rational panic. Even if Kine Leo's earrings restrict her and the mecha from getting out of control, how much benefit can an uncontrolled mecha bring? Compared with a mecha man with independent consciousness, a mecha that can only be transformed by subconsciousness is too threatening. Especially after showing such a strong force value, not being able to control it is equivalent to a threat. Even though Lin Fan is so weak, she has never had any bad intentions. But now, she and the mecha are an inseparable whole. In this case, what good results will she have? Although everyone in 800 is very patient now, don't forget that this is just the beginning. If she can't generate independent consciousness when she transforms for a long time, what will be waiting for her later? The human heart is always the most terrible thing in the world. Lin Fan is not naive to think that 800, which is also a secret security unit and has obviously stronger confidentiality measures, does not have a special prison like the special office. She works hard to exercise and actively cooperates with treatment, not to go to prison, to experience life after regaining her health. Yes, she feels that life is hopeless, but this does not mean that she is willing to hand her life over to others to control. For this reason, Lin Fan can only work hard to become useful. Only by controlling the mecha can her life safety be guaranteed. And this time is naturally the sooner the better. The last time she transformed, she accidentally generated consciousness in the mecha, which gave everyone a shot of heart and also sounded the alarm for her. When their expectations for the mecha are getting bigger and bigger, Lin Fan will become very passive. If he can't control the mecha, can't delay any longer. We must make a quick decision and settle this matter as soon as possible. She had thought about it early on. If she could still be conscious the next time she transformed, she must not go offline easily. She had to hold on for a while longer and try to take control as soon as possible. So, although it was extremely uncomfortable when she transformed, she still endured it. She didn't expect that her body behind the mecha would be very flexible and easy to control. Making a fist and turning around were like doing it with her original body, and there was even a lighter feeling. But her head hurt so much that she couldn't hold on for too long, and she transformed back. Although she was already weak and her mind was not clear, she was still thinking about it in her subconscious and wanted an answer. Do 800 people think that this level of control is okay this time? Is it okay? After hearing the affirmative reply, she was finally relieved, and the whole person calmed down, but her physical signs were also declining rapidly. Song Ren and the others saw Jin Sichin suddenly fall down and thought something had happened. They rushed over and heard Jin Sichin's words. "What's wrong?" Lee Chun-ho asked anxiously. Song Ren thought about it for a while and understood. She's still awake. Dr. Zio then discovered that Lin Fan's eyes were still open, although there was only a small gap, and the eyes were dull, but they were indeed open. Lin Fan heard the voice and slowly turned his head. "Dr. Zio, help her quickly," Song Ren said in a deep voice. "She is about to collapse." Wu Yi, rehydration. Dr. Zio lifted Lin Fan's eyelids and took a look at her pupils, and then looked at the various physiological data on the big screen. Blood pressure dropped, heartbeat was weak, and heart rate increased. She is going into shock. Although it can be basically confirmed that 818 has become the key to trigger the transformation, the previous speculation that the drug will affect Lin Fan's central nervous system cannot be easily rejected. The medicine cannot be taken for the time being, but glucose can still be injected. Kuang Li, who has recovered, stiffened his hands and feet to the wall and dragged a cart full of medical supplies over. Dr. Zio pulled out the oxygen pillow and put an oxygen mask on Lin Fan. Wu Yi took a few deep breaths, calmed the trembling of his hands and feet, took out glucose, and prepared to give Lin Fan an injection. Lin Fan was too weak to find a vein. Wu Yi tried several times on her hand but failed, and several bleeding spots appeared in succession. Jin Sichen and others beside her hurriedly helped to press the hemostatic cotton. Wu Yi saw that it was not working, so he went to find a vein in the elbow. The veins in the elbows of most people are thicker and more obvious. When it is impossible to take the veins in the hands, the needle is usually inserted in the elbow. But Lin Fan couldn't do it. Her veins were so shallow that they could not be seen clearly. Wu Yi tried twice, sweating all over, but still failed. Jin Sichen, Song Ren, Li Chunhu and Dr. Zio, each of them had two hands that were not enough to press the hemostatic cotton, and Kuang Li reached out to help. "Can you do it?" Jin Sichen gritted his teeth, completely forgetting his usual fake appearance of speaking softly. Wu Yi's skills are undoubtedly good, but Lin Fan's current situation is indeed difficult to give an injection. Jin Sichen is not ignorant, but from his position, he can't bear to see Lin Fan who can't even breathe evenly and has blood spots on his hands. Wu Yi's tears welled up in an instant, but she forced them down. She was not feeling wronged, but hated herself for being incompetent. Insert the external jugular vein. Dr. Zio saw that the situation was not good and gave a direct order. Intravenous injections are usually not injected into the external jugular vein, but with Lin Fan's current condition, there was no better choice. Wu Yi did not hesitate, gritted her teeth, and finally injected the needle into Lin Fan's neck. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Dr. Zio saw that the needle eye in her hand was no longer bleeding, so she quickly let go. She took out the neck brace to fix Lin Fan's head and prevented her from moving at will. After all, the needle was still stuck in her neck. Kuang Li wanted to remind Dr. Zio to draw a biological sample, but seeing that Lin Fan looked half dead, he pursed his lips and did not speak. He was just stubborn, but not yet crazy. Seeing the blood pressure and heart rate on the big screen slowly returning to normal, Dr. Zio wiped the sweat from his head. Why did she suddenly go into shock? It wasn't like this last time. Even during the Pangu incident, it was just a problem with the reflex nerves, and the pain was unbearable. It's evolution. After her evolution this time, the energy required for transformation must be more than before, but Lin Fan's physical fitness has not improved significantly compared to before, so it was drained more. Song Ren speculated. Indeed, everyone saw the changes in the Mecha, and for a while they didn't expect that the backlash of evolution on Lin Fan himself would be aggravated. Seeing Lin Fan, who was as pale as paper, closed his eyes and fell into a coma, everyone was scared. If the backlash was more serious and Lin Fan could not be rescued, it is regrettable that the Mecha disappeared, but if it was only Lin Fan who disappeared. Jin Sichen's throat moved. There is another aspect. Lin Fan's autonomous consciousness should have increased. She was obviously controlling the Mecha just now, and this may also increase the damage to her. Dr. Zio nodded. I will do a detailed test of her organs later and compare the previous values to see if there is any attenuation change. Everyone has seen that animation, and they all remember the plan proposed before to prevent Lin Fan from weakening himself due to transformation. If that is the case, it is inevitable to find other ways of intervention and at the same time reduce the frequency of transformation. What's going on? Zhang Zhaoji and Ke Wenbin came over, supporting each other. They saw a group of people surrounding the stretcher and doing a series of rescue measures, and their hearts were always in their throats. After finally being able to resume movement, the two came over tremblingly. Zhajing also resumed movement and was walking over here, but Yu Guangli was still unable to move. She just went into shock, but now she's stable. Dr. Zhao replied, wait until she's a little more stable before pushing her to the ward. Is this sudden condition caused by evolution? It's obviously a greater burden on Lin Fan's body. Zhajing also figured it out easily. Don't let her transform in the short term, or her body will be ruined. Everyone agreed. Although they hope to get more information from the Mecha and speed up the development and research of humanoid mechas. But Lin Fan is a living person, and her right to life and health cannot be completely ignored for any reason. Everyone saw the long periods of drowsiness and pain after the transformation a few times before. What's more, Lin Fan was originally a patient with her own pain and troubles. But when cooperating with their research, she never complained, and she always obeyed silently. Recently, because her condition has improved, she always smiles when she meets them. It seems that she will recover soon. How can such a person watch her die for unknown research results? Then what's the difference between them and the executioner? No way. They are passionate about scientific research, but they are also living people with flesh and blood and emotions. Lin Fan. Yu Guangli's voice came, and everyone saw that he could finally move, and staggered over here. The transformation time this time is 8.73 seconds. He raised the timer in his hand, and showed it to everyone. So the limit of the transformation time is 10 seconds? Zhang Zhaoji said to himself. It should still be related to the physique. After all, it has evolved this time. If it is based on the original version, it may reach more than 10 seconds. Ke Wenbin speculated. But these cannot be verified at present. Dr. Zhao saw that Lin Fan's condition was stable, so he pushed her to the ward. Jin Sichen, Song Ren, and Li Chunhua naturally followed, and the remaining two of the medical trio also left together. The scientific trio and Ziying did not go. On the one hand, they have not fully recovered. On the other hand, they really couldn't do anything in the past, so it would be better to stay in the laboratory. There is a lot of data here for them to analyze. Several people tacitly took out the memory cards of the slow motion camera and read them one by one. In the infirmary, after Lin Fan was given fluids and oxygen, his face was no longer pale, and he gradually recovered, but he was still in a coma. Dr. Zhao carefully performed various examinations, but still found nothing abnormal. Everything seemed to have returned to the same state as before. Everyone thought that Lin Fan must have slept for a long time, but unexpectedly, Lin Fan woke up in less than 3 hours. At this time, it was not time to get off work yet. Are you feeling uncomfortable anywhere? Dr. Zhao brought Wu Yi and Kuangli to the ward. Headache, no strength, Lin Fan said listlessly. This time was a little worse than the last coma, and he couldn't get up immediately, but it was better than the Pangu time, and he was not so weak. My body hurts too. Lin Fan added with a pout. My whole body hurts, like before. Dr. Zhao was also a little nervous. No, I just feel a lot of pain in my joints. Lin Fan could always feel the pain, but most of the time it was the dull pain of chronic inflammation. After saving Pangu last time, the pain in his joints was particularly obvious and never got better. At that time, Dr. Zhao arranged for Song Ren to give Lin Fan a massage. He had been feeling better for a while, but for some reason, he started to feel pain again this time. Was it because of the transformation? Dr. Zhao checked the joints and found no redness, swelling or deformation, and the blood test showed no signs of inflammation or infection. She still suspected that there might be nerve pain. Because medication was not allowed, Song Ren had to help with the massage to relieve the pain. While Song Ren was massaging, the door of the ward opened again. The scientific trio and Ziying heard that Lin Fan had woken up and rushed over. Lin Fan's joints hurt, right? Ke Wenbin frowned and asked when he saw Song Ren massaging Lin Fan's joints as soon as he entered the room. Well, how did you know? Wu Yi was surprised. We just watched the latest video in the laboratory, slow motion at 120 frames per second. We saw Lin Fan's transformation process clearly. Zhang Zhaoji said, a little depressed. If you watch it, you will understand why Lin Fan's joints hurt. Why? Li Chunhua asked blankly. He felt that it might not be good news. Because her mecha came out from her joints. The mecha broke through the skin and flesh, and came out from the joints to wrap around her, becoming what we see. Ziying said in a deep voice. Song Ren unconsciously stopped his movements. Everyone's eyes were focused on Lin Fan's joints. No wonder she cried out in pain. Oh, my Lin Fan is always suffering. Stick it on. Those who have tickets, give them out, hehe. Chapter 84 incomplete. Lin Fan only has some joints that hurt, right? Ke Wenbin looked at Lin Fan and asked. Yes, she usually has pain in the back of the neck, the vertebrae between the back shoulder blades, the back waist, and the arm and leg joints. Song Ren answered. As a master, he knew these pain locations very well. That's right. Wenbin nodded. The mechas come out from these joints. The mechas that come out from the back of the neck wrap around the head upwards to form the head armor. The mechas that come out from the shoulder joints form the shoulder armor. The back middle spine forms the chest armor. The upper and lower arm armors that come out from the wrist joints. And the palms that come out from the wrists. The waist and abdomen scales and hip armors are formed in the back waist, and the leg armors are formed in the knee joints. The mechas that come out from the ankles are the foot mechas. This is the reason why Lin Fan's joints hurt. Dr. Zhao was startled and went over to check carefully. The skin surface was not damaged, not even a red mark. Are you sure it broke through the skin? Dr. Zhao asked back. Yes. Yu Guangli didn't believe it at first. Several people looked at it repeatedly several times before confirming that they were not mistaken. But there was no bleeding. I don't know if it was because the mecha was too sharp or the time was too short, so the blood didn't have time to flow out. Zhang Zhaoji added. Lin Fan, in addition to joint pain, did you feel any other pain? For example, muscle tearing pain? Dr. Zhao asked again. Lin Fan felt it and shook his head. No, it's just that the joints hurt more. Then did your body feel any pain when you transformed? Zhao asked. Lin Fan thought about it, and it seemed that he didn't. I didn't feel any pain in my body at that time, but I felt a special headache. She repeated her feelings when she transformed before. It's not quite what we thought. Yu Guangli scratched his head. We thought that in addition to joints, muscles, and skin would also feel pain. When you turned back to human form, did the mecha also retract to its original position? Couldn't you see the wound at that time? Wu Yi asked. You can see it. We saw the wound, muscles, and even white bones through slow motion, but the wound was not big, and it closed and disappeared quickly. Zhang Zhaoji replied. This is the case even at slow speed. At normal speed, you can't see this process at all. You can only see the smooth skin at the end. Just like now. You didn't have any joint pain when you transformed last time. Li Chunhua didn't understand. They had experienced 3 transformations in total. The first one was when Pangu was formed. At that time, everyone thought that Pangu was too heavy and Lin Fan's joints were damaged, so she felt pain. The second time, she absorbed part of 818, which led to the evolution of the mecha, and she fell asleep for a long time. But after waking up, she was in good condition and could get out of bed at that time, and there was no pain. The third time was today. She did evolve successfully, but she didn't do anything. She was in a coma for a short time, but her joints hurt. It should be that her evolved body has become larger, which has increased the burden on her joints. Wenbin speculated that she might have adapted to the previous transformations, so there was no obvious pain. We also speculate that Lin Fan's current mecha state is not a complete body. Zhao dropped another bomb next to him. Not a complete body? Jin Sichin frowned. Yes, if Lin Fan can absorb 818 to evolve, then the remaining 818 can theoretically become her energy source for evolution. I just don't know why 818's transformation of Lin Fan is not completed in one go, but in so many times. Zhao didn't think it through. The first time 818 came into contact with Lin Fan should be when she jumped into the river. At that time, many people jumped in to save her. Was it because the process was interrupted by too many interferences that it was not completely absorbed? Jin Sichin speculated. There should also be physical limitations, right? With Lin Fan's physical condition at that time, she couldn't bear too much energy. This evolution also shows that the current state of the mecha is almost the limit of her physical capacity. Song Ren also had his own speculation. And at that time, her hand left 818, she lost consciousness, and the transmission channel was disconnected. That's right. Zhao felt that it all made sense. In other words, the mecha is so much taller than Lin Fan, all because the bones were stretched after the transformation? Dr. Zhao felt incredible. How could it still move normally? The previous mecha was more than 2 meters high. Dr. Zhao had wondered what principle could allow a 1.7 meter tall person to grow so much taller. If the mecha stretched the bones inside, it would be completely explainable. But on the other hand, can bones, muscles, and nerves be stretched so much? The latest Mecha is already 2.5 meters high. That is to say, the stretched part reaches 80 centimeters. What kind of concept is this? And Lin Fan didn't feel any pain at all. She even felt that she was more flexible than herself. Now it seems that her body has not been stretched or damaged at all. So how did such a change happen? Hiss. Then Lin Fan. Zhang Zhaoji said with an awkward attitude. I know what you want to ask. Dr. Zhao also thought of it. I can only say that from a biomedical perspective, all of Lin Fan's physical indicators are still human. There is no doubt about that. Her gene sequence and cells are no different from those of normal people. Kuang Li said, it is not ruled out that there are things that cannot be found, but what can be found shows that Lin Fan is indeed an earthling at present. Why do you always worry about whether she is human or not? After all, Jin Sichen is a member of the Special Affairs Office. He has seen many unnatural phenomena and does not care about Lin Fan's abnormality as much as these scientists do. Since she was born, all her information has been turned upside down by us. When Wu Yusen came last time, he also got the genetic samples of her family members. Kuang Li checked them all. The genetic sequence is complete and there is no problem at all. Kuang Li nodded. He told others this privately. Because of Lin Fan's personal feelings, he did not speak publicly at the meeting. Besides, what is your standard for judging whether someone is human or not? Biological indicators? Or abilities that are different from those of ordinary people? If every person with special abilities has to be traced back to whether he is human or not, then our Special Affairs Office will simply not be able to work. Jin Sichen was about to slap the 800 people in the face with the words ignorant and ignorant. There are too many strange people in the Special Affairs Office. According to the public's definition, they are all non-human beings. Many of them can even be found to have genetic problems. Everyone was awakened by Jin Sichen's ridicule. Yes, there is no point in worrying about whether Lin Fan is human or not. Let's not talk about whether it can be checked or not. The point is that the Mecha state they are studying is not something that normal people can do. In fact, this question has no meaning to be explored on the first day they knew that Lin Fan could transform into a Mecha. As long as Lin Fan's Mecha can be normalized and can be well controlled and bring them more research information, then the purpose will be achieved. They are curious about his transformation, but after the transformation, they are investigating whether he is human or not. Isn't this taking advantage of others and being ungrateful? As long as Lin Fan is still Lin Fan, she can skillfully control the Mecha. Why think so much? But where did this Mecha come from? Dr. Zhao quickly changed the subject. I mean, I looked at the film last week carefully, and Kuang Li also checked it. Apart from the needle-like object on the top of the head, there is no other foreign body. No, there is a silver patch on her upper left second molar. Kuang Li said to tease. Dr. Zhao couldn't say he was wrong, and added, yes, she had a cavity before, which should have been filled many years ago. The patch material is silver. Apart from this, there are really no other foreign bodies. So where did those mechas come from? The video shows that they came from Lin Fan's body, but there is nothing in the body. A group of people fell into confusion again. It's always like this. Every time there seems to be some progress, they are trapped by another problem. Actually, I have a terrible idea. Wu Yi raised his hand weakly. How terrible can a girl's idea be? Everyone waited for her to speak nonchalantly. I was thinking, after you saw Lin Fan wrapped in the Mecha, how could you confirm that there was a person inside the Mecha? Wu Yi thought more and more scared. What if the whole body turned into a Mecha, without Lin Fan's body, and only her consciousness was retained? After hearing what Wu Yi said, everyone felt that this possibility was not impossible. Sure enough, compared to the human body being covered with a layer of Mecha equipment, the whole person turning into a steel Mecha from the inside out is more terrifying. Can the machine that takes X-rays verify whether there is a human body inside the Mecha? Zhang Zhaoji asked Dr. Zhao. In theory, it is possible, but the actual operation is not ideal. Dr. Zhao explained in front of everyone's eyes. The internal space of the court machine and the MRI machine is too small, and the Mecha can't enter at all. And Lin Fan's transformation time can't last that long. Besides, The machine may generate a magnetic field when it is in operation, and the material of the mecha has not yet been analyzed. Wouldn't it be okay to do a flat scan? Wu Yi asked. Plane scans are okay, but there are also limitations. Its shooting area is too small. Think about the x-rays you have taken. Dr. Zhao still shook his head. After Lin Fan transforms, she can control her body smoothly and stay still. It's good to take 1 or 2 photos. If she wants to take photos of her whole body, she will have to take many photos. Do you want her precious transformation time to be wasted in one x-ray after another? This is indeed not cost effective. In a short period of time, Lin Fan's transformation time should not exceed 10 seconds. It is indeed a waste to transform countless times just to take a full body x-ray. With this time, the data collection is enough for them to do several modeling. Is there no other way? Zhang Zhaoji turned around and looked around. I'll ask Deputy Director Z later. He knows the other equipment in the institute and may have a solution. Yu Guangli said. Everyone had no other way but to wait for news. There was nothing to say, and it was not good to disturb Lin Fan too much. Everyone retreated one after another. After everyone left, Song Ren continued to massage Lin Fan. It was obviously the same action, but his mood was different. Does the transformation require stretching bones, breaking skin and flesh, enduring headaches, and trying to stay awake every time to barely control it? Sure enough, becoming stronger has a price. It's just that this price is particularly heavy for the weak and sick Lin Fan. Because Song Ren was busy with massage, Li Chunhua went to make dinner. Lin Fan didn't sleep for a long time, so he didn't drink porridge at night, but ate a normal nutritious meal. During the meal, Jin Sichin chatted with Lin Fan about everything inconspicuously, making sure that Lin Fan had no other negative emotions except pain. After dinner, she felt much better. After Song Ren's massage, her joints didn't hurt so much, so she wanted to go back to the dormitory. No one likes to stay in the ward for a long time. After getting permission from Dr. Zhao, the group returned to the dormitory under the stars. Lin Fan looked fine, said goodbye to everyone, and closed the door. Song Ren and Li Chunhua saw from the surveillance that Lin Fan fell asleep quickly and didn't move. You watch first, I'll go out for a while, Song Ren said to Li Chunhua. Li Chunhua understood immediately and hesitated. He knew in his heart that some words should not be said, some words cannot be said, some words, saying them is useless. In the end, he just nodded silently, staring at the motionless purple-red shadow on the screen, not looking at Song Ren. Song Ren left his residence quietly and drove away. Jin Sichin watched him leave from behind the dark window, staring for a long time, and then slowly walked away. The car drove to the bottom of the office building. The lobby on the first floor was empty. Song Ren walked into the elevator and pressed the button for the 7th floor. Li Chunhua didn't want Song Ren to go to report because little Li had Lin Fan in his heart. Some people say that he worked hard to write 200,000 words in the mail channel and accumulated 2,000 collections. I'm so envious. I have 270,000 words and only 87 collections. 555. Please vote. Chapter 85. Naming Rights Dispute. Song Ren didn't stay in the director's office for long. After returning, Li Chunhua didn't come up to talk like before, still sitting in front of the monitor, watching the still picture motionlessly. Song Ren didn't say anything either, took his clothes, and went into the bathroom. The sound of water splashing came, and Li Chunhua turned around, glanced at the place, where people just stood, and sighed. Ever since he knew the truth about Lin Fan's transformation, the daily surveillance work has always been particularly difficult for him. When Lin Fan first came, he was a little dissatisfied with her, and always wanted to catch her pigtails in the surveillance. Of course, it was impossible to succeed. When she was alone, Lin Fan lay in bed most of the time, either watching TV or sleeping directly. From the surveillance, it can be seen that there are almost still pictures, and it is rare to move. He and Song Ren watched it all night. He often yawned, and he had doubts in his heart about such surveillance work. What is the purpose of this? Later, knowing that Lin Fan could transform, he finally understood why she was being monitored. But at that time, his position changed again. Lin Fan has become his own child. Staring at him every day is abnormal, isn't it? It's obviously meaningless, but it has to be done. I feel uncomfortable, but I have to do it. Don't ask. Just ask the mission. I stole a glance at the screen. Well, Lin Fan went to the toilet and went back to lie down. Let two men monitor a woman. The boss is really. Lee Chun-hua shook his head and looked back at the monitoring screen. If Lin Fan finds out one day, they will be beaten to death, right? He sighed again and prayed secretly. It would be great if the boss could bring back an order to terminate the monitoring one day. Song Ren was immersed in cold water, and Cui Yan's words kept appearing in his mind. You can't kill it, Cui Yan said in a cold tone. You can only kill Lin Fan. Cui Yan didn't seem to care about Lin Fan's control over the mecha, but was only concerned about whether Song Ren could suppress her. After Cui Yan knew that the people of 623 were helpless against 818, he specially equipped Song Ren and Lee Chun-hua with the latest weapons. Although he failed to use it, he was sure that it had no effect on Lin Fan's mecha. To eliminate this threat, he had to do it before Lin Fan transformed. Song Ren could attack the mecha, and he would fight back, even if he was defeated. But could he attack Lin Fan? Cui Yan obviously didn't need his answer, but kept reminding Song Ren what the real purpose of sending him to Lin Fan was. For a moment, Song Ren's expectation for Lin Fan to control the mecha exceeded Lin Fan himself. As long as Lin Fan could control the mecha smoothly, could the alert be lifted? Not necessarily. When he couldn't control it, the alert was for the huge destructive power brought by the mecha, and Lin Fan was just a small role. Once Lin Fan completely controlled the mecha, the object of the alert really became Lin Fan. Song Ren shook his head violently, threw away these messy thoughts, and washed quickly. The next day at work, Yu Guangli brought everyone the latest good news. Zibisheng said that Pangu had a large perspective machine that was 3 meters high. No one asked why there was such a large X-ray device. It was just specially developed for a certain research. But it was indeed solved to take a full body X-ray of Lin Fan's mecha to understand the urgent need for the internal structure. Although it takes a while for Lin Fan to recover before he can transform again, everyone is still very happy and walks happily. Through the video of the last transformation, Zhajing made the latest mecha 3D imaging, which is on display in the laboratory 24 hours a day. 818 was locked in the safe of the laboratory because no research results were achieved for the time being, and it is an important energy source for evolution. It was replaced by the latest 3D mecha imaging, standing in the middle of the laboratory. Anyone who opens the door can see the majestic red and white mecha. I say, should we give her a name? Zhang Zhaoji said while drawing. It always feels like we don't take it seriously enough when we always call her mecha. Ke Wenbin agreed. Yeah, it's hard to say Lin Fan's transformed mecha or Lin Fan's mecha every time. Although the mecha and Lin Fan are one, their states are two different, so there should be a distinction. Lin Fan is Lin Fan, and the mecha is the mecha. Yu Guangli nodded in agreement. Just like Pangu, she should also have a resounding code name. And with a code name, it will seem to have nothing to do with Lin Fan to outsiders. Zhajing also thinks that the mecha should have an independent name. The fewer people who know about Lin Fan's affairs, the better. If they get used to saying Lin Fan's mecha and outsiders hear it when they are not paying attention, it may cause unexpected risks and troubles. It's better to give it a code name. What should I call it? Zhang Zhaoji became excited again. Yu Guangli quickly stopped him. You should hurry up and do your work. We will discuss the naming later when we have a meeting. Ever since 818 was successfully named by Zhang Zhaoji, he began to have an inexplicable obsession with naming. But everyone was obviously no longer willing to endure the torture a second time. Once the name of the mecha is determined, it has to be often said orally. Looking at the 3D display in the center of the laboratory, who can bear to give it a weird name? The others retracted their gazes and were extremely scared. They thought about looking for literature and materials to see if there were any good names that could be used. Although the last transformation event was very short, with the help of slow motion camera, several people have calculated the external data of the mecha. Zhang Zhaoji was busy with the appearance design. According to the appearance of Lin Fan's mecha, adjust and improve the original humanoid mecha of 800. Make it closer to the evolved mecha in appearance. Yu Guangli studied the power structure of the mecha, and then discussed with Zhang Zhaoji which parts of the humanoid mecha's appearance needed to be modified. While studying the 818 prototype, Ke Wenbin was looking for suitable materials for the newly designed mecha, and modeling it manually. Zhajing continued to do his own programming. Because he was improving on the successful operation of Pangu's intelligence system, his workload was not as heavy as the other three. In order not to repeat the naming tragedy of 818, he rarely did not busy himself with programming, but searched the ancient poetry collection to find a suitable name for his goddess. The news that the mecha would be named at the next meeting spread in the 623 group. Everyone thought of 818 and started reading like Zhajing. After Jin Sichin reported the information to the Special Affairs Office, he also began to flip through the book. Lin Fan is from the Special Affairs Office. How can the naming rights of the mecha be given to 800? Is this a joke? The director specially entrusted Jin Sichin, who is online with double business, to grab the naming rights. This made Jin Sichin more urgent than ever. Naming is a very subjective thing. Unless everyone complains about it like 818, it is generally difficult to say who is good and who is not. Despite this, he still couldn't give up easily and tried to look for various books and materials. Why are you reading this kind of book recently? Lin Fan asked in confusion when he saw Jin Sichin carrying the classic of mountains and seas around more than once. Jin Sichin is not a book lover, and the books that usually appear in his hands are psychology related. Classic of Mountains and Seas? If I remember correctly, it is an ancient mythology book, right? Lin Fan, you don't know. Jin Sichin was about to reply. Li Chunhua sat down and said, they said that they will give your mecha a name at the next meeting. In order to avoid another 818, even I'm trying hard to find a good name. Oh, Lin Fan understood. She thought it was also good to name the mecha, so Jin Sichin wanted to find a name from the classic of Mountains and Seas? She thought about it. It seemed that there were monsters in the classic of Mountains and Seas. Do you have any ideas? Jin Sichin saw her thinking and asked, if you have any wishes, it must be based on your wishes. Yes. No one can deny the name that Lin Fan said himself. After all, he was naming himself. As long as it is not particularly strange, it will definitely be more acceptable than the names provided by others. At least there is no need to go through the dispute between the Special Affairs Office and 800. To his disappointment, Lin Fan had no desire to use his brain. Seeing that trouble was coming to her, she dodged as much as possible. You guys are busy. You guys are busy. I'm going to do exercises. Song Ren smiled, stood up from the chair, and walked to the cushioned area, cooperating with Lin Fan's escape. Lin Fan started the day's exercise. Everyone said that her physique was the key factor affecting the transformation. She had no other way except to work hard to improve it. Although the pain in her joints has not completely subsided, she can already do the half-hour aerobics completely. The movements are also quite decent. And after finishing, she will no longer collapse on the ground, but will just sweat profusely, feel weak all over, and breathe rapidly. The next time she transforms, her physique must be stronger, so that she can verify whether everyone's speculation is correct. This is all she can do. Because the intensity of exercise increases, the consumption naturally increases. Lin Fan has lost weight visibly. She herself was not aware of it, but she always felt her pants slipping down, and she had to tighten the waistband from time to time. Song Ren found out, and took her to the infirmary to weigh herself. The weighing shocked everyone. She weighed only 140 pounds, which was more than 12 pounds lighter than last week. Although she has been exercising more, it is not reasonable to lose so much weight in a week. After all, the intensity of aerobics and walking a few kilometers is not that high. The only possibility is the upgraded mecha. Will it still absorb her own energy after the transformation? Zhang Zhaoji was amazed. If the mecha is regarded as a carrying system, the end of the transformation is equivalent to hibernation, and it will also occupy a lot of resources in the background. As long as the power is not cut off, this process will continue. Zhajing gave everyone an analogy from his perspective. Lin Fan thought this way of losing weight was good, and she could lose weight without moving. But obviously everyone didn't think so. Everyone looked at her with an expression of she is going to be sucked dry. Wu Yi quickly re-prepared the meal according to Lin Fan's latest consumption to ensure that the intake could keep up. Before, because of her small appetite, small consumption, and the need to lose fat, her food intake was not large. But after this incident, not only did she eat a lot more, she also added afternoon tea and supper. Was this because they were afraid that she would not gain weight? However, Lin Fan's worries did not come true. Although she ate more, exercised more, and Song Ren also got her new clothes in a smaller size, her flesh was still decreasing day by day. This seems to be bad. How can we stop consumption or achieve a balance? Except for Lin Fan, everyone felt panic. Oh, Lin Fan is really thin now. Zibisheng saw Lin Fan with his own eyes, and then he realized how terrible it was that Guangli said she was very thin. The simple numbers are far less shocking than what you see with your naked eyes. When she first entered 800, Lin Fan weighed 170 pounds. Because of swelling, the whole person was bulging, so it was not strange to say that she weighed 200 pounds. And now, less than 2 months later, Zibisheng saw Lin Fan again, and she was only more than 130 pounds. She looked good, her spirit was still okay, and her eyes were a little bigger. Seeing Zibisheng, he smiled faintly. Zibisheng's smile remained unchanged, but he felt something was wrong. If every transformation meant taking a lot of energy from Lin Fan's body, and it didn't stop even after the transformation, then this. Deputy Director Z, why are you here? Song Ren asked, interrupting Zibisheng's thoughts. Zibisheng is a busy man, and you don't see him easily. When you see him, it's usually something big. Oh, didn't you say you were going to name the Mecha? I'm here to join in the fun. Zibisheng replied with a smile. Jin Sichin came out of the studio and heard this, and his heart skipped a beat. Why is Zibisheng here? Exclamation mark. Didn't he only show up on the first day? I haven't seen him in 623 for so long, and I thought he could still fight with those guys in 623. When Zibisheng came, he was a king bomb. Not to mention that he is over 70 years old. He is also a respected scientist in the academic circle. Even the director has to bow his head in front of him when he comes. How can he fight? Jin Sichin looked sullen, watching everyone enter the meeting room one after another, and followed them reluctantly. He muttered to himself that the 800 people were not fair. TSK. This time, I'm afraid I can't win. What should I do if I can't win? Dr. Jin is so pitiful. Come on, vote. Come on, cheer for Dr. Jin. Don't you all like Dr. Jin? Chapter 86 stars. Zibisheng's arrival finally made the vacant main seat full of people. Everyone in 623 gave him detailed work reports one by one. The report of the scientific trio was about the different forms of Lin Fan's mechas to evolutions and related data. In addition, they were inspired by the mecha and made progress in improving and developing their own humanoid mecha. Zhajing continued to work tirelessly as an assistant, showing everyone various data and pictures. The medical trio summarized Lin Fan's physical changes, stable values, and hidden worries. Song Ren stated the recent exercise plan and the improvement of Lin Fan's physical fitness. Jin Sichin also talked about the psychological recovery, which was very gratifying overall. Zibisheng listened carefully and kept taking notes. Good progress. I thought it would take longer. Zibisheng's usual serious face was smiling. He really thought that Lin Fan's transformation would have to wait until her condition recovered to a certain extent before progress could be made. He didn't expect that there would be so many discoveries in more than a month. Although there are more unknowns, the overall situation is still optimistic. He first praised everyone's efforts, and then encouraged everyone to keep up the good work. The other functions of the mecha will be launched after Lin Fan can fully control the mecha. Don't worry, the current progress is already very fast, and you still have a lot of time. Zibisheng really felt that the progress was gratifying, so he didn't rush. As for the current problems regarding this consumption, continue to execute according to the current plan. Pay attention. You must ensure Lin Fan's health. Pay attention to the observation data and adjust at any time. Zibisheng assigned tasks to the medical team. Yes, we will be careful. Dr. Zio spoke on behalf of the team. Regarding the internal structure of the mecha, there is a large X-ray machine over at Pangu. We can take Lin Fan to take a picture and see what it looks like inside. Zibishan glanced at the notebook and continued. Not everyone can enter the Pangu test site. Without Zibishing, even Yu Guangli could not enter. Zhajing does not count. He was originally a member of the project team. Today, Li Chunhua asked in surprise. It depends on Lin Fan. Does her current physical condition allow her to transform? Zibishan asked, rubbing his hands. He has been able to receive written reports from Yu Guangli. He thinks that it has been almost 10 days since the last transformation, and his physical condition is also improving. In theory, it should be okay. But when he saw Lin Fan today, he was a little worried about her current condition and became uncertain. If your speculation is correct, the Mecha has been absorbing Lin Fan's energy, and I don't know when it will stop. Then when is the right time to transform? Will it get worse as time goes by? Zibishan asked. The buffer period for each transformation is too long, and there are many uncertainties every time. It may not be a good thing to delay too long. Moreover, he is more concerned about the internal state of the Mecha. Is there a person inside, or has it become a completely steel existence? It is said that Lin Fan can control the Mecha and is in a stable state after the transformation. He also wants to see what level he can reach. In addition, there are always people on Pangu's side asking about the condition of the injured driver. So it is better to go to take pictures sooner rather than later. If you can go earlier, go earlier. In fact, the next transformation originally scheduled for 623 is only in these few days, so it is not too forced. Dr. Zhao glanced at Song Ren and said, her current physique is much stronger than the last time she transformed. Apart from the constant consumption, she should not go into shock like last time after the transformation. But to be on the safe side, it's better for me to go with you. Well, you must go with you. Song Ren, Li Chunhua, you have to go too. After Zibishan nodded, he looked at Jin Sichin on his left who was staring at him, and said with a smile, Dr. Jin will naturally go with you. Although the others were regretful, they all understood the rules. Not everyone can go to Pangu. I'll go with you too. It's more convenient with more people. Zhajing was originally in the Pangu project team. He didn't need Zibishan to lead him, and he could go by himself. Zibishan nodded in agreement, and after arranging the accompanying personnel, he ended the topic. Then, the only thing left is the naming of the Mecha. Zibishan looked at the reasons crossed out on the notebook one by one, and looked at everyone. I heard that you are all ready. Come on, tell me. Let's see what good names you have. The atmosphere in the conference room changed immediately. Zhang Zhaoji first excitedly said a few names that were a combination of letters and numbers, but was criticized by the people who had been prepared. He couldn't react for a moment. Obviously, everyone liked X0-818 last time. Why did it change so quickly now? Confused, Zhang Zhaoji was driven to the whiteboard to be a recorder and help others write candidate words. How about Phoenix? Yu Guangli asked excitedly, an ancient mythical beast, mighty and domineering. Domineering, but doesn't the phoenix have colorful feathers? It doesn't look like Lin Fan's Mecha. Zhang Zhaoji questioned, and wrote the two words on the whiteboard obediently. And phoenix is a collective name, the male is Feng and the female is Huang. This name doesn't seem to be so suitable. Zhajing just felt that it was rustic and found a cultural excuse. Yu Guangli had no choice. He didn't know much about this. Being able to say a phoenix was already his limit. Wu Yi and Dr. Zhao said a few names they liked, but they were all plant or drug names. It sounds good, but it doesn't seem to match the Mecha. The two of them knew that their chances were slim, so they just wanted to participate. They didn't care much about being rejected, and smiled as they prepared to listen to other people's suggestions. How about Bifeng? It's also a legendary beast. Ke Wenbin nominated with a little trepidation. After Yu Guangli was rejected, he felt that his Bifeng was not good, but he had thought about it, and it would be a pity not to say it, so he just said it. Bifeng is cyan, which doesn't match white. Sure enough, Zhang Zhaoji jumped to object again. Ke Wenbin suspected that he was rejected because he was rejected, so he would reject everything he heard as revenge. Bifeng is a mount. I don't think this is good. Wu Yi frowned and said, where did you see it? Ke Wenbin didn't see any explanation in this regard when he checked the information. It's in the TV series. The heroine uses Biffin as a mount to fly around. Wu Yi was talking about the recently popular fairy drama. Biffin does appear as a mount for immortals. Your one doesn't count. It's all fictional. Ke Wenbin knew that there was little hope, but he couldn't help but refute Wu Yi. He didn't want the mythical beast he found to be reduced to a mount. Han Fizi 10 mistakes records. In the past, Huangdi met with ghosts and gods on Mount Te, driving an elephant cart and 6 dragons, and Biffin was under his control. Jin Sichin added, in this case, Biffin can't even be considered a mount. Ke Wenbin was stunned. How could his Biffin be so much worse than the phoenix? He finally accepted the reality and continued to listen to other people's speeches with his head down. What about Nuwa? Jin Sichin spoke anyway, so he just said it directly. He looked through the classic of mountains and seas, saw all kinds of monsters and demons, and finally felt that the name Nuwa was more suitable. She is the mother of mankind and the mother of the earth, the ancient wise king, the leader of the matriarchal clan, and one of the 3 emperors of ancient times. Representing the origin, isn't this the same as Lin Fan's Mecha? Jin Sichin pointed out the representative meaning of Nuwa. Everyone thought about what he said and felt that it made sense. As a well-known goddess in mythology, Nuwa does have a pivotal position. More importantly, she and Pangu are both one of the 3 emperors. If the name is confirmed, it is obviously a series. Although there are many different versions of the 3 emperors of ancient times, it is undoubted that Pangu and Nuwa are among the 3 emperors. But, calling her Nuwa is unlucky. Just when everyone thought that Nuwa was quite appropriate, Kuang Li spoke up. Unlucky? Jin Sichin widened his eyes. What's unlucky about it? Nuwa repaired the sky and died. Kuang Li said word by word. Everyone just remembered that there is this legend. Jin Sichin almost wanted to cover his head. You, a person who studies science every day, actually said seriously whether a name is auspicious or not? Crossing the line, right? There are many legends about ancient mythological figures. If you believe that Nuwa created humans, then you must believe that Nuwa repaired the sky. Although Nuwa repairing the sky is a great story praised by everyone, it cannot hide the fact that the ending is tragic. Jin Sichin died. Although he felt that things were not good when he saw Zibishing, he was very confident, but in terms of names, no one was better than Nuwa. Then you say a few auspicious ones. Jin Sichin challenged Kuang Li unconvinced. The 4 great mythical beasts in ancient China, Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, Black Tortoise. Kuang Li threw out his answer. You can choose one from them. White Tiger? I feel that the pattern is not big enough. Ke Wenbin shook his head and eliminated one. Black Tortoise is definitely not okay. It sounds clumsy. Zhang Zhaoji also eliminated one. Suzaku doesn't seem to be a particularly good match. Zhajing was also picky. Although the Mecha has a lot more red decorations after evolution, the overall color is still mostly white. And the word sounds rather stingy. King Long is not suitable either. Jin Sichin was not polite. It's okay if the color is wrong, but it's so tough. It sounds like a male name. Everyone thought it was right. Zibisheng spoke up at this time. How about Honglang? Everyone was stunned. It seemed better and suitable, but it just felt a little earthy. What should I do? Zibisheng's face cannot be easily refuted. Everyone looked left and right. Who hasn't spoken yet? Is there no better choice? Zhajing couldn't stand it anymore. What kind of stuff is this? Is it going to be used on her goddess? I'll say one. He used some effort and spoke in a slightly louder voice. Night departure from Shigwan Pavilion by Zilingan of the Southern Song Dynasty. One of the lines. Birds return to rest on the oars of the state, and the stars and waves are destined to go on a military expedition. The 2 words Zinglan in it mean, the night is about to end. Zinglan? It sounds nice, and the meaning is good. The group of people finally broke free from the birds and beasts, and heard different words. Jin Sichin also thought it was good. He looked at Lin Fan and asked, what do you think? Do you have any favorites? Everyone looked at Lin Fan, and the final decision was still in Lin Fan's hands. Lin Fan heard a bunch of names and thought it didn't matter what they said. But when he heard the name Zhajing said at the end, he couldn't help but think of something. Do you remember a poem about change flying to the moon? Lin Fan asked everyone present. This, who can remember it all at once? Change should regret stealing the elixir, and the blue sea and blue sky are in her heart every night. Zajing has been studying ancient poems recently and vaguely remembers this sentence. Yes, the first stanza of this poem. Seeing that no one remembered, Lin Fan said it himself. The candlelight is deep on the Mecha screen, and the long river gradually falls, and the morning star sinks. This poem was written when she was a child. When she heard the story of Change flying to the moon, she thought it was so beautiful that she took the trouble to memorize it. Otherwise, she wouldn't have remembered it so clearly after all these years. Which word do you want to use? Everyone couldn't understand Lin Fan's meaning at once. The stars sink. Lin Fan also thought of this poem when he heard Zajing's star waves. Everyone pondered over these two words again and again, and they could indeed sense a vast universe, an incomparably broad and ethereal beauty. The stars were scattered and slowly sank in the dawn of dawn. Wait, I just checked. That Chen, is it the Chen in sinking? Zajing was also influenced by Kuangli and was struggling over whether it was auspicious or not. Yes, so I have to change a word. Change the Chen in sinking to the Chen in the sun, moon, and stars. Lin Fan smiled slightly. Stars, what do you think? Oops, this name, when it was 1500 words, it was called Red Dragon. Hahaha, although it's very earthy, but I can't think of a better name. As a result, when I was writing the dialogue between the few people below, I went to the internet to search for materials, and found that poem. I felt that Zinglan was very nice, but I didn't want to give up Red Dragon. After all, it had already appeared when I was thinking about the outline. Earth returns to Earth. There is emotion. Then I suddenly found that there is a star in my book title. Oops, the title of the book was also picked by me casually. I'm really a little genius. Hahaha. So the name of the mecha became like this. Are you satisfied? Vote to tell me. Chapter 87 Underground Fortress. Stars. It can be used as a general term for all the stars in the universe, often appearing at the same time as the sun and the moon. This saying has existed since ancient times. In the Taoist system, the sun, the moon, the stars, and the stars are called the four images. Shuowen says, stars refer to the 5 latitudes, and the stars are the lights of the night. Stars are the essence of all things, and the stars are listed above. Book of Documents Yaodian says, according to prose, they are all called stars, and in prose, the 5 latitudes are stars, and the 28 nights are stars. Sun, moon, stars. In addition to the meaning of stars, the word can also represent the 4 seasons in the ancient calendar. In the Book of Changes, the time of Chen refers to 7 to 9 in the morning, and can also be used with the heavenly stems to record years and months. At the same time, the word is often used in poems and literary works to refer to years, brilliant lights, etc. When this name came out, everyone felt that it was very suitable. Even Zajing couldn't find any faults. Zibishan knew that the matter was settled when he saw everyone's expressions. Okay, let's call it Xingqian. He also thought this name was very good. From now on, Lin Fan's mecha will be officially named Xingqian. After saying that, he took the lead in applauding. The others followed suit, with obvious happiness on their faces. Of course, the happiest one was Jin Sichin. He laughed wantonly and clapped hard. Haha. In this battle, the Special Affairs Office won after all. After the meeting, they will go to take x-rays. Ke Wenbin pulled the 818 out of the safe. The half-person high thing still takes up a lot of space. He watched Song Ren put the 818 into a huge equipment box and put it on his back. Wait. He called Song Ren, hurriedly took a small sample, put it in a box, and handed it to him. Take this. Let Lin Fan try it first to see if the transformation has any requirements for the size of the key. Ke Wenbin had this idea a long time ago and wanted to let Lin Fan try it next time, but he didn't expect Zibishan to suddenly appear today. In order not to waste an opportunity, he could only entrust Song Ren to help. Song Ren also understood what he meant. If Lin Fan could transform by touching the sample, then he wouldn't have to take 818 repeatedly in the future. He shook the box on his back. It wasn't heavy for him, but it was too big and very eye-catching. He held the box with the sample tightly, nodded to Ke Wenbin, and turned to leave. On the other side, Wu Yi and Kuang Li couldn't follow, so they helped Dr. Zhao pack up the first aid supplies. Dr. Zhao couldn't carry the 3 big bags. Fortunately, Zhao Jing also went with them. He and Li Chunhua could help carry things. The group, Lin Fan, Jin Sichen, and Dr. Zhao were all empty-handed. Song Ren carried a huge equipment box. Zhao Jing held a notebook in one hand and an oxygen pillow in the other. Li Chunhua carried a large bag in each hand without any effort. They quickly left the 623 office area with Zibisheng, who was holding a softcover notebook. Lin Fan had been in 800 for a while and often went back and forth between the villa area and the office building. She had never walked on other roads. Zibisheng and a few others took a minibus and passed by the Pangu test site. Lin Fan had actually been to this place before, but she was unconscious at the time and later fell into a coma, so naturally she had no impression of it. Not far from the test site, there was a row of metal bungalows, a bit like an open-air bunker. The car stopped, and Zibisheng led everyone to the gate. When he arrived in front of the door, his badge was recognized by the access control system, and the door automatically slid open to both sides. After entering, he walked through a short passage and came to a thick metal door. He pressed his palm on the identifier next to him. After the electronic screen scanned the palm print, the heavy metal door slid open to both sides, revealing the cabin inside. This is an elevator. Lin Fan understood. Zibisheng led people in and started the elevator with his palm print. The metal door outside slowly closed, and the metal door inside the cabin also closed at the same time, and the elevator began to descend. The elevator was not slow, and Lin Fan felt weightless for a moment. After waiting quietly for more than a minute, the elevator door finally opened. Lin Fan saw the kind of high-tech passage that can only be seen in science fiction movies. Various machines and pipelines are neatly arranged at the top of the high passage, and there are various cold lights on the side, and occasionally some small lights that are used for unknown purposes are flashing. Everyone seemed to have entered a science fiction movie. It was a completely different world underground. Lin Fan couldn't help but think of the underground space of the Special Affairs Office, which was exactly the same as the ground, trying to create an undifferentiated real world. And the underground of 800 is a high-tech world. The few people didn't have much time to react and followed Zibisheng out of the elevator. Deputy Director Z, a guard stood on each side of the elevator. Seeing a few unfamiliar faces, he asked Zibisheng, "I'll take people to Pangu, you guys register." Zibisheng naturally knew the rules. Yes. A guard took out a cricket bat-like instrument and scanned it on the badges of Lin Fan and the others. There was only a beep sound, and it was completed in a few seconds. "Please do not move outside the Pangu cave." "Pangu cave?" Li Chunhua asked curiously in a low voice with her bag in both hands. "It's the Pangu experimental field. They think it's cooler to call it the Pangu cave." Zhao Jing shrugged, not agreeing with the naming ability of these researchers. Oh. Li Chunhua gained new knowledge and felt very happy. The underground passage is very spacious and high, and it doesn't feel crowded at all. This is an underground fortress project dug in the rock layer. It's very solid. It took more than 10 years to dig it out. Zibisheng led a group of people to stand on the conveyor belt and introduced it at the same time. There is a conveyor belt 1 person wide on each side of the passage. When no one stands on it, it is no different from the surrounding floor. When someone stands on it, it will automatically teleport forward. It's a bit like the conveyor belt at the airport, but it looks more secretive than that, just with a yellow line marked at the boundary. Li Chunhua's first reaction was that there must be lanes underground. Jin Sichen was also surprised. This underground space is endless at a glance, not as small as the Special Affairs Office. There is a small tram for transportation after the elevator of the Special Affairs Office. Why is there nothing in this 800? It's going to be a dead rhythm. Well, so I'm waiting here. This comparison immediately shows the technological content. I walked on the conveyor belt for quite some time, changing directions a few times. Occasionally, I would see a few staff members coming out of different doors. They went to different directions through the conveyor belt. We are here. Zibisheng stopped in front of a door. The door was just an ordinary iron grey metal door, without any special patterns or logos. There was something like a symbol on the top of the door frame. Lin Fan took a look and said he didn't recognize it. Zibisheng still used his palm print to open the door. The door opened, but Pangu was not seen inside. Li Chunhua, who was looking around, was a little disappointed. Deputy Director Z is here. The staff inside the door saw Zibisheng and greeted him. Who are these people? It's the Mecha that saved Pangu last time, the driver, and her colleagues and doctors. Zibisheng turned to look at Lin Fan and said half truthfully, oh, who is it? After the staff member reacted, his eyes lit up immediately, searching for a few times, and his eyes were locked between Song Ren and Li Chunhua. Zibisheng did not answer. He turned around and looked at Dr. Zhao and said, I plan to take everyone to Pangu first. Dr. Zhao, do you want to go to the equipment room and wait for a while, or go with us to see Pangu? After all, Dr. Zhao is a bit old and his physical strength is not as good as that of young people, so it is necessary to ask. Dr. Zhao originally wanted to take a look, but when he saw the pile of things in Li Chunhua and Ziyajing's hands, he didn't want to bother others. Considering that he might face emergency treatment later, it would also take a lot of physical strength, so he gave up and said, I'll go first, and put the things away in advance. As for Pangu, she was not so interested in it. It would be better if she had the opportunity to see it in the future, but it didn't matter if she couldn't see it. Okay, you go first. Zibisheng nodded. I'll go with Dr. Zhao. Ziyajing was afraid that Dr. Zhao would not be used to being alone, so he specifically asked to accompany him. He could see Pangu at any time, so he didn't care about this moment. Li Chunhua carried 2 large bags of things and stared at everyone with wide eyes. What should he do? He wanted to see Pangu. How could Zibisheng not know what he was thinking? He called a guard, took the things in his hand, and sent Dr. Zhao and the other 2 to the equipment room. Li Chunhua was relieved and happy. He followed Lin Fan closely. We are going to see Pangu. After walking a distance and passing through several doors, the huge figure of Pangu finally appeared in front of them. Hey, come and see. The driver who saved Pangu last time is here. The staff member who met at the door ran to the front of them and shouted loudly. The quiet and orderly space suddenly became noisy. Where is he? Let me see. Let me see. Who saved Pangu? Buzzing discussions came from all directions and disappeared after Zibisheng coughed. Deputy Z, the chief engineer, hurried over. Well, I'll bring people to take a look. You guys do your own things. Zibisheng said. Yes, everyone is also concerned about the current situation of the driver. The person in charge explained with a smile. Last time he fell from such a high place, everyone has been very worried. Now it seems he should have recovered well. The person in charge looked at Lin Fan and the other 4 behind Zibisheng with a smile on his face. After searching for a while, his eyes finally settled on Song Ren, who was closer to Zibisheng. This young man was tall and strong, with a strong body, carrying an equipment box on his back, and standing directly behind Deputy Director Z. It must be him. The chief engineer showed his greatest kindness to Song Ren, and asked with concern, how are you? Are you not seriously injured? Jin Sichin was directly ignored because he was dressed in fancy clothes, with red lips and white teeth, and wearing sunglasses indoors, looking like a coquettish pretty boy. Among the 3 people wearing reserve team uniforms, Song Ren and Li Chunhua were wearing regular clothes, with upright postures and full of energy. Lin Fan, however, was listlessly wearing a training uniform that didn't fit him well. He didn't look like a reserve team member at all. He looked like a passerby who borrowed the training uniform. Moreover, Song Ren and Li Chunhua stood behind Lin Fan on the left and right, and Lin Fan walked behind Zibisheng. At first glance, it did look like Song Ren was following Zibisheng. No one would have thought that this woman who was wearing baggy clothes, looked listless and inconspicuous, was the Mecha pilot they had been dreaming of. After all, in terms of physical strength, physiology and other aspects, women are naturally weaker than men. Generally speaking, male pilots are given priority. There are also female pilots in the reserve team, who are also very good, but their number is indeed small, very few. The chief engineer has seen those girls, and each of them is heroic. He took another look at the listless Lin Fan, and couldn't help but compare them secretly. The gap is probably as big as 1,000,000 miles. You all admitted your mistakes. Hahaha. Will you be slapped in the face after knowing the truth? Come on, everyone, vote more, and wait. Chapter 88 Cognitive Biases. Song Ren was surprised to find that the other party had recognized the wrong person. He also appeared in the camera at the end of the Pangu video. But it might be that the camera was not close enough to capture his close-up, or maybe everyone's attention was on the Mecha at that time, and no one noticed that it was him who came forward to save people. Later, Cui Yan quickly intercepted all the videos, and Pangu's people had no way to watch it back. It was normal that they didn't recognize him, based on the little memory at that time. He calmly said nothing, and looked at Zibisheng. Zibisheng certainly hoped to blur Lin Fan's existence, and smiled at Song Ren. Song Ren knew what to do immediately. I'm fine. I got some minor injuries, but I'm much better now. Song Ren didn't say he was or he wasn't, and directly answered the other party's question. Of course, you can't tell the truth completely. It's impossible to say that you are not injured after falling from such a high place. Telling a little lie can both appease the other party and stop the next question. Oh, that's good, that's good. As expected, the chief engineer didn't continue to ask. He saw the eye contact between Zibisheng and Song Ren, guessing that it involved confidential information, and smiled knowingly. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, he went about his own business. The staff soon found out that the tall man carrying the equipment box was the driver who rescued Pangu last time. That's the captain and instructor of our reserve team. He's really amazing. Pangu's driver was naturally very familiar with Song Ren and praised him to others. So Song Ren's identity was confirmed. When everyone's eyes were focused on Song Ren, Lee Chun-ho was concentrating on looking at Pangu. It's so big, he whispered as he approached Lin Fan. It was because Lin Fan's social distance had become smaller now, otherwise only Song Ren could hear his muttering. In the open space, the most eye-catching thing was naturally Pangu, and the second was the huge scaffolding-like equipment platform built around Pangu. The staff were busy on those layers of platforms. But now, most of them stopped their work and leaned over the railings to watch Song Ren. Pangu stood quietly not far ahead. At Lin Fan's height, he could only see the top of Pangu's feet. The height of more than 70 meters is as high as more than 20 floors. The higher you go, the harder it is to see clearly. Lin Fan saw Pangu up close for the first time. Compared with the shock of the last time, he always felt that something seemed to be missing. Jin Sichen was the opposite of her, and was full of emotion. Before seeing Pangu, he, like all ordinary people, thought that the space station being built in outer space was already the highest level of technological development. After seeing Pangu, he knew that he seemed to be wrong. The technological strength shown by 800 far exceeds the current level of public cognition. Today, when he came to the underground fortress, he saw with his own eyes all kinds of high-tech products that were higher than the outside world's cognition, and they have long been used in normal use here. This discovery once again shows that the outside world has a deviation in the positioning of 800. Do you think what you see is all? No. You only see what they let you see. 800's real technological strength is much higher than what he shows. After seeing everything in the underground fortress, you will never be amazed by the various virtual high-tech and science fiction movies again. Here, those things have become commonplace and ordinary. Jin Sichen has seen all kinds of strange people and things in the Special Affairs Office, and at this moment he has to admit that he is not very knowledgeable. Think about the row of brand new fighter jets on the apron. When he passed by the flight base on the first day, he didn't see any familiar ones at a glance. I thought it was because he didn't know much about military equipment that he couldn't recognize the various models of fighter jets. But now I think that those may be new models that have been developed. 800 is so hidden. The level of technological development is obviously so high. Why is it hidden? Several speculations flashed through Jin Sichen's mind in an instant. TSK. He chuckled and was shocked. He said, how could he, an outsider of 800, be brought into such a confidential place so easily? Humph. Accompanying Lin Fan is second, Zibisheng is taking the opportunity to show him the strength of 800, the power of technology. What a pity. He signed a confidentiality agreement and can't say anything. I can't tell you. Let's go up and take a look. Zibisheng saw that Jin Sichin had been staring at Pangu and seemed to be very interested, so he invited politely. Jin Sichin looked at the towering equipment platforms, frowned slightly, and asked Lin Fan, "Do you want to go up and take a look?" Go, go, go. Lee Chun-ho was afraid that Lin Fan would not agree and kept muttering, "This little Lee." Lin Fan had no choice but to go along with him. She had recently become accustomed to Lee Chun-ho's smiling expression and didn't want to be stared at by him with resentment. She nodded. Lee Chun-ho jumped up happily and at the same time clenched his fists and made a successful gesture and then quickly reacted, straightened his expression, and walked seriously. Song Ren quickly glanced at Zibisheng and saw that he didn't notice it and was concentrating on leading the way in front and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Is Lee Chun-ho a little too arrogant recently? I have to give him a lesson tonight. Zibisheng took the 4 people to get on the elevator. During the ascent, Pangu appeared in front of them little by little from the feet to the head. Just like the slow motion of movie, Lee Chun-ho feasted her eyes and watched enough. The elevator stopped at the head of Pangu. "Come, I'll take you to the cab to have a look." Zibisheng always smiled easily when facing Lin Fan, just like an amiable elder. "Deputy Director Z." "Hello, Deputy Director Z." The staff on this floor greeted Zibisheng one after another and stole a glance at Song Ren. Zibisheng nodded all the way. Jin Sichin smiled. Lin Fan didn't care. Song Ren didn't look sideways, and Lee Chun-ho was overwhelmed. Several people walked quickly to the back of Pangu's head. There was a door open there, leading to the cab at the head. After taking a few steps in, there were still a few staff members in the cab. Seeing Zibisheng coming in, they all stood up and greeted him. "You are busy, we will leave soon." Zibisheng comforted. "Not busy, not busy, we can come in later." Although the staff didn't know why Zibisheng came, it was obvious that it would be better for them to avoid him, so they quickly retreated. "Come and take a look. This is what Pangu's cab looks like." Zibisheng proudly showed it to the others. The cab was large and contained many advanced electronic devices. There are 3 doors. Lee Chun-ho noticed that there were several thick metal doors at the entrance. Yes, there are 3 layers of protection, and there is an escape hatch on the top. Zibisheng pointed to the top of the cab. The driver can be ejected from there after being wrapped in the escape hatch. The 4 of them looked up at the same time. There was a spiral circular pattern on the top, which might be the location of the escape hatch. 3 pipes were hanging outside the circle, connected to something like a hanging chair, and a lot of pipes were hanging next to it. This is the driver's position. Zibisheng pointed to the hanging chair and introduced it. Lee Chun-ho ran over to take a look and found that it was really a half-hanging suspended chair, a bit like the swings that children sit on in the park. "Why is it a suspended chair?" Lee Chun-ho asked puzzledly. "How do you control it?" In the past, mechanical controls were all controlled by pressing buttons or joysticks while sitting on the seat. Pangu uses the latest intelligent control system, which combines commands with real-life dynamics. The driver wears special clothing and is connected to these lines. When he moves his body, Pangu will make corresponding movements. Zibisheng looked at the seat proudly. The seat only plays a role of fixing the core, restricting the driver to the absolute driving position, and ensuring that he will not fall out of the driving area when his center of gravity changes. In other words, it is used to fix the driver, and the upper and lower spaces allow the driver to move his hands and feet to a large extent. Lin Fan understood it himself. "Is this also an escape pod?" Song Ren guessed, after taking a few glances. Yes, it is an escape pod, and the lines above are connected around the escape port. Once a dangerous situation occurs, the seat will eject the escape pod and wrap the driver, and these lines will become guide rails. The 3 lines on the seat will simultaneously exert a catapult force to eject the escape pod. Zibisheng knew that he could not hide it from Song Ren. After all, he almost became a Pangu driver at that time. Jin Sichin nodded on the side, thinking the same thing as he did. Lee Chun-ho nodded in confusion. Has the current control system been able to achieve this level of mimicry? It is now achievable, but it is not perfect yet and is being adjusted and improved. Zibisheng told the truth. There are still many areas for debugging the system and control. The last accident is the biggest lesson. Pangu almost had a tragic accident during its first test flight. All the staff of Pangu Cave took this as a lesson and continued to improve and debug. Scientific development can never avoid various situations, and there will also be a process of failure. We can only try our best to reduce this probability. Zibishan sighed. If it weren't fallen last time. He mentioned Lin Fan, and when he looked around, he found that she stood in front of the window without saying a word. Zibishan walked over and asked, "What are you looking at? This is different from what I thought." Lin Fan was confused. Pangu's eyes, that is, the transparent window, are a rectangular curved surface with a wide angle of nearly 140 degrees. In the spacious cockpit, it also occupies a large area. She thought the transparent window should be as clear as glass, and she could see the outside scene directly, but she didn't expect it to be grey and hazy with fine granular patterns on it. Looking from the inside out, she could not see anything, except blurry light and shadow. The huge window has no other function, except letting in a little light from the outside. Haha, did you think this position was installed with glass? Zibishan laughed. Ordinary tempered glass can't be used here. He didn't know where to press, and saw the dim screen instantly brightened. A circle of red light lit up on the edge, and the blurry light and shadow became clear, and the busy staff outside suddenly appeared in front of everyone. There were a lot of incomprehensible data scrolling around the screen, and there were some enlarged pictures of various angles on both sides. Deputy Director Z, did you activate the window? A question came from outside. It turned out that once the window was activated, Pangu's eyes would turn red. The staff outside noticed it at the first time and hurried to confirm. Yes, I will turn it off later. Zibishan's answer reassured the staff who came in to check. Just leave it on, no need to close it. We were planning to open the window for data collection later, and now is the perfect time. The other party smiled and said, and then quickly retreated. He soon appeared in the side window, returned to the control position not far away, and got busy with other colleagues. This is not glass, it is made of special materials. Well, you can think of it as a display screen. Zibishan introduced it in general. It will only show images after it is turned on, otherwise it will be what you just saw. He did not say much about the details. Confidentiality is definitely necessary. But even if it is not confidential, these people may not understand the professional terms, he said. These data. Lee Chun-ho wanted to ask curiously, but felt it was inappropriate, so he stopped talking quickly. Zibishan said without much concern, it is a program instruction, and some data. If the pilot is on the plane, his body-related data will also be displayed on it. The screen content is synchronized with the large screen in the control room. We can see these in the control room. Help the pilot to control the Mecha. Can the background also control it? Jin Sichin asked. A Mecha that can be controlled by the background, isn't it an unmanned Mecha? The backend can be controlled, but the flexibility and maneuverability are not as good as the driver's own control. In addition, there are some problems such as signal stability and transmission delay due to remote control. Therefore, the backend control is only a supplementary means, and it is normally controlled by the driver himself. Zibishan replied seriously. Jin Sichin nodded. He saw Lin Fan staring outside for a long time without moving, and looked down along her line of sight. On the ground, tiny figures like worker ants kept shuttling back and forth, busy. He was about to ask when he heard Lin Fan's ethereal sigh. Humans are so small. Starting from next month, I will change it to 2000 words per chapter, to chapters in the morning and evening, okay? This way everyone can read an extra 1000 words every day, okay? Hahaha, actually I want to earn that 20% cash back. I don't mind $1 or $2. Hehe. Vote to encourage. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 89 Radiation. When the group arrived at the X-ray room, Dr. Zio and Ziyajing had been waiting for a while. The first aid supplies and the bag were also placed on the table one by one for easy access. After Zibishan arrived, the staff who were originally guarding inside withdrew. Dr. Zio was stunned for a moment. He's out. Who will operate the equipment? Dr. Zio can operate various medical machines, but the equipment in front of him, although it is an enlarged X-ray machine, is obviously different from medical equipment in operation. I'll do it, Zibisheng said calmly. Everyone remembered that Zibisheng was originally a scientific researcher. It's just that he is old and no longer works on the front line. It should be easy for him to operate the machine. I propose to make this machine. I didn't expect it to be used in times other than Pangu. Zibisheng didn't expect that when Yu Guangli reported this to him, he was so lucky that he had hit the jackpot. The operation of the machine is not complicated for Zibisheng, but the state of the stars is complicated. Based on the special nature, he specially built an operating room similar to that of a hospital in a hurry. In order to prevent Xingqian from losing control and suddenly rising, the 6 sides of the shooting room are reinforced with extra thick steel plates. Such strength will definitely not be able to stop Xingqian for long. But because she is not yet stable, there is a time limit for transformation. Zibisheng thinks that she should be able to hold on for 10 seconds. In order to prevent radiation, thick lead plates are covered on top of the steel plates, and even the ground is covered with thick barium sulfate concrete, and then a layer of tempered bricks is added on top. The partition between the shooting room and the operating room is also well protected. The main door is a steel door sandwiched with lead plates. Thick lead glass is used on the shooting room side, and high-strength bulletproof glass is added on the operating room side. Such a room, whether explosion-proof or radiation-proof, has achieved the ultimate. I suggest that Lin Fan go in alone, and we will support outside. Dr. Zio studied the machine inside while waiting. Don't you say that it's okay to take a little radiation occasionally? Li Chunhua asked. That's an ordinary medical machine. Look at how big this machine is. Dr. Zio gestured for them to look into the room. The huge X-ray machine took up an entire wall of the room, 3.5 meters high and nearly 2 meters wide. The single exposure area was nearly 7 square meters, so the radiation was naturally much stronger than that of ordinary medical equipment. Wouldn't it be okay to wear a lead suit? Ziying asked with a frown. People accompanying the filming or medical staff in the hospital often wear lead suits to reduce the impact of radiation on themselves. No, Dr. Zio shook his head. The area of the radiation is too large. But doesn't Lin Fan have to stay in there? Jin Sichen knew that Lin Fan had to be left alone in there to be exposed to radiation and couldn't help but worry about her health. You may not understand what radiation is all about. Let me explain it to you. Seeing that everyone seemed to have only a vague understanding of radiation, Dr. Zio had no choice but to take on the task of popularizing science. There are 2 types of radiation we are exposed to in our daily lives. One is called electromagnetic radiation. It is mainly caused by electromagnetic fields and alternating electromagnetic fields. For example, mobile phone base stations, TV stations, high voltage lines, mobile phones, computers, microwave ovens, etc. will all generate electromagnetic radiation. Many people know this and are even afraid of it, but they don't know that ionizing radiation is even more terrifying. Ionizing radiation is also called nuclear radiation. It is mainly caused by high-energy particle rays, such as ultraviolet rays, X-rays, gamma rays, beta rays, radiation from radioactive sources, and so on in sunlight. The higher the frequency of particle vibration, the greater the energy. What we are going to take next is an X-ray fluoroscopy. This ray itself does not carry an electric charge, but when it penetrates the human body, it reacts with the substances in the body to produce secondary particles. This secondary particle will ionize the substances in the body, thereby producing ionizing radiation. The harm of radiation to the human body is not directly caused. It mainly damages human DNA through the action of ionizing radiation, leading to a decrease in immunity, a higher chance of inducing diseases such as cancer and leukemia, and can also cause fetal malformations. According to the latest international standards, the human body can withstand a maximum of 7 millisieverts of radiation. For every 1 millisievert of radiation the body receives, the cancer rate will increase by 0.0165. For example, it takes about 0.5 seconds to take a chest X-ray. In a normally sized exposure area, the radiation exposure rate is about 0.045 millesieverts per second, which means that a chest X-ray will expose the body to 0.023 millesieverts of radiation and increase the cancer rate by 0.000379 times. Different parts of the body have different exposure times because of their different internal structures and tissue thicknesses. The thicker the soft tissue, the longer the exposure time and the different radiation doses. Normally, in one exposure, the abdomen will receive about 0.54 millesieverts of radiation, the limbs alone will receive 0.01 millesieverts, the pelvis will receive 0.66 millesieverts, the lumbar spine will receive 1.4 millesieverts, and the upper digestive tract will receive 2.55 millesieverts. This is still X-ray radiation. If you do a CT scan, the radiation will increase to 8 times. If you only do an occasional checkup, this level of radiation is not a big deal, but look at the size of the machine inside. Dr. Zio took a breath and continued. The harmful effects of radiation depend on the intensity and duration of exposure. But at the same time, it also has a certain degree of randomness. Some people may not have problems, even if they are exposed to a high intensity of radiation at a time. This also proves that the human body has a certain tolerance to radiation. Given Xingqian's situation and her size, there is no reference value for the exposure time of the whole body. We are not even sure whether it can be completed within 10 seconds. But she at least has a metal shell that can block a certain degree of radiation. Although there are risks, it may not be a big problem. When you go in, what can you use to resist the damage of radiation? Dr. Zhao said a lot of things and was exhausted. Zhao handed over a bottle of water in time, and Dr. Zhao drank a few sips. Isn't it okay to wear a radiation-proof suit? Li Chunhe asked hesitantly. There is no shortage of radiation protection suits in 800 Li. When the giant X-ray machine was used on Pangu before, it was connected to the equipment platform, and then all the staff wore radiation protection suits to work. Radiation protection suits are of course fine, but if you wear that kind of clothes, you can't talk or move as freely as you do now. What's the point of going in? Zibishan replied, looking at Song Ren with emphasis. If you wear protective clothing, it will definitely be inconvenient to draw your gun. If something unexpected really happens, it's better to wait outside. After 10 seconds, wait for Xingqian to turn back into Lin Fan before going in to deal with it. Song Ren accepted Zibishan's meaning and lowered his eyes in thought. In fact, the distance from the observation window to the inside is not far. If you want to talk, there is a microphone to shout, which is much louder than you shouting yourself. Zibishan advised again. The few of them looked again, and sure enough, the space in the shooting room was not large, 20 meters square. The machine fixed the shooting position, and if they stood there, the distance between them and Xingqian was indeed not much different from the previous times. From this point of view, except for the wall, it doesn't seem to be that big of a difference. But what if the outer shell of the star is not radiation proof? Jin Sichen knew that it was useless for him to follow in. This matter was imperative, but he still wanted to be more certain. Ke Wenbin had tested the radiation resistance of 818 before. Song Ren replied, although the interior cannot be disassembled, 818 can isolate radiation. They speculated that the star that can absorb 818 should also have radiation resistance. It's just speculation. What can it prove? Jin Sichen frowned even deeper. What if the star does not have radiation resistance, or the radiation resistance is not that high? Then the consequences of being exposed to radiation for 10 seconds inside. He dared not imagine it. A group of people frowned, and everyone hesitated more or less in their hearts. Or, Zibishan sighed in his heart when he saw that it was not possible, and thought about forgetting it. Not only Jin Sichen, but the other people in 623 also showed obvious hesitation. As soon as he opened his mouth, Lin Fan spoke up. Okay, don't think too much. Isn't it just a film? Come on. Here is another knowledge point for everyone. Ha 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 ha. I searched for the harm of radiation to the human body. Oh, I wouldn't know it if I didn't search. But there is no need to panic. As the article said, the harm depends on the intensity and duration. As long as you don't go to the hospital for x-rays every day, you don't have to worry about the daily use of microwave ovens and mobile phones. You should know that the sun also has radiation. Ha ha ha. Is this chapter professional enough? Vote for it. Love you. Chapter 90 countdown begins. Lin Fan didn't like the feeling of repeated hesitation, which made her anxious. It's not that she didn't understand the existence of danger, but what could she do? Whether it was transformation or taking an x-ray, the degree of danger didn't seem to be much different to her. They were all processes of unknown and trial. Thinking too much would only increase her worries. Wasn't she here to let them study the stars? If she couldn't even take an x-ray, would she be able to carry out all those tests that she couldn't even think of in the future? Lin Fan's current value was just the stars. She didn't actually have the right to choose. Lin Fan. Jin Sichin felt the change in her mentality and wanted to say something else. Well, I know. Lin Fan looked at Jin Sichin and smiled faintly. I've always known. Jin Sichin suddenly thought of the smile that Lin Fan gave him when he turned back in the aisle before the last transformation. He pursed his lips and stopped talking. You all wait outside and pray that the shooting can be completed within 10 seconds. Lin Fan gave the others another relaxed smile, but only she knew that her heart was getting heavier. Sure enough, we have to make a quick decision, she thought. Facing the serious crowd, she pretended to be relaxed and reminded, well, if there is a situation, you must hurry in to rescue me. If an unexpected situation occurs, I will shut down the machine immediately and must put your safety first. Zibishan felt that Lin Fan was a good child who knew the general situation. This straightforwardness reminded him of Zhu Kunjin in the past. Dr. Zhao knew very well that, if an overdose of radiation really occurred, the consequences would be very serious, and shutting down the machine or rescuing would be useless. She couldn't help but wonder if she had done something wrong at the beginning, and shouldn't have mentioned the x-ray. Once the arrow is shot, there is no turning back. At this point, maybe all that's left is prayer. Lin Fan looked at a group of people with sad faces. Obviously, 5 minutes ago, everyone was very happy. People changed too fast. She smiled and shook her head gently and walked towards the studio alone. Just after taking 2 steps, someone grabbed her shoulder. Looking back, it was Song Ren. What's the matter? Lin Fan raised an eyebrow and asked. Song Ren's hand paused for a moment before he retracted it. He stretched out his other hand and revealed the small box Kawinbin had handed him. Here, try it first. Can you transform by touching this little sample? If not, I'll send 818 inches. Lin Fan took it, said nothing, turned around and continued to walk in. Song Ren couldn't help but take a step forward. For such a long time, he had become accustomed to following Lin Fan's footsteps. Seeing the lead door slowly closing and covering Lin Fan's figure, he hurried to the observation window and focused on the person standing in the middle of the shooting room. Lin Fan, can you hear me? Zibishan turned on the microphone. Lin Fan made an OK gesture. We'll start shooting as soon as the stars appear. Zibishan said again. The shooting will be divided into 2 times, front and side. When shooting from the front, you have to face the panel directly and open your hands a little, but not too much, and don't exceed the shooting area. The instrument was fixed on the side wall of the room, which was on the right side of the door. Lin Fan turned around, facing everyone sideways, looked at the size of the instrument panel, and opened his arms a little. Yes, that's about it. If you need to adjust it, I'll give you instructions. Zibishan saw Lin Fan's posture clearly from the picture, sent back by the camera above the instrument, and said affirmatively. When shooting the side, face us and raise your arms. He looked at Lin Fan and took the corresponding posture and continued. The 2 arms are slightly staggered forward and backward. Yes, like this. The legs are also staggered a little. Seeing that Lin Fan understood his meaning very well, Zibishan said with satisfaction, I hope you can maintain better control this time. If I finish shooting ahead of time and give instructions, you can also recover in advance. If there is no instruction, it means that it is not ready yet. Lin Fan nodded and understood. The most important point, if you feel uncomfortable, you can pause at any time. Don't force yourself, understand? Zibishan's words came from the heart. Lin Fan made an OK gesture again, but this time Zibishan did not let her go. Lin Fan, say something, let us hear your voice. He wanted to make sure that the voice inside could be heard outside. Otherwise if Lin Fan asked for help, they would not hear it and miss the big thing. Understood. Lin Fan's slightly hoarse voice came out. Okay. We are ready and waiting for you to start anytime. Zibisheng said this and stopped talking. A group of people were waiting quietly at the observation window. It was not comfortable to be stared at by so many people. Lin Fan knew that they were concerned, but it was still difficult to look directly at them. She lowered her head and looked at the dark grey ground. After calming her breath a few times, she let out a long breath and picked up the box of the sample. The breathing of a group of people outside became tense. Zhijing put her hand on the countdown button, and Zibisheng was also ready to start shooting at the first time. Opening the box, the sample inside was only the size of a thumb, and the color was black, probably because it was placed in a light-proof box. Lin Fan did not hesitate for too long, and stretched out her other hand directly. Because the size was too small, she could not put her whole palm on it. She wanted to take the sample out of the box and pinch it in her palm first, but she didn't expect that her eyes would blur as soon as her 2 fingers touched the sample. The countdown outside has begun. 10 Xingqian, front posture. Zibisheng's voice came from the loudspeaker 9. Lin Fan just adjusted to the vision when she heard the command. She shook her dizzy head, tried to put her arms slightly open, and stared at the panel in front of her without moving. Zibisheng pressed the shooting button. 8. She is uncomfortable. She feels uncomfortable. Everyone saw Lin Fan shaking her head. Only Li Chunhua said it. 7. Maybe Xingqian is really too big, with a complex internal structure, and the exposure is not yet complete. Lin Fan felt that her vision was a little blurry. She wanted to shake her head, but she resisted the urge to move. 6. Okay, Xingqian, change the side. Zibisheng's voice came. Lin Fan relaxed all over, and the people outside saw Xingqian stagger suddenly and almost fell to the ground. 5. Everyone was sweating. The front view has been completed, and it will be done again. Lin Fan, how is it? Is it okay? Zibisheng's voice was also a little anxious. He was really worried about Lin Fan. 4. Okay. Lin Fan quickly stood up, with his legs one in front and one behind, and took the opportunity to shake his head twice while stretching his hands upwards, remembering to stagger at an angle. Zibisheng quickly pressed the shooting button. 3. My head became even more dizzy. Lin Fan couldn't help but blink. People outside saw Xingqian's green eyes flash twice, dimming and then brightening too. When will it end? Lin Fan felt very tired. Time seemed to be long. 1. She felt black in front of her eyes, but Zibisheng's command had not come yet. Is it still not working? Lin Fan felt her body suddenly become heavier, and she fell to the ground with a thump. It hurt so much. Soon footsteps were heard, and she was gently turned over, with several pairs of hands on her at the same time. The pair on her shoulders should be Song Ren. His palms are thick and strong. The one on her wrist is Jin Sichen. He always likes to pinch her wrist to measure her pulse. The one touching her neck should be Dr. Zio. Her hands are very soft, and she will definitely use a flashlight to shine in her eyes later. I could feel a gust of wind on my head. It must be little Leo standing there fanning me. This guy. Zhijing held a radiation meter and tested it against Lin Fan. No strong radiation was found. Only a trace amount of radiation was measured. It should be the scattered rays after exposure and the residual radiation in the room. In other words, Lin Fan was not exposed to radiation. Xingqian does have a good ability to resist radiation. Dr. Zio lifted Lin Fan's eyelids, shone the light through his pupils, and quickly measured his blood pressure. Then he breathed a sigh of relief and said, fortunately, the vital signs are stable and normal. Lin Fan. Lin Fan. Jin Sichen saw her eyelids trembling slightly and called softly, are you awake? Lin Fan was so tired that she didn't want to talk to anyone, but she was afraid that if she didn't say anything, everyone would be more troubled, so she struggled to open her eyes a little. When everyone saw that she was awake, they all breathed a sigh of relief. Did you feel particularly uncomfortable just now? Zhijing was still thinking about the radiation issue. Lin Fan thought about it carefully, and it seemed that apart from dizziness, he didn't feel anything else. By the way, what should it feel like to be exposed to radiation? She doesn't talk, so there probably isn't any. Song Ren understood Lin Fan's way of interacting. As soon as he finished speaking, he heard Lin Fan say HMM, which was considered as agreement. This is really great. Lin Fan was out of strength anyway, so Song Ren skillfully carried her horizontally. When he was about to go out, he saw Zibishan standing behind the observation window. Oh no. Everyone was only concerned about Lin Fan, and forgot that, when the stars turned back, the filming was not finished. A group of people rushed out again in a hurry. I don't know if it was successful. Did it get filmed? Guess. I need tickets. I need tickets. I'm getting used to it. Chapter 91 result. Fortunately, they were lucky. The last moment, when Xingqian turned back, the exposure was just completed. But to see the results, we need to wait a few more minutes. Song Ren put Lin Fan on the chair. Zhajing took a bottle of water and handed it to her. Jin Sichen unscrewed the bottle cap and fed it to her mouth. Lin Fan took a few sips obediently and sighed secretly. Alas. Not long ago, I thought it was a very shameful thing to be fed by others. Why do I seem to be used to it now? I have fallen. Looking at the handsome guys gathered in a circle, Lin Fan's thoughts began to diverge. Handsome Song Ren, charming Jin Sichen, baby-faced Zhajing, lively little Leo. If another girl sat here, she would definitely feel very happy. How is Lin Fan? After all, Zibishan is old and his legs and feet are not so flexible. He did not go in with the others, but chose to watch the surveillance outside and pay attention to the movement. It's okay, much better than last time. There is no shock or collapse. Prove that our speculation is correct. Dr. Zhao said with a smile. Previously, everyone speculated that Lin Fan's physique was the biggest factor affecting the transformation. Transforming into a star would obviously cause great consumption to Lin Fan's body. Her weak body could not bear it, so she would usually fall into a coma after the transformation, and would not wake up until her physical strength was replenished to a certain level. If Lin Fan's physique improved and could withstand the consumption of the star, then she might not fall into a coma after the transformation, and would most likely remain in a relatively sober state. Even the duration of the transformation might increase. Based on this theory, recently, after taking in a lot of nutrients and strengthening exercise, Lin Fan's physique has steadily improved, as reflected in this transformation. Although the duration did not increase, after the transformation was lifted, she was neither in a critical condition nor in a coma. Although she was weak all over, she was able to express her will clearly, which was already a very successful attempt. Lin Fan, how do you feel? Zibishan looked at Lin Fan's face, who was unable to open her eyes, and he still wanted to hear her speak to feel relieved. Not bad. After a while, Lin Fan had recovered a little. Although her limbs were still soft, it was not so difficult to speak. But she still didn't want to speak. Good. That's good. Zibishan smiled happily. If physical enhancement can stabilize Xingqian's state, then there is no need to worry about the following things. By touching 818, you will transform, which is basically confirmed. And you don't need the main body, just a sample will do. Song Ren took the sample box handed over by Li Chunhua and said. Before he came out of the shooting room, he told Li Chunhua to stay inside and put the 818 sample that fell during the transformation back into the box. Although we don't know what 818 is yet, with the key, we can gradually strengthen Lin Fan's physique in the future, and Xingqian will become more and more stable. Zhajing also felt that today's results were gratifying. Well, don't forget, we also successfully took 2 perspective photos. At the same time, it proved that Xingqian has a good ability to resist radiation. Zibishan said with a smile. Everyone nodded repeatedly. Today's transformation verified many previous speculations and made them understand Xingqian better. This result is several times more than they expected, and everyone was a little overjoyed. In addition, after the transformation, Lin Fan did not need to be rescued, nor did he fall into a coma. Apart from being weak all over, he had no obvious injuries. The few people were no longer as secretive about the transformation as before, as if they were facing a great enemy. They believed that, as long as Lin Fan kept exercising, sooner or later, the transformation would be as easy for her as drinking water. Ah, the film is out. Let's take a look. Dr. Zhao had been waiting in front of the control panel and smiled when he saw the image come out. Zibisheng hurried over and put on his reading glasses to look at the film. The others did not understand this aspect and did not move forward. But seeing the two people standing around the screen for a long time without moving or making a sound, they felt that something was wrong. Several people looked at each other, and Jin Sichin and Ziying also moved over to take a look. Lee Chunhua saw that Song Ren had been guarding Lin Fan, hesitated for a few seconds, and also moved forward. No one spoke, and Song Ren, who did not know what was going on, felt a sinking feeling in his heart. The originally cheerful atmosphere disappeared with a long silence, and everyone's face was not very good. Zibisheng stood still for a long time with his hands behind his back, and suddenly ordered, Ziying, intercept all the optical films in the video just now, and erase all relevant information. Understood. Ziying immediately started to deal with it. Lin Fan easily felt that something had changed, but she was sitting on a chair, and didn't know what everyone had seen. She felt a little uneasy, but fortunately she couldn't feel the real emotions, but she just felt rationally that something must have gone wrong again. Dr. Zio silently packed up the first aid supplies on the table, and Lee Chunhua and Jin Sichin also spontaneously helped her put the things into her bag. Zibisheng's order was not a problem for Ziying at all, and he finished it in minutes. In order to prevent any mistakes, he also checked it carefully again, making sure that all local traces were cleared, and then nodded to Zibisheng. Okay, let's go back first. Zibisheng glanced at Lin Fan obscurely and started to turn off the equipment. Dr. Zio's bag was quickly packed, and Lin Fan's strength had not yet recovered. Song Ren wanted to pick her up again, but was stopped by Jin Sichin. Let me do it. You have to carry a box on your back. It's not very convenient. Jin Sichin was really surprised when he saw Song Ren carrying the equipment box and picking up Lin Fan. He is really amazing, but you can't just stare at someone and pull him up. With Lin Fan's current weight, he can also hold her steadily. Song Ren paused and blocked Jin Sichin's outstretched hand. No need. He took off the box on his back and handed it to Lee Chunhua together with the sample box, and then picked up Lin Fan with his bare hands. The moment Lee Chunhua carried the box, he couldn't stand up straight. He quickly adjusted the position of the straps with both hands and straightened his body. Seeing that Song Ren had always acted very relaxed, everyone thought that the box was not heavy. Now looking at Lee Chunhua's appearance, it was obviously not the case. Seeing this, Jin Sichin didn't say anything. After all, with Song Ren's strength, he must be much more stable than himself in holding Lin Fan. Everyone hurried back the same way. The people left behind in 623 had received the news and were waiting inside the door. What happened? Did it go wrong? Yu Guangli was very nervous when he saw that everyone looked unhappy and Lin Fan was still in Song Ren's arms. Everything went well. Very well. Zibisheng said this, but his face did not look any better. We'll have a meeting later. You'll have 10 minutes to prepare. Gather in the meeting room in 10 minutes. Yes. Although the staff who stayed behind were puzzled, they knew that something must have changed. They didn't have time to ask more questions and hurried back to save and finish the things they were doing. Lee Chunhua, help me send 818 back to the laboratory. Ke Wenbin had already seen the equipment box moved. Where's the sample? Have you used it? I've used it, and it's here with me. Lee Chunhua kept holding it in her palm and didn't dare to relax for fear of losing it. The box handed to Ke Wenbin was soaked with sweat. Ke Wenbin took it and wiped it clean with the corner of his clothes. Knowing that the sample was used, he smiled subconsciously and wanted to ask a few more questions, but when he looked up and saw everyone's serious faces, he didn't care and hurried to the laboratory. Wu Yi and Kuangli took the first aid kit from Jin Sichin and helped Dr. Zio put it back in the infirmary. In the corridor, only Zibisheng, Lin Fan, Song Ren and Jin Sichin were left. Where is your bathroom? I need to borrow it. After all, Zibisheng is old and has been working non-stop for several hours. He urgently needs to solve the problem of personal hygiene. Here, Jin Sichin saw Song Ren holding Lin Fan and consciously led Zibisheng over. It was unknown how long the meeting would last, so he might as well take care of it. After the two walked away, Song Ren lowered his head. Lin Fan. He didn't say anything, but Lin Fan knew that Song Ren was asking her if she wanted to go to the bathroom too. Of course I had to go. Lin Fan said pretending not to care, and let Song Ren take her back to the activity room and put her on the toilet. After he left, the sound of footsteps gradually faded away, and Lin Fan raised her soft hands and struggled with her pants. She couldn't help but complain, "Why didn't you evolve in this aspect? I'm going to take my driver's license test today. I hope I can pass it in one try. Of course, I need tickets too." Chapter 92 Movie. 10 minutes later, everyone was present in the conference room. Wu Yi and Kuangli must have heard something from Dr. Zhao, and the confusion on their faces turned into heaviness. Yu Guangli, Ke Wenbin and Zhang Zhaoji were still confused. For this meeting, let's first inform the colleagues who stayed behind about the filming situation. Seeing that the three people on the right were a little restless, Zibishan comforted them. "Don't worry, everything went smoothly during the filming, and there were no problems." The three of them breathed a sigh of relief, and smoothness is always good. First, let's review the transformation process during the filming. Zibishan gave Zhajing a look, indicating that he should play the video. Zhajing selected the picture taken by the camera above the observation window, and played it for everyone. The transformation process in the video was interspersed with Li Chunhua's countdown, which aroused the attention of the few people who were not present. Until Lin Fan fell to the ground, a group of people swarmed in, and the video stopped. This transformation has answered some of your previous speculations. First of all, 818 can be used as a transformation key, which is basically certain. And this time the transformation was achieved through a small sample. When Zibishan said this, Zhajing projected the video on the big screen. He specially magnified Lin Fan's hand movements so that everyone could see that the transformation occurred at the moment of contact. Ke Wenbin asked while recording, "Lin Fan, what method did you use when you took the small sample? Touch it lightly or pinch it hard?" Lin Fan was sitting in a wheelchair again and was pushed into the conference room by Song Ren. She thought carefully and said, "I didn't use force. I wanted to pick it up and hold it in my hand, but I didn't expect that. As soon as I touched it, a light touch can achieve the transformation conditions." Ke Wenbin lowered his head and recorded quickly. "Ke Wenbin." Zibishan shouted, "Next time, test it again. Where is the limit of the contact area?" Yes. Ke Wenbin has decided to take the small sample number 6 for testing next time. It is only half the size of a grain of rice. If it can also transform when touching it, then he can make a portable transformation device for Lin Fan. The second thing, Zibishan said again, after Lin Fan transformed this time, he did not have any critical condition, nor did he fall asleep. He just felt weak and tired. This proves that the speculation that physical fitness will affect the transformation state is correct. The scientific trio smiled at each other. The verification of each speculation is a big step forward. According to Lin Fan's current physical fitness, continue to improve. Of course, at the same time, we must monitor her consumption to see if it increases with the number of transformations. Zibishan continued to assign tasks. Captain Song. Here. Song Ren stood up and responded. "You did a good job in physical training. I hope you can further strengthen it in the future. Not only for Xingchen, I think Lin Fan's current health is much better than when he first came." Zibishan smiled. "I hope you will continue to work hard." "Yes, I guarantee to complete the task." Song Ren responded. "Dr. Zhao." Zibishan turned around and called someone. Seeing that there was nothing for him to do, Song Ren sat down neatly. "I'm here." Dr. Zhao knew that his work had come. "Thank you for your hard work during this period." Zibishan was polite first. Strictly speaking, the medical trio is not Zibishan's subordinates. They are all seconded from the medical department. The medical department is a unit independent of 800 and the flight base. Zibishan actually has no direct control over them. But because he is the deputy director of 800, from the perspective of hierarchy, he can issue orders to all those who are below him, not to mention that the three are currently under 623. It's not hard, it's what we should do. Dr. Zhao replied politely on behalf of the other two. In fact, except for some unexpected situations after the transformation that caught them off guard, they were almost free at other times, and it was not hard at all. I'll trouble you to continue to pay attention to the monitoring of Lin Fan's physical data. Zibishan continued to assign tasks, especially the consumption problem. You should pay attention to whether her consumption has increased or decreased recently, and whether it can reach a balance. What about Wu Yi? Zibishan continued to instruct. You should pay attention to whether her nutrition and intake are satisfied. It's better for her to have a little excess energy than to lack it. Okay, I remember. Wu Yi nodded. Kuang Li, please pay attention to whether the radiation level in Lin Fan's body has increased or decreased recently. Zibishan issued another task to Kuang Li. Did she absorb radiation? Ke Wenbin and others were shocked. No. This is also the third thing I want to say. Xingqian should have a certain ability to resist radiation. After the transformation, the radiation level measured by Zhajing on the spot was very slight. It is speculated that it was just the residual radiation in the room. Just in case, we still have to keep monitoring for a while. Zibishan said calmly. The scientific trio breathed a sigh of relief again. Kuang Li nodded and agreed. Then, let's talk about the film next. Zibishan pursed his lips and exhaled from his nose. You speculated that the reason why Xingqian is taller than Lin Fan is because the joints are stretched. Yes, it is true. But, although I was prepared, the actual situation still exceeded my imagination. Zibishan signaled Zhajing to project the film on the big screen. Soon, two perspective images of the front and side of the screen appeared in black and white. It was also the first time that Lin Fan saw the perspective image of Xingqian. Under the illumination of X-ray, many structures of Xingqian were clearly presented. However, the breastplate part was a large area of white, with many dense structures, so it was not clear. Zoom in the knee joint. Zibishan ordered. Compared with other parts, the knee joint is larger and the structure is clearer. Soon, everyone saw the perspective image of the knee joint magnified countless times. Even those who had seen it once in Pangu Cave could not help but frown. How did the joints get stretched open and not affect the movement after the height increase? Now everyone finally knows. In the film, the middle of the knee was not only stretched open by an unknown thing, but also countless root-like things stretched out from this thing, connecting to the humerus, patella and the fibula and tibia below. Is it a nerve? Wu Yi frowned and asked. It looks like a plexus. It's not a nerve. Blood vessels, nerves, muscles, brain tissue and other soft tissues are usually very light gray-white under X-rays. Dr. Zhao replied. You can't see it in this film at all. Zhajing cooperated and enlarged the image again and again. Everyone saw some deep and shallow lines in the white, and they didn't know what they were. What's the outermost black? Zhang Zhaoji asked, adjusting his glasses. The grey black and dark black areas are usually low density images of fat tissue or gas containing tissue. This film is just the air part, which has no meaning. Dr. Zhao explained. The white ones. Yu Guangli knew that the white ones should be bones, but the film obviously showed more than just bones. Due to the high density of bone tissue, it will appear clearly white on the film. But the white ones in this film are obviously not just bones. Dr. Zhao shook his head helplessly. The inner and outer armor of Xingqian are both white. Obviously, the density is very high. The density of the inner and outer armor should not be the same as the bone density, right? Different densities should also present different whites. Zibishan pondered. Zhajing, see if you can use color difference to separate the different whites. Okay. Zhajing quickly tapped the keyboard. For a long time, nothing could be heard in the conference room, except the crackling sound of keyboard tapping. Failed. 555. Stalled on the ramp start, and slid to the bottom of the ramp. 555. We'll go again next week. 555. Give me some money to comfort me. Chapter 93 Fragments. Zhajing's operation process was synchronized on the big screen. Everyone quietly watched the various pictures, data, and command boxes flashing quickly on the screen. Although they couldn't understand it, it looked very powerful. It didn't take too long before the white perspective was separated into countless tiny fragments, all scattered and spread out. Some of the fragments turned blue, green, and red. Excluding some particularly small parts, it can be roughly divided into 4 different hues. Zhajing finally finished the work and said to everyone, because the color difference is relatively small, they are all white. In order to better distinguish, I specially used 4 different colors to mark them. He explained the reason for the color change. Let's look at the bones we are most familiar with first. Its density ranks second to last. He tapped a few keys, and the scattered white fragments regrouped in the blank space to form a skeleton. But this skeleton is not complete. Only the middle and lower parts of the spine and the palm are relatively complete, and there are only sporadic points in other places. The outer contours of all bones are outlined with red lines. Why are the bones incomplete? Yu Guangli asked. It should be blocked by the high density developing device. Dr. Zhao explained. High density will be whiter in the film, and it will cover the lower density white. The part below is higher density than the bone, that is, the part connecting the joints. Zhajing assembled the blue fragments again, and embedded them in the assembled skeleton. Looking at it this way, in addition to the part stretched out at the joints and the branches connecting the bones, there are also many mesh structures. Is this the structural line of the inner armor? Zhang Zhaoji stood up excitedly by supporting himself on the table. The inner armor of Xingqian is scale armor, with many scale-like structures arranged in sequence, and these mesh lines clearly outline these scales. Zhajing retrieved the green fragments again. They were neatly filled into the mesh lines. This is the group with the lowest density. Based on their shape and position, I guess it is the inner armor. Once the inner armor was filled in, the empty space with only the skeleton and the blue mesh pattern instantly became much fuller. Especially the waist, abdomen, neck, and palms. The entire image area became much larger. Finally, it is the part with the highest density. Zhajing assembled the remaining red fragments in place. This is. Ke Wenbin felt that the answer was on his lips. Xingqian's outer armor. As a designer, Zhang Zhaoji has a very high sensitivity to images. That's right. There are some light-colored structural lines on the head armor and chest armor, and you can vaguely see that there is a structure inside. Unfortunately, this piece is all high density and difficult to separate. Zhajing manipulated the red outer armor to slowly move it to the white, blue, and green combination map, and pieced it together into a complete Mecha perspective. If I remember correctly, the whiter the color, the higher the density, right? Kuangli was puzzled. That's right. Dr. Zhao looked at Kuangli and roughly knew what he wanted to say. Inner armor. On the film, the density is lower than that of bones? Kuangli frowned. This didn't make sense. In terms of density, inner armor. Zhajing concluded. Are human bones so hard? Li Chunhua was surprised. It's true that human bones are very hard, but their hardness is limited. The skull is the hardest bone in the human body, and the maximum force it can withstand is about 200 kilograms to 500 kilograms. The hardness value is about half of that of steel. Dr. Zhao gave a timely popular science. As we all know, the greater the density, the greater the hardness. It can be seen that it is normal for the outer armor to be denser than the bones, but is the inner armor not as hard as the bones? Xingqian can push Panbu, which weighs 1,864 tons. Although it is a bit overloaded, it is obvious that this strength cannot be achieved by normal bone strength. Kuangli shook his head in confusion. He couldn't figure out the logic here. Others were also confused. Isn't the inner armor made of metal? Ke Wenbin was confused. Although it has not been tested, everyone tacitly agreed that the inner and outer armor must be some kind of high-strength metal. Everyone felt that their heads were big. It's always like this. After getting an answer, there will be more questions. Seeing that no one spoke for a while, Zibisheng said, well, this question cannot be answered for the time being. Ke Wenbin, remember to arrange a strength test for the inner and outer armor. Got it. Ke Wenbin carefully wrote it down in his work notes. Okay, let's put this question aside for now, and wait for the results of subsequent tests. In addition to this, are there any other questions? Zibisheng asked. We have no idea about the blue connection. Yu Guangli sighed. I suspect that the blue part should be a substance similar to soft tissue. Jin Sichin expressed his opinion. Why do you think so? Zibisheng asked. Because it appears in the middle of the joint. If it is a hard object, then theoretically Xingqian's joints cannot be bent. Jin Sichin said. Zerjing quickly called up the previous video, especially the first evolution, when Xingqian raised his arms to his eyes and grasped his hands. It is indeed very flexible. He quickly cut to the 4-color picture and enlarged the hand joints. Everyone can clearly see that there is a piece of blue substance in the middle of each joint of the hand bone, accompanied by many tiny whiskers. These things are obviously foreign objects, but they do not affect Xingqian's flexibility at all. Dr. Zio, Zibisheng sought help from professionals. From its position, the position between joints is generally ligaments. From a functional point of view, the joints can move freely, which should be the role of tendons and fascia. Dr. Zio pondered. It is true that those branch-like things are distributed around the bones, so that the muscles can be better controlled. But this shape does not conform to any human tissue in existing medical anatomy. And the density is not right. The density of soft tissue is not that high. Anyway, it cannot be higher than bones. In other words, in terms of probability, it plays a role of soft tissue. Yu Guangli concluded. It should be. Dr. Zhao was not particularly sure. In this way, another guess has an answer. Jin Sichen said, supporting his side face with one hand and looking at the big screen. What is it? Li Chunhe asked. Isn't the original intention of our X-ray to verify Wu Yu's idea? Jin Sichen reminded everyone. Ah, yes. I said at the time that I didn't know whether it was Lin Fan in the star or he had completely turned into an Iron Man. Wu Yu certainly still remembered the topic he raised at the beginning. Do you have the answer? Zhang Zhaoji frowned and looked at the big screen. I can't tell. If the blue part acts as soft tissue, then. Jin Sichen smiled lightly. He was very sure that Xingqian was just Lin Fan with a layer of Mecha on the outside. Ah. Zerjing stared for a while and understood. Why don't you tell me? Why are you still keeping it a secret at this time? Zhang Zhaoji was a little anxious. Song Ren also saw the door. Okay, let me tell you. Zerjing received Zibisheng's eyes and said quickly. Look, the white ones are bones, and the blue ones are soft tissues such as ligaments and tendons. What else is missing? I actually wrote more than 3,300 words in this chapter. I chose the latter between 4,001 chapter. Hahaha, am I smart? Another day of asking for votes. I woke up in the early morning and saw a comment from a friend. Suddenly I began to doubt whether I was wrong to insist on writing this book that was destined to have no achievements. Is it finally time to enter this stage? It's still dark outside, and the roosters have just crowed outside. I have mixed feelings. Chapter 94 Biomecha. A group of people were waiting for him to announce the answer, and they only heard this. I know. Kuangli also thought of it. What's wrong with these people? Zhang Zhaoji wanted to flip the table. Can't he just say it directly? If there are bones, there should be meat. Dr. Zio also reacted. After hearing this, everyone looked at the screen again. Isn't it true? If there are bones, there will naturally be meat. And tendons and ligaments must be attached to muscles. Without muscles, the white and blue parts cannot exist independently. Not necessarily. Xingqian's situation cannot be inferred by conventional methods. Ke Wenbin frowned and refuted. He felt that the possibility everyone said was true, but he could not deny other possibilities. Look at her inner armor again. Zerjing enlarged the inner armor on the abdomen. What's wrong? Ke Wenbin looked at the green structural line and was confused. Zerjing reduced the enlarged picture a little bit, showing the arcs on both sides of the waist. Zhang Zhaoji also reacted. He clenched his fist and hit his palm, and he understood. Yu Guangli still didn't quite understand. Can you explain it in more detail? Only such a scale structure can fit the body curve and not hinder movement. Zhang Zhaoji said happily. The flesh and blood part is not shown because of its low density. It is covered by the high density inner armor. Then how do you know that it is flesh and blood instead of steel? What if the density of steel is lower than that of the inner armor? It can't be photographed either. Wu Yi didn't want to argue. She just thought that this was possible. If it is steel inside, then there is no need for the scales outside to exist independently. Even the bones and blue parts are completely unnecessary. Ke Wenbin also understood. Compare the previous videos. If my guess is correct, as Lin Fan becomes thinner, the inner armor is also shrinking. Compare the waist and abdomen. Zhang Zhaoji excitedly thought of an idea. Zhao Jing quickly called up several video materials, and after adjusting to the same angle, he indeed found that the side waist position was getting thinner each time. Lin Fan has lost weight, so the inner armor has moved inward. Looking at the curve of the waist, I don't believe it is steel inside. Zhao Jing shook his head. Indeed, compared to the cold and hard steel outer armor, the curve of the inner armor is very obvious. Its ups and downs clearly follow the human body structure, just like a layer of close-fitting clothes. Wu Yi couldn't even convince himself that it was steel inside. Zibishan looked at everyone's attitude of agreement and asked, so, Xingqian is a layer of mecha wrapped outside Lin Fan's body, which can be basically determined, right? Yes, when it was slowed down, it was also visible that the mecha broke through the joints and flesh, stretched out and wrapped the body in reverse. If you want to become an Iron Man, you can just transform directly. There is no need to transform the inside into steel after wrapping. Yu Guangli believed that it was just a wrapped mecha. If there is a chance, I will try to see if I can detect it inside the inner armor. Ke Wenbin also agreed with the idea that there is a person inside. Okay, let's just determine it for the time being. I think this speculation is reasonable. At least the possibility is relatively large. Zibishan also nodded in agreement. He wrote a few words on his notebook and asked, then another question arises. How can this blue substance be connected to bones and muscles on one end, and to the inner and even outer armor on the other end, allowing the stars to move freely, but there is no trace of it in Lin Fan's body? Everyone was speechless. They also wanted to know. No trace. I really don't know, but I think, if it can really connect bones and muscles, and allow the stars to move freely, then what is the difference between it, and blood vessels and nerves? Wu Yi asked puzzled. Zibishan suddenly raised his eyes, thought about it, and nodded. You have put forward a new point of view. What? Wu Yi himself didn't understand. How did he put forward a new point of view? I just thought of a new classification name for the stars, and I think it fits well. I wonder what you think. Zibishan said to everyone. Seeing that everyone was looking at him eagerly, he didn't keep them in suspense, and smiled and spit out 4 words. Biological mecha. Biological mecha? Everyone in the room looked at me, and I looked at you. I have never heard of this term before. But after thinking about it, it seems to make some sense. A living thing is a living being with kinetic energy. Xingqian does fit the bill. Jin Sichen felt that the name was quite appropriate. You want to define Xingqian as a biological mecha? Yu Guangli asked Zibishan. Yes, I think Xingqian's situation is different from ordinary equipment mechas, and should be distinguished. Zibishan replied. Ordinary mechas, no matter how advanced the technology is, are essentially mechanical equipment. Even Panbu, once it leaves the driver or the operator, it will be completely unable to move independently. But Xingqian is not like that. She and Lin Fan are one, and are controlled by Lin Fan's will. Even in the first few transformations that Lin Fan could not control, she was still able to start by herself with her subconscious. This alone has opened up an immeasurable gap with other mecha equipment. Later, even if 623 was inspired by Xingqian and created a mecha with a similar appearance and similar functions, it could not be compared with Xingqian. Because no matter how similar the appearance is, without a driver inside to operate, the mecha cannot start by itself, nor can it carry out various activities flexibly. This is the first time he has seen Xingqian in this situation. But if there is one, there will be another. In order to prevent similar mecha equipment from appearing in the future, Zibishan specially classified Xingqian as a separate category. He felt that it was necessary to distinguish it from other mechas, whether as the origin of a new category or to distinguish it from other mechas. Moreover, he had never seen the blue substance connecting the bones and flesh and the outer shell separately. For a moment, he even suspected that the inner and outer armor would react to external stimuli like human skin. Thinking of this, he ordered Ke Wenbin, next time you transform, pay attention to whether the inner and outer armor of Xingqian react to external stimuli. Ke Wenbin originally planned to test the hardness of the inner armor, but he intuitively felt that Zibishan was not referring to this. You mean the stimulation? I was thinking, if the joint part is similar to nerves and blood vessels, then the inner and outer armor connected to it will also be part of the organism. Zibishan generously shared his thoughts. You mean? Ke Wenbin felt a little unbelievable. This was too fantastical. I want you to test whether Lin Fan can feel the inner and outer armor of Xingqian when he touches it. As soon as Zibishan said this, there was an immediate commotion. Everyone realized that he wanted to test whether Xingqian's inner and outer armor had a touch similar to skin. Although they had already accepted the possibility that the joint material had biological properties, if both the inner and outer armor had a touch. Although Xingqian was defined as a biological mecha, everyone thought that it was because Lin Fan was controlling it from the inside, and the two were inseparable. If Xingqian's inner and outer armor also had a touch, then that means Xingqian is alive from head to toe. Old Z still dared to think. After all, science requires the courage to put forward ideas. Well, vote to support Old Z. Chapter 95 Ring. It has been several days since the last meeting. The shock brought by the concept of biological mecha is gradually fading. Everyone should continue to do what they should do. Zhang Zhaoji's latest design drawings have been completed, and he is working with Yi Guangli to verify whether there are any problems with the internal power sensor device. Ke Wenbin made a 1-to-1 model according to Zhang Zhaoji's design drawings, standing next to the 3D image of Xingqian. The appearance is similar to the height of Xingqian, but it looks thicker. This is because the mecha has a complex mechanical structure inside, and there is also space for the driver. Therefore, the final product is the same height as Xingqian, but it looks thicker. Despite this, it is much better looking than the previous humanoid mecha design. Inspired by the internal and external armor of Xingqian, the new mecha has been treated with new joints to make it more flexible. In terms of materials, he will see if he can make some more adjustments. Ke Wenbin looked at the model in front of him and crossed his arms. 818 can't move. Before, he was thinking that after Xingqian stabilized, he would help him grab a few more samples for research. But later, as the star evolved, they felt that the current star was still incomplete and had room for evolution. As for 818, as an energy source for evolution, it must not be moved. Imagine that the star evolved and upgraded again, but because too much of 818 was cut off during the research, it would lead to insufficient energy and the upgrade could not be completed. No. This kind of thing must not happen. Ke Wenbin glanced at the safe where 818 was locked and confirmed that it was locked well. Before Lin Fan was ready for the next evolution, 818 would stay in the safe. As for when to evolve next time, well, it would have to wait until Lin Fan's physique had a significant improvement. The part that was absorbed last time was only 1/5 of the size of the remaining one now. Even so, Lin Fan almost went into shock. With such a large piece of 818 left, she still had a lot of practice. Moreover, they were inspired by the star, and they had not finished the research work at hand in time. It would take a long time to complete the humanoid mecha, and there was no need for the star to upgrade again for the time being. Well, it's better to be stable. Ke Wenbin nodded secretly. But 818 can't be moved, but those samples can still be studied. After all, they have been pulled off and can't be glued back. A few finger-sized things should have no impact on the overall situation, right? He rummaged through the sample box and looked at number 6, which was the size of half a grain of rice. I almost forgot. I have to find Lin Fan first and get this done. Ke Wenbin hurried to the activity room. It was almost time to get off work, and he didn't want to be the bad guy who delayed people from getting off work. Lin Fan was doing aerobics in the activity room. She can now do a half-hour aerobics with standard and coherent movements. And after finishing, she is no longer weak and limp, just panting slightly. Song Ren has already started looking for other exercise programs for her. When Ke Wenbin came, Lin Fan was stretching, her breathing was steady, and she was sweating lightly. Is Lin Fan free? Ke Wenbin asked Li Chunhua. She's almost well. Li Chunhua saw it every day and knew it was over. What do you want to see her for? I need to measure Lin Fan's fingers. Ke Wenbin didn't move forward, but stood by the door and waited. Measure fingers? Li Chunhua didn't understand and just wanted to ask. Song Ren came over. What's the matter? Song Ren saw the two people whispering by the door, vaguely heard Lin Fan's name, so he walked over to ask. Oh, nothing. I need to measure Lin Fan's fingers. Is she free later? It will be quick. Ke Wenbin replied. Song Ren looked back and saw that Lin Fan was no longer moving. It's already well, just go over there. Ke Wenbin was also an acquaintance, so there was no need for them to pass on the message. Lin Fan had just seen Ke Wenbin come in. He must be looking for her, she thought. Seeing Ke Wenbin really walking towards her, she gave herself a thumbs up in her heart. Lin Fan, I need to measure your fingers. Ke Wenbin said directly. Lin Fan was stunned. Measuring fingers? Although she didn't know why, she still stretched out her hand. Why do you want to measure your finger? Lee Chunhua came over and asked. I'm going to make a ring. Ke Wenbin took out a tape measure from his pocket and asked Lin Fan, which finger do you usually wear a ring on? Asking me? Lin Fan was stunned. Why did he suddenly ask this? She subconsciously glanced at Song Ren. You want to make a ring for Lin Fan? Lee Chunhua's eyes widened. Why? Is it her birthday? No, birthday gifts don't have to be made in person, right? What's going on? No one else had to ask. Lin Fan and Song Ren were waiting for what Ke Wenbin would say. Ke Wenbin explained. Didn't you say last time that you wanted to test the contact area limit of the transformation key? Yes, Lee Chunhua remembered this, but what does this have to do with making a ring? Ke Wenbin rolled his eyes at Lee Chunhua and said helplessly, the smallest size 6 sample is only half the size of a grain of rice. It's too small, whether it's placed in a box or on a table. It might be lost if you're not careful when transforming. So I want to make a device to embed it in, so it's more eye-catching. Then what does this have to do with making a ring? Lee Chunhua asked again. I watched the video last time. The moment Lin Fan transformed, the sample fell to the ground. I was thinking, if it is made into a ring and worn on her hand, on the one hand it will not fall off, and on the other hand it will be convenient for her to touch it with her hands, right? Ke Wenbin thought for a long time and felt that a ring would be a better carrier. Several people suddenly realized that this was indeed a way. When Lin Fan transformed, except for the clothes on her back that were torn, even the slippers on her feet were intact. In other words, the transformation did not damage the things she wore on her body, and it was even protective. It is indeed much more convenient to fix the key in your hand than to put it in a box or on the table. It's just that the ring, as a jewelry, has a special meaning. Ke Wenbin suddenly said that he wanted to make a ring for Lin Fan, and Lee Chunhua, who was married, automatically started to associate it. Don't blame him. Even Song Ren and Lin Fan had doubts, but they just didn't say it out loud. It's okay. I don't wear jewelry very often. You can do it. Lin Fan replied to Ke Wenbin's previous question. Ke Wenbin was a little embarrassed for a moment and thought about it. Which finger is the ring usually worn on? Ring finger? Seeing him holding a tape measure around Lin Fan's ring finger, Lee Chunhua asked again, how do you measure the ring finger? What's wrong? Ke Wenbin remembered that most women wear rings on their ring fingers. Lee Chunhua wanted to mock him, but she felt sorry for being single, so she took back her words and explained seriously, the ring finger is worn when you get married. Oh. Ke Wenbin quickly let go, and the tape measure fell to the ground. It doesn't matter, I don't care about these, anyone will do. Lin Fan was already past the age of being particular about these things, and if they wanted to wear it on their feet, she didn't mind. The main thing is that he made a ring by himself and put it on your ring finger. Lee Chunhua scratched her head with a strange look. It's still weird when I think about it. Yes. Then I'll change it. Change it to the middle finger, okay? Ke Wenbin asked Lee Chunhua seriously. Okay, the middle finger. Lin Fan was afraid that Lee Chunhua would say something else and complicate the simple matter, so he spoke quickly. Lee Chunhua really wanted to speak, but when he saw Lin Fan said yes, he naturally stopped refutation. Coupled with Song Ren's vague gaze, the night he came back from Panbu, Song Ren gave Lee Chunhua a stern temper and beat him up in the dormitory. The pain of the flesh suddenly surged into his heart, and Lee Chunhua instantly became obedient. You can't just give rings to the opposite sex casually, haha. Ke Wenbin suffered from being single. Continue to shamelessly ask for tickets, haha. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. we cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 96 Birthday Gift. Wenbin quickly got the data he wanted and went back. When Jin Sichin came to reunite with everyone after get off work, he saw that Lee Chun-ho was not in a good state and asked what happened in a few words. Actually, you are not wrong. The ring has a special meaning. It is not something that ordinary people can give. Jin Sichin comforted. If he were present today, he would have brought it up as well. Lee Chun-ho was actually not wrong, but his attitude was sometimes too jumpy, isn't it? Lee Chun-ho regained his vitality. With the support of Dr. Jin, he raised his chin proudly and looked at Song Ren. Seeing that he was getting carried away again, Jin Sichin quickly changed the subject. By the way, Lin Fan's birthday is in winter, right? Haven't you seen her information? How can you guess about her birthday gift? Everyone on 623 has seen Lin Fan's information, but different people have obtained different levels of detailed information. Ah, I forgot about it. Lee Chun-ho slapped his head. When I saw that he wanted to make a ring, I immediately thought of gifts. As for gifts, aren't they usually birthday gifts? Jin Sichin glanced at him with a smile, not knowing what to say. By the way, what gift would be better for Lin Fan's birthday? Lee Chun-ho started the car and drove towards the dormitory. Lin Fan couldn't help but stare at him. Her birthday is still half a year away. Do you have to ask now? Song Ren couldn't help but say. Wouldn't it be better to ask earlier and prepare earlier? Lee Chun-ho was unconvinced. Jin Sichin sighed. How can you ask a girl directly for a gift? Isn't it? Lee Chun-ho was puzzled. I always ask my wife what she wants when I give her a gift. You're married? Jin Sichin exclaimed, and Lin Fan was also surprised. They didn't know the personal situation of the 623 members. Yes, I've been married for more than half a year. Lee Chun-ho smiled. Are you surprised? It was quite unexpected. They saw him being heartless every day in 623, and they had never thought about this aspect. How old are you this year? Lin Fan asked. 27. That's not surprising. Lin Fan and Jin Sichin looked at Song Ren tacitly. The lively little Lizzie is married, so Captain Song, who is older than him, should have started a family a long time ago, right? Song Ren could feel their gazes without turning back, and directly denied, I didn't. In fact, most of our team are not married, except for team leader Yu and Dr. Zio. None of them are married. Lee Chun-ho sighed. I don't know what's wrong. People don't want to get married now. The other three people couldn't respond, and Jin Sichin quickly changed the subject. What gift do you want to receive for Lin Fan's birthday? Lin Fan had never thought about it. She had forgotten what it felt like to have a birthday. She shrugged, indicating that she didn't know. Then what gifts did you receive for your birthday before? Lee Chun-ho's attention was indeed attracted, and she was no longer entangled in the topic of marriage. Does a cake count? Lin Fan thought for a while and said. Birthday cake? Lee Chun-ho pouted. Shouldn't that be there? It doesn't count as a gift, right? We are talking about flowers, gifts, that kind, right? Dr. Jin. Dr. Jin had never talked to Lin Fan about this before, so this was a good opportunity to find out more. He cooperated and said, yes. Lin Fan listened and really thought about it carefully. He thought about it for a long time. The other three felt strange. Is it so difficult to think? When I was 20 years old, my family celebrated for me and invited many people to have a drink. I received a lot of gifts at that time. But what exactly I received? I forgot. Lin Fan frowned. It was difficult for her to remember things from so long ago. 20 years old? Lee Chun-ho couldn't help but shout. If I remember correctly, you are 35 this year, right? Lin Fan nodded. The last time you received a gift was when you were 20 years old. Have you never received a birthday gift in the meantime? Jin Sichin also found it incredible. No, at least I don't remember. When Lin Fan thought about it, he realized that he seemed to have rarely received gifts. That year, because I was going to college on my birthday, my family specifically mentioned that I celebrate my birthday after the college entrance examination. After that, I celebrated my birthday at school. Song Ren continued. You didn't get gifts from your classmates? Lee Chun-hua was puzzled. When they were in school, roommates would give each other gifts. You don't have a good relationship? Not really, just an ordinary roommate relationship, the kind that's neither good nor bad. Maybe because they all had boyfriends at that time, they were busy dating, and didn't care about me. Of course, the most important thing in college is your boyfriend. Lin Fan couldn't help laughing again when he thought of that young time. Were you happy during that time? Jin Sichin noticed and asked. Well, at least there were no worries. As long as you study hard, you can get good grades. Lin Fan did not deny it. This kind of simple happiness is no longer easy to get after entering society. After graduation, I went to work in Gao and didn't have the opportunity to receive gifts. Lin Fan continued. I remember that most companies in Gao have good benefits, right? Lee Chun-hua asked. At least they will give out cakes or something on employees' birthdays. Lin Fan smiled and shook his head. Isn't it? Lee Chun-hua parked the car and arrived at the dormitory. Is your boss so stingy? Although he is stingy, he still sends birthday cakes. But have you forgotten my birthday? I can't get any cake at all. Lin Fan got out of the car. She felt depressed every time she thought about this. Oh. Lee Chun-hua suddenly remembered that Lin Fan's birthday was New Year's Day, which was a legal holiday, and Gaohe's company would be on holiday. There will be no cake on holidays, so you are quite unlucky. Then your boyfriend never sent birthday gifts later? Jin Sichin followed Lin Fan into the alley. Boyfriend? Lee Chun-hua jumped up again. The three turned around and looked at the startled little Lizzie calmly. Jin Sichin sighed and said, why? You are married at the age of 27, and Lin Fan is 35 and still can't have a boyfriend? Song Ren didn't know this information, but he didn't think like Lee Chun-hua that he had never had a boyfriend if he didn't get married. After all, he himself was a typical person who didn't get married, but had a girlfriend. Oh, no, I'm just a little surprised. Lee Chun-hua explained with a little embarrassment. Isn't it that everyone knows too little about each other? I was surprised when I heard it at first. Haha. This is true. After so long, several people stayed together every day, but they kept silent about their own affairs, just looking close. Well, strictly speaking, he did give it to me. Lin Fan was a little uncertain. She opened the dormitory door and sat on the chair. Why do you seem to be reluctant? Jin Sichin knew that something must be wrong and sat next to Lin Fan. Tell me, what did he give to me? Strictly speaking, it can be considered a gift. That was the first year I was with him. That day he brought back a potted green plant and said it was a gift for me. Lin Fan recalled slowly. Although it was not quite the same as the flowers she imagined, the flower pot was also a flower, so she happily accepted it. She carefully watered it every day, waiting for beautiful flowers to bloom. But more than a month passed, and there was no movement. She asked her boyfriend to go to the store and ask what was going on. Guess what happened? Lin Fan laughed as he spoke. Jin Sichin and the others didn't find it funny, but he knew he should talk now. What? He told me that the flowers were not bought from a flower shop. Lin Fan's smile had an unspeakable meaning. He saw someone throw away a flower pot on the side of the road, thought it was pretty, so he picked it up. What about the flowers? Lee Chun-hua's eyes widened. I dug it from the green belt downstairs. Lin Fan laughed. No wonder I said it looked familiar. It turned out to be a green plant dug from the green belt. It's not a flowering plant. No matter how much water it is, it can't bloom. How can this be? Lee Chun-hua leaned back in her chair with an unbelievable look on her face. I picked up a flower pot on the side of the road and dug a plant from the green belt without spending a penny, and it's considered a birthday present for you? No. Lin Fan's smile faded and he shook his head gently. What's not? Jin Sichin couldn't guess what was going on. He didn't know it was my birthday. He just picked up a beautiful flower pot. When I asked him, he remembered it was my birthday and said it was a coincidence. For a moment, no one knew what to say. How did a man like this find a girlfriend? Well, what do you think of a boyfriend like this? Please give Lin Fan some money to comfort him. Chapter 97 Wearable Mecha. Then he always remembered your birthday later, right? Lee Chun-hua frowned. The first time can be forgiven, but if he can't remember it later, then, well, he remembered it later and sent birthday cakes every year. Lin Fan nodded. Only cakes? No other gifts or anything? Lee Chun-ho's eyes widened. He never sent flowers again. Jin Sichin was also surprised. From the fact that Lin Fan watered the flower pots every day and took good care of them, it can be seen that she attaches great importance to sending flowers. The subsequent inquiries should also show expectations. Isn't it obvious enough? Although not every girl likes flowers, generally speaking, sending flowers will easily make most women happy. When they were in middle school, they knew to send flowers to female teachers and female classmates. There are also flower languages such as 1 flower represents undivided love, and 3 flowers represent I love you. What children know, adults can't not know, right? Sending flowers. Later, there were also. Lin Fan finally stopped denying it, which made Lee Chun-ho relieved. Don't tell me that it was dug from the green belt. Jin Sichin looked at the expression on Lin Fan's face and felt that things were not as Lee Chun-ho thought. That's not the case. It's a packaged bouquet of red roses, eucalyptus leaves, and yellow flowers. I can't name them. It's this big. Lin Fan waved his hands and gestured to size them. Hearing this, everyone was somewhat relieved. It's good that you know to send roses. Lee Chun-ho smiled. Finally, you send one. The smile on Lin Fan's lips was a little strange. Lee Chun-ho didn't notice it, but Song Ren and Jin Sichin saw it. Are there any other circumstances? Song Ren asked calmly. Well, that day was not actually my birthday. Lin Fan smiled. After being with these 3 people every day, he became familiar with them and could talk about some private matters in front of them. It's a good thing that you know to send flowers, even if it's not your birthday. Lee Chun-ho felt that this man could still be saved. When he came back with the flowers that night, my first reaction was very surprised and happy. Lin Fan recalled, I asked him why he suddenly thought of sending flowers to me. What did he say? Lee Chun-ho was looking forward to the answer. He said that it was his colleague's birthday and there were too many flowers for him to take back, so he asked them to share. He took it back and gave it to me. Lin Fan seemed to be a little amused when he said this. The 3 men continued to be dumbfounded. This is a bouquet of flowers expensive? Excuse me, how long have you been dating this boyfriend? Lee Chun-ho finally couldn't help but inquired about her privacy. 8 years. We almost got married. Lin Fan replied indifferently. She didn't feel anything when she talked about these things now. 8 years. I didn't even buy you a flower. Lee Chun-ho shouted with an exaggerated expression. You met in Gao, right? The salary there is quite high, right? Lin Fan just shrugged and smiled and didn't answer anymore. The 3 men had the same thought in their minds. Fortunately, they didn't get married at the beginning. It's not that you have to send flowers when you are dating. But they almost got married, and they didn't even send a small gift. The flowers sent were either dug from the green belt or taken from colleagues. This is somewhat unreasonable. Lee Chun-ho didn't ask why they broke up, but you can guess it, okay? If they hadn't broken up yet, he would have persuaded them to break up. He was most afraid of the sudden silence in the air. I'll go get some food first. Lee Chun-ho had run out of things to talk about and felt very embarrassed, so he ran away quickly. Jin Sichin changed the topic at the right time and quickly changed the atmosphere. At the last meeting, after Xingqian was determined to be classified as a biological mecha, everyone agreed that it was not replicable, it could not be shared with others, and at the same time, the situation of touching 818 to transform into a mecha could not be replicated. This road was not feasible, so they had to give up. The scientific trio has been committed to the development of wearable mechas recently. Wearable mecha? Lin Fan thought the name was strange. How can a mecha be called wearable? It's like this. The mecha they developed recently was based on the appearance and structural design of Xingqian. Compared with the previous batches of humanoid driving mechas, it feels more like being worn on the body, so they gave it this name. Song Ren explained to the T-623's naming ability had actually been seen at the last meeting, so everyone wouldn't find it strange. So the newly developed mecha is classified as a wearable mecha? Jin Sichin asked. That's the case at the moment. Song Ren answered. It may change later. After all, this term is an internal term of 623. It's not like biological mecha, which was set by Deputy Z. In other words, this term is just for the convenience of distinction. It is a name summarized by the scientific trio themselves and has not been officially recognized. Jin Sichin nodded and said, I saw the model when I passed by the laboratory this morning. Well, it can be seen that it is in the same series as Xingqian. They move very fast. It's only been more than half a month. They can already be made like this? I asked Team Leader Yu. The internal power structure is directly dismantled and modified from several previous mechas. That is, the appearance has been redesigned, and many power structures have been adjusted according to the new appearance. The actual amount of work is not as large as it seems. Song Ren was also surprised that the sample could be made so quickly. I see. Jin Sichin nodded. This will indeed save a lot of time. Recently, Team Leader Yu and Zhang Zhaoji have been adjusting the internal structure to adapt to the new shell. After all, Song Ren is an internal staff of 800 and knows more. Moreover, he was much more concerned about the progress of mecha development than Jin Sichin. Zhajing's system seems to be almost done, right? Jin Sichin remembered that he had mentioned it before. Yes, he directly took a set from Pandu's system and made some subtractions based on actual needs. I heard that it is completely different from the previous intelligence system. We will have to wait until the test to know the specific situation. Song Ren smiled. If nothing unexpected happens, he should be the driver during the test. This is what Cui Yan said about the development of the single soldier mecha, which is much faster than he imagined. In just 2 months, the prototype can be seen. The progress of various aspects is simply amazingly fast. He feels that he may not have to wait for a year before he can drive the latest wearable mecha. Lin Fan propped up his chin and listened to the two people talking about the latest development progress. Gradually, he felt that her efforts were indeed rewarding. As for Ke Wenbin, the ring was soon made. He suddenly had an idea. 818 could not be used directly, so could the small sample be melted and the model be coated with an outer film? At present, the hardness, strength and radiation resistance of 818 are better than the shell material of the model. If the existing model can be coated with a layer of touch, will the performance be improved? Ordinary high temperature cannot melt the sample at all. It seems that we can only try the blast furnace with a temperature of up to 2000 degrees Celsius. As soon as he said it, Ke Wenbin put the sample in his pocket and ran out. Is the progress of this chapter fast? I saw a comment saying that I have to study hundreds of chapters, but I haven't. It's almost over. I don't have water text. Vote to encourage me. Chapter 98 Transformer. 2 days later, there was another transformation test. This time everyone was still on high alert, but they were not as nervous as in the previous times. Ke Wenbin carefully took out the ring he had carefully crafted from the box and handed it to Lin Fan. Every move really looked like a man proposing marriage. Lin Fan was somewhat uncomfortable with it, so he took it and put it on. It turned out to be bigger. The ring slid down loosely on his middle finger, and Lin Fan quickly put his fingers together and clenched his fist to prevent the ring from falling off. How could it be bigger? You just measured it the afternoon before yesterday? Ke Wenbin frowned. You've lost weight again. Kuang Li said coldly. This is outrageous. What will those girls who are struggling to lose weight think? Wu Yi. Dr. Zhao sighed and shouted. I know, I'll increase it. Wu Yi quickly adjusted the evening menu on the tablet and increased the amount. Lin Fan is 170 centimeters tall and currently weighs 130 kilograms. Not thin, but considering her own exercise needs and the energy consumed by the stars, she would rather be heavier than thin. The ring is the simplest annular ring with a protrusion with a star pattern on it and a red gem inlaid inside. It is thin and small, very delicate. Lin Fan looked at the ring carefully. I didn't see where the 818 sample is. I made a mechanism here to prevent accidental touch. Ke Wenbin smiled and stretched out his finger to press the ruby. With a gentle push, the ruby turned down, revealing the number 6 sample on the reverse side. Look, there is a spring mechanism here. Apply a little downward force, and then push it again to turn it over. Your finger will naturally touch the sample. As soon as Ke Wenbin let go, the ruby turned back to the front. This is safer to prevent you from accidentally touching it. Ke Wenbin thought about it carefully before making this ingenious design. Otherwise, Xiaoyang would be exposed directly to the outside. Others would not care. Once Lin Fan accidentally touched her, she would transform. Just imagine whether she was sleeping or washing her hands. As long as she accidentally touched her, she would transform immediately. He dared not think about that scene. So Ke Wenbin specially made this mechanism. He tried it himself and it was relatively safe. You have really clever hands. You can even make this. Lin Fan carefully looked at the seemingly simple ring. He did not expect Ke Wenbin to be able to do such a delicate job. It looks good. It's not just him. I designed the shape. Zhang Zhaoji hurried forward to show off his achievements. Ke Wenbin smiled and said, I'm studying materials science. Metal smelting and forging are basic operations. I can also make other jewelry, if you want. The ring is still not suitable as a carrier. Jin Sichen interrupted him. Lin Fan's figure is still changing. The fixed ring is not safe, and the movable ring is easy to fall off. You should change the form. Change to what? Ke Wenbin was at a loss. Jewelry is nothing more than rings, necklaces, bracelets, and earrings. Ear studs. Song Ren looked at the pair of black ear studs on Lin Fan's ears and said, other jewelry will be affected by body fatness or thinness, only ear studs will not. Everyone thought, isn't it? Everyone looked at Lin Fan's ears. But the ear studs from the Special Affairs Office have been put on. It is said that they control Lin Fan from losing control, so they can't be taken off. She has 2 more holes in her left ear. Dr. Zhao, as Lin Fan's physical examination doctor, knows her better than Lin Fan herself. Everyone looked closely and saw that, as expected, there was only 1 hole in the right ear, but 3 in the left ear. The bottom one was already occupied, but the top 2 were still empty. Asymmetrical ear holes. Well, it seems that Lin Fan was a very individual person when he was young. Hey, can you make ear studs? Zhang Zhaoji poked Ke Wenbin with his arm. Of course. Ke Wenbin pouted. What kind of question is this? I'll change it later. Earrings are indeed better than rings. They are hidden, don't need to be removed frequently, and are not easily touched. Everyone agreed, and the transformation device was changed to earrings. Before the transformation, Yu Guangli handed Lin Fan another thing. It was an inverted C-shaped structure, with 2 disc-shaped devices, 1 large and 1 small, at the opening. The upper disc was also connected to a semi-arc shaped strip. This is a bone conduction audio-visual device. Yu Guangli pointed to the inverted C-shaped part and said, this hangs on the ear from behind the ear. The black disc on the top is the bone conduction headset, which is buckled in front of the earlobe. The smaller one below is the microphone. Lin Fan put on the headset with the help of Dr. Zhao. Yu Guangli said, the arc-shaped rod on the top is the camera and video screen. After putting on the headset, put it down to the position of the eyebrows. Then press and hold the headset for 3 seconds. When you hear a long beep, it is activated. Lin Fan operated it as he was told, and soon a light blue screen hung in front of his left eye, a bit like a monocle. With this device, we can see your perspective after the transformation. We can also talk to you through the headset, so we don't need to worry about you not being able to hear us and shouting loudly. The last time he talked to someone with a microphone in the observation room inspired Yu Guangli to successfully find the right equipment. To turn it off, press and hold for 3 seconds, and it will turn off after 2 beeps. After Yu Guangli finished explaining the operation and confirmed that Lin Fan was ready, everyone left together. Lin Fan had transformed several times and had some experience. After watching several people stand against the wall, they clenched their hands with rings and pressed and pushed down with the middle finger of their other hand. Sure. Xingchen appeared. Xingchen's perspective immediately appeared on the big screen. This time Xingchen was very stable. She did not shake her head like the previous times, but slowly turned her neck. Xingchen, how do you feel? Yu Guangli spoke into the headset through the microphone. Lin Fan heard it very clearly inside. She felt pretty good this time, and did not feel particularly dizzy. Very good, I don't think I'm uncomfortable. Everyone was delighted. Yu Guangli hurriedly shouted, Ke Wenbin, hurry up. In the last meeting, Deputy Director Z wanted to verify whether Xingqian's shell could be touched. Ke Wenbin ran to Xingqian into steps, touched her forearm armor, and shouted, "Do you feel it?" The big screen clearly showed Xingqian's perspective. Looking at Ke Wenbin, everyone waited nervously for Lin Fan's answer. "Touch it again." Xingqian's words may have been through the Mecha, and she was a little more electronic and hard than Lin Fan, and her voice was much louder. Ke Wenbin quickly touched it again, and as soon as his hand left the armor, Xingqian turned into Lin Fan. Ke Wenbin was startled. Song Ren and Jin Sichin stood aside, ready to catch her. Who would have thought that Lin Fan didn't fall to the ground this time, but her face was pale and her hands and feet were shaking. "How is it?" A group of people gathered around. "I feel okay, not as uncomfortable as before. It was okay when I came back. I felt heavy all over, but I could still stand." Lin Fan asked Jin Sichin to feel his pulse with shaking hands, and Dr. Zhao also came forward to check. This proves that improving physical fitness is indeed very useful. Li Chunhua was very happy. "Team leader Yu, where's the time?" Guangli asked. 10 seconds exactly. Yu Guangli had been timing it, and this time it was just right. No more, no less. He smiled and said, "Although it didn't last longer, the condition has stabilized, which is a good thing." Everyone nodded in unison, and only Ke Wenbin was still thinking about the result. "Did you feel anything just now?" "Did you? I also want to eat every day and still lose weight." Girls all over the world would want to have such a physique. Votes. Keep asking for votes. Chapter 99, A New Step. Yes. Lin Fan's words once again made everyone explode. Although Zibishan had speculated on this possibility before. Although they had accepted the new classification of biological mecha this week, they were still shocked when they really knew that Xingqian's mecha could feel touch. This means that Xingqian is alive from the inside out, and she is a complete creature. It was expected, but also unexpected. Until this moment, they really confirmed that Xingqian is not replicable. And there are more speculations about the origin of Xingqian. But since these speculations cannot be verified, and are of no help to the research and development of wearable mechas, no one said it. So far, Xingqian's unique status has been established, and the people of 623 can only work harder to develop wearable mechas. After Cui Yan learned the news, he was silent for a long time. Song Ren didn't know what he was thinking, but he was glad that he didn't mention the assassination order again this time. Cui Yan told Song Ren that once the development of the wearable mecha is completed, and the test goes well, they will start to prepare a single soldier mecha team. By then, Song Ren and Li Chunhua will be the first batch of pilots. After hearing the news, Li Chunhua was so happy that she couldn't hide her joy in her eyes when she looked at Lin Fan. If Lin Fan didn't know that he was married and had a good relationship with his wife, she would have almost thought that he had some idea about her. After Lin Fan's transformation became stable, she felt that the recovery time was also shortened, and she didn't need to rest for a week before transforming. The scientific trio began to try to shorten the interval between transformations, from 5 days, to 3 days, to 1 day. I don't know if it was because the transformations were too frequent, but the transformation time did not increase. And although Lin Fan could stand steadily every time, her face became paler and even her lips began to lose color. The whole person was visibly tired. Dr. Zhao quickly stopped the crazy temptation. After strictly ordering that she could only transform once a week, Lin Fan's body returned to normal. At this time, Lin Fan had been at 800 for almost 4 months. From early summer to early autumn, her body, mood, transformation stability, and energy consumption seemed to have reached a relatively stable level. After 4 months of non-stop monitoring day and night, Lin Fan always maintained a stable and upward state. Cui Yan lowered her danger level. Although the confidentiality level was still the highest, the night surveillance could finally be suspended. Song Ren breathed a sigh of relief, and Li Chunhua danced with joy. It's not easy to be a bad person behind someone's back. Fortunately, it's over now. Lin Fan's transformation is becoming more and more stable, but the transformation time has not been increased. Everyone suspects that her physique is not strong enough. At this time, Lin Fan's physical condition is no different from that of ordinary people. Morning and evening walks, aerobics, and swimming exercises can no longer enhance her physique. Song Ren plans to increase her intensity and add some equipment training. The training equipment is available in the training room of the reserve team. They are all large in size, so it is difficult to move them all to the activity room. This means that Lin Fan must go out to exercise. After Jin Sichin learned about it, he specially evaluated Lin Fan's mental state and determined that Lin Fan had recovered well and could increase the contact surface and gradually resume normal social contact. After Song Ren reported it, he quickly received a reply from Cui Yan. Lin Fan was allowed to walk around the base, but Song Ren and Lee Chun-hua could not leave her side. Jin Sichin also reminded that given Lin Fan's current situation, it is not appropriate to have direct contact with strangers. After all, the forest is big and there are all kinds of birds. It would be bad if he encountered some extreme situations. At first, he should adapt to the unfamiliar environment and keep a certain distance from strangers. After fully adapting, he can try to contact strangers. Song Ren and Lee Chun-hua should also take adequate protection and notify Jin Sichin immediately if they find any unexpected situation. Everything is ready, and Lin Fan took a new step of 800. The original stroll has been changed to jogging, but because of the transformation, Lin Fan's joints always hurt, so he always runs for a while and then stops. The intensity is greater than strolling, but it is still very different from normal running. Lin Fan's running and stopping may not be a big deal to ordinary people, but it is very fresh to the reserve team members. Song Ren took Lin Fan all the way to the reserve team's equipment room and happened to bump into the reserve team on the way. A team of more than a dozen people saw Lin Fan strolling slowly and listlessly, and Captain Song actually accompanied him slowly beside him. The face that was extremely cold to them in the past, unexpectedly, did not show any displeasure. What was going on? The group of people looked at Song Ren's face again and again, as if they had seen a ghost. It was obviously Captain Song. That's right. Song Ren was transferred a few months ago, and they initially thought that he went to drive Pangu. But later they learned that Pangu's driver was someone else, and then they realized that Song Ren might have been on other missions. After not seeing him for a few months, they suddenly saw him, and they were surprised and scared. What was going on? The woman was wearing the uniform of the reserve team, but they had never seen her before. Was she a new member? The group of people who were doing the drill did not dare to speak, because the instructor was beside them. While running forward, they conveyed information with their eyes. When they finally finished running and dispersed on the spot, they happened to see Lee Chun-hua running alone. Song and Lee would take turns running every day when they accompanied Lin Fan for a stroll, but the intensity of the exercise was not as strong as when they were in the reserve team, so they had to do intensive exercise every night when they returned to the dormitory. But the room was small, and the equipment that could be put in was limited, so there were too many restrictions on the activities. This time, Song Ren gave Lin Fan extra training. Considering that Lee Chun-hua would also enter the wearable Mecha later, he also added training tasks for him. The intensity was much higher than before he was transferred to 623. Lee Chun-hua, who had always expected to be abused by Song Ren, finally got what he wanted and was extremely happy. While he was running happily, he couldn't help laughing out loud while thinking about the mechas in the laboratory that were becoming more and more complete. Lee Chun-hua. The reserve team saw Lee Chun-hua running forward with a silly smile, and there was no instructor around, so they quickly called him. Hey, it's you. Lee Chun-hua saw the acquaintances and saw the figures of Song Ren and Lin Fan not far away still strolling slowly. He was not in a hurry and stopped to say hello. Have you been with Captain Song recently? Someone asked. Yes. Lee Chun-hua wiped his sweat and answered truthfully. Is he transferred to the new project as a driver? Yes. Lee Chun-hua was so happy when he thought that he would be able to successfully drive a star-like Mecha in the near future. What project is it? Why haven't we heard of it? Someone asked. He was not trying to find out secrets, but as a Mecha pilot reserve team, most of them knew what projects were being developed in 800 because they would conduct targeted training. Song Ren and Lee Chun-hua were transferred to a project they had never heard of without a word. They were confused for a while, so they asked about it. I can't tell you about this. Lee Chun-hua said seriously. You have to sign a confidentiality agreement when you join the team. You know that, right? Everyone nodded. They all knew this. Is that woman also in the project team? I see she is wearing the uniform of the reserve team. Is she also a pilot? How come we haven't seen her before? Someone else asked. They were actually mainly curious about Lin Fan. Although Lin Fan had lost a lot of weight, whether it was her figure, temperament, or slow pace, she did not meet the selection criteria for the reserve team members. If she hadn't been wearing the uniform of the reserve team and the red badge, they would have suspected that someone else had worn the wrong clothes. But is it so easy to wear the wrong clothes of the reserve team? 800 may be related to the scientific research institution and has strict requirements on some details. For example, clothes of different positions cannot be exchanged, researchers cannot wear combatants' clothes, and combatants cannot get administrative staff's clothes. So the strange woman wearing the clothes of the reserve team must be a member of the reserve team. But they have never heard of such a person. When Lee Chun-hua heard about Lin Fan, he was extremely alert. She is a driver in the same group as us. Why are you asking this? Lin Fan's identity is the highest level of confidentiality. Except for the people of 623 and the director and deputy director, no one else is allowed to know. Seeing that they were still talking in a flurry, Lee Chun-hua shirked the confidentiality, did not dare to stay any longer, and ran away. Oh, the new map is open. I won't study it anymore. Ha ha ha. The new map also needs money. Chapter 100 Additional Training. Lin Fan walked listlessly on the track, accompanied by Song Ren. She never expected that she, who was already in her 30s, would have to go through military training again. Song Ren had just announced this sad news to her before she set off. Although she did not need to undergo obedience training in military posture and formation, and the intensity given to her would not be too high at the beginning, it still could not change its essence. Military training. Lin Fan could not help but think of the scenes of being exposed to the sun in high school and college. That memory had long faded in time, and now when she suddenly remembered it, the only impression was the word hard work. During this period, Lee Chun-hua had been nagging her about how neat and tidy Song Ren's training methods were. The special operations team he trained personally before entering the 800 is still the top pioneer team in the department. Although Song Ren had been away for more than 2 years, they still firmly held the championship throne, leaving other special operations teams far behind. According to the team members themselves, Song Ren was really ruthless in training people. Going beyond the limit is not enough in front of him. If you have to summarize it, it is probably to break and then build, to be in a desperate situation and then live. Lee Chun-hua always showed yearning when she talked about this. Although Song Ren was also responsible for the training of the reserve team, after coming to 800, the change in the nature of the work focused more on endurance and reaction training, and the intensity was greatly reduced. Lee Chun-hua couldn't experience that kind of extreme training, and always felt very sorry. Lin Fan felt his positive attitude, but she didn't comment on this idea of seeking abuse. Unexpectedly, today, Lee Chun-hua's dream came true. Song Ren wanted to train Lin Fan, and he also trained Lee Chun-hua. Of course, the intensity of the two must be different. Compared with Lee Chun-hua, whose mouth was grinning from ear to ear, Lin Fan's psychological activities were quite complicated. She believed that, if she didn't have to take into account her special physical condition, Song Ren would definitely use all means to train her into a queen flower. If time went back 10 years, she might have the same aspirations as Lee Chun-hua. But she is 35 years old. In a few years, children on the street will call her auntie. Training at this time. But can Lin Fan refuse? She can't. Lin Fan curled her lips, suppressed the many thoughts in her mind, and slowly ran again. Song Ren knew that Lin Fan was strong in her bones. In just 4 months, he never took the initiative to mention it, and Lin Fan insisted on exercising to the present level with her own will. Jin Sichin was surprised by such a rapid recovery process. He once told him privately that Lin Fan's subjective will played a decisive role. But for depressed patients, it is very difficult to generate subjective will itself, not to mention to firmly put it into action. Lin Fan is more resilient than he thought. Does such a person still need to temper his will? Not at all. Standing at attention and cue training can improve the trainee's sense of obedience and enhance the concept of organizational discipline. It enables the trainees to form a high degree of unity and strict discipline. But Lin Fan doesn't need it. She always knows what she wants to do and has always done it well. And Lin Fan's special nature also determines that she does not need to maintain unity with others. As for discipline, 800 was not that strict to begin with, so naturally it was impossible to talk about it. After spending a few months together, he had already figured out Lin Fan's personality. She always worked hard silently, put in a lot of effort, and did what she could. No matter what kind of request he or other people from 623 made, she tried her best to cooperate from beginning to end, without a trace of shirking. During the intensive transformations in the past period of time, the scientific trio tested Xingqian's resistance to high temperature, pressure, impact and many other aspects, and obtained a lot of data for the research of wearable Mecha. Since the transformation cycle was changed to once a week, Xingqian's condition has become more and more stable. Now, after the transformation is over, Lin Fan will no longer fall into a coma, and even the pale face rarely appears. From the initial weakness to now just feeling a little weak. Everything looks great, except for the length of the transformation. Boss, I'm done running. Li Chunhe rushed up before entering the training room. There are several training rooms for the reserve team. You need to submit an application for opening before use, and you can enter normally after the application is approved. Song Ren did not intend to let Lin Fan share the training room with others, and directly opened up a small training room for long-term use. A boxing ring was placed in the middle of the empty room. One side was covered with a large area of soft cushions, and there was a large floor-to-ceiling mirror. The other side was filled with training equipment, and various metal instruments gave off a cold and hard atmosphere. Lin Fan's basic endurance and flexibility have already reached the standard, and now she needs to do strength training. Although she has lost dozens of pounds, her muscle mass is low and her strength is very weak. Everyone suspects that the feeling of weakness after her transformation is related to her muscle mass, so muscle training is naturally on the agenda. Come on, don't stop, do a set of stretching first. Song Ren reminded Lin Fan. Although she ran and stopped, and her speed was not fast, stretching after exercise was still essential. Lin Fan had been doing aerobics for several months, and the stretching movements were already familiar to her. Without Song Ren's reminder, she did it by herself. Song Ren and Li Chunhe, who had just finished running, also accompanied her to do it. I thought she would start lifting weights after stretching. Who knew that Song Ren pointed to a supine board and asked her to lie down and do sit-ups. He took a stopwatch and stood aside to time it. Sit-ups? She often did them in school, and she passed them easily every time. Lin Fan didn't take it seriously and lay down. As a result, she struggled for a long time and couldn't get up. She struggled to get up for a long time, like a dead fish. Her face turned red, but she still couldn't get up. Finally, Song Ren couldn't bear it anymore, so he helped her sit up straight. After sitting up, Lin Fan didn't move. I don't know if she was tired or hit. She was really tired. Just now, she felt more tired than running before. And it was embarrassing. Sit-ups are a compulsory test for middle school students. Let alone passing or failing, she couldn't do any of them. People who haven't exercised for a long time will feel the same when they suddenly do these movements. Song Ren squatted in front of her to comfort her. Sit-ups require the use of abdominal muscles. It's normal that you can't do them, since you have low muscle mass. Lin Fan seemed to be comforted and felt a little better. Come on, let's try the arm muscles again. Song Ren continued. Lin Fan got into the plank position, then slowly bent her upper arms and pressed her body down. Just after bending a little, she felt her arms start to shake, as if they couldn't support her body. She gritted her teeth and persisted, continuing to try to control her body downward. Li Chunhe, who was standing by, saw that her arms were shaking like a sieve, and her face showed pity. The next second, she saw her slamming heavily on the cushion and lying there motionless. Lin Fan didn't want to move. She thought that her recent exercise had been quite effective, but in the end, she couldn't do any push-ups or sit-ups. Movements that even children can easily complete were so difficult for her. Is she so useless? She couldn't help but feel depressed again. You don't have any muscles in your arms. So it's expected that you can't do it. Song Ren knew that Lin Fan didn't have any muscles in her body when he was massaging her, but he still needed to test it in this way. Anything else? Lin Fan forced herself not to think too much and turned her head to ask in a hurry to divert her attention. Yes, we have to stand up and test our legs. Song Ren didn't urge her. Sure enough, after listening to her, Lin Fan stood up after lying down for a while. Song Ren guided her to the wall and leaned her back against the wall. Put your legs shoulder width apart, step forward, and squat down. Song Ren didn't call a halt until Lin Fan's knees and hips were bent to 90 degrees. This movement looked easy against the wall, but Lin Fan felt that her legs started to ache soon after squatting, and then she shook unconsciously. How long do you have to hold on? She looked up at Song Ren, who was counting the time. Hold on until you can't hold on anymore. Song Ren replied, this is to test your muscle strength. The longer you hold on, the stronger your muscle strength is. Lin Fan took a deep breath and looked forward. She pressed her hands tightly against the wall behind her and gritted her teeth to hold on. It was not until she felt the pain in her joints getting worse that she asked Song Ren for help. I can't do it anymore. My legs hurt. Can you get up by yourself? Song Ren saw that Lin Fan's whole body was stiff and estimated that she couldn't get up. He grabbed her upper arm and pulled her up. After Lin Fan stood up, she rubbed her legs quickly with her hands and finally came back to life. How is it? Although she knew the result was not optimistic, Lin Fan still asked. Song Ren did not answer directly, but just smiled at her. Lee Chun-hua comforted her from the side. Don't worry. In the hands of the boss, a clay figure can also be turned into a diamond for you. Lin Fan was not comforted by hearing this, but felt a chill on her back. The good days are gone forever, right? The first day of the attack, training her. Lin Fan's hard days are coming. It's chapter 100, and it's finally time to enter the next stage. I want votes, recommendation votes, monthly votes, all come. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.